Good morning, Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Wahansa. Please accept my humble worship. Teruvan Saranai, all of you. As you all know, we have gathered here to discuss true Dhamma. So true Dhamma greatly benefits entire world. So, because everyone in the world, irrespective of their country they are living, irrespective of their social status, family background, so their cultural, social backgrounds, one thing is common. What is that one thing common means? As long as it carries a mind power, there is suffering. Because everyone in some way caught up in the mind. So all this Dhamma, you see, this Dhamma helps to get out of that cycle effect. So this is like a cycle. Mind power is rising like a cycle, you see. So this circle effect is here. So it's not easy for one to, you see, experience a form of a liberation beyond the mind, because all the time its experience would be in the mind, like so. Therefore, this is very interesting. It's not easy for someone to deal with the mind, because mind, you see, it has the sort of capability of getting stronger in an on its own. So once it start to getting stronger beyond a particular level, like even another thought can't control that thought. So this sparks becoming very strong and strong, and if something is not satisfied, like then of course there is a tendency that even mind is not in control in any form, like so. Mind is a current, like so. This current variation of the power is the one which is happening. So we call living means what? This power variation. Either it is the happiness or either it is the unhappiness. So even though we use these two terms like happiness, unhappiness, and so on, even to maintain a particular happiness is nothing else but to maintain a particular thought pattern, particular current level in the system. So that requirement to satisfy a particular level of thought in the system is another adding stress. So that's why sometimes one needs to listen maybe a particular voice. So it wants to have a speech maybe with the grandson or granddaughter. If that sound is not heard, this system unable to generate that particular pattern of thought. So there is a thing like that. So definitely there is some stress here, maintaining that and this, maintaining a particular sound, maintaining a particular sight, maintaining a particular touch level, or maintaining a particular taste, like so. All these carry a burden. So the thoughts are really burden, thoughts felt burden, therefore not easy to live in the thought. But when you work along this path open up you to carry a less burden of the thought, and gradually you will experience there is a reduction of the thought burden. It will not felt like before, and then you will experience like the film. Mostly you are in a film, like, but you are not getting caught up in the film, and you see there is a less chance of running a film, because the power of the spark is now less in the system. Therefore naturally the next spark or the next thought you see, doesn't carry much value. So gradually it is in the reduction in. Therefore, living in the past film or living in the future film minimize here, and naturally it is just like live the moment. So living the moment means nothing will become a problem. So whether if there is a particular sound, let's say voice of somebody, if that heard, or if even if that is not heard, like there is no stress level here. So that is the better part, because you are really liberated from all these you see unnecessary stress level, in the sense you are not there. Because what is the mind? Mind means this power. Mind means this mind consciousness is a process. It is not a real thing. It is a process. Process means the whole process occur in the present moment. So you are really caught up to a process which is occurring and disappearing in the present moment, because your birth is nothing else. If the mind consciousness is real, that means that is the power in that moment, in that system, or the energy in the system. That energy is the field here. So that feel incorrectly taken as a soul. That's what happened. Otherwise, in this system, all the time, just a moment experience only. Just a moment experience only. So, therefore, I think this Dharma is very important for us to understand what is the reality happening here. So as usual, let me start reading few pages from the books. So I'll start with the True Dhamma Volume 6. Currently we are reading page number 65. Let me read. True path. True path. The thought disappears first. This means the view of individual existence collapse. The belief that things exist and the defilements that are associated fade with the realization of the above stated truth. Shaya Dhamma Vaya Dhamma in Pali. In your practice, everything becomes priceless to you. Now we understand all these, including all sensual activities, are created by the vibration and movements in the phenomena. In this part, what is explained is, I think you all are familiar, but this is an experience. That is this view of this individual existence, because this is the misconception of the soul. As I explained, there is a strong belief that someone is living inside the body, and that one, you see, you need to satisfy. You need to give food to satisfy that soul living in the body. You need love. Why? Because you need to satisfy that soul inside the body. So this is a misconception. This is the misconception. So with the Dhamma, what will happen? It will liberate from this misconception. In Pali, we say drushtis. So the misconception is what? Everything is real, the world is real, and the inside, the soul is real. So definitely there is kind of a duality here, because the outside and an inside. In other words, there is a internal and external. So when there is a duality, what will happen? Because that system is in the duality. Don't think you are in the duality, like, no. Your system, this is a sensor system, you have to understand. Now the sensor system running a different program. So what's that program? this sense system running program in the duality. Because that's how it was programmed in the entire samsaric cycle. You see, that outside is real, and the so called inside is the one experiencing that outside. But the problem is when there is a duality, what happens? This duality brings, you see, all the time, generate lot of energy. I mean, a lot of power. Because when there is a power, you see, at every moment, this drives power, and this there in this system there is a requirement for power to get stronger. That's why in your system you see signals are changed time to time, because you can't listen the same music again and again. In the whole day you can't listen the same music, ne? So you are directed, actually it is the signal, these signals directed towards sensor variation. So you are sometimes standing, then you are given a signal to like eat something, or you are given a signal to listen to music. Then you are sort of given some signal to read a book, or to get a call to somebody and have some entertainment. But see, in all these situations, you think that these are different sensor variations, and the sensor pleasures driving from outside world. But actually, it is not what's happening. Every experience is a sensor created world. And here, the mental pleasure, the mental satisfaction is, you see, running. That mental satisfaction, if you really analyze, it doesn't bother whether it is a sight, sound, or touch feel, or something like that, but it is a means of maintaining the same level of power, because that power is the, you see, living thing here. So therefore this signal passes, and this particular drama or this particular film is occurring. But when you understand, actually it is not an understanding word we used, you see, very difficult to have words, but more than the term understanding, um, there is a transformation. The internal transformation has to happen with the dharma. That is, yourself disappear first. So there is a strong soul. You see, there is a misconception of the soul, and there is a misconception that the outside is real. So the first, this part has to be crystal clearly felt in the system. That's why we talk about a system transfer, because originally this system viewed it everything is real. That is this itta sanya, or what do you call this, this is the existent feel perception. Everything is real. That is, you see, that carries a power. This is the real power here. We have to understand. So actually this existent power of feel, as we understand, according to our experience, we can say like, when you open up to this path life, so what's the first thing happen is this individual existence, or this soul existence, is the one which get break down here. So with that, actually this power of this existent field drops by 50%, like. So when that drops sharply, after that the level of current naturally generated in the system is minimized. So then there is a 50% liberation also in the system, because now the program which is running in the system is towards the nothingness. Because even though the sensor spark and these particular experiences come, it is not entertained in the system. Maybe the word spoken not gets entertained. The places to go and see, like, it is not entertained like before. So this system will be naturally will be more towards to be with the nature, like it is not going to find satisfaction from the outside worldly thing, but it is the inside satisfaction, and that find that inside satisfaction from the outside set as well. Therefore, any person who is talking with the person, or where this person live, or any journey it undertake, will not have a problem, because every place that level of liberation is fine inside. But we have to understand, still the system has the ability of forming power. Why? Because we have to understand there is a sensor power. This sensor power is the your sensor system power. That is, sensor has still the ability of forming particular variations. That is the need for that and this light. Even though that has sharply dropped light, in the system perspective, we have to understand system will always try to maintain some level of power at least. So that's why the sensor needs to liberate from the sensor itself. That might take time. So in the path, you see, you will experience a particular experience where your system errors, like this lust, hate, delusion, these things are minimized in the system, but sometimes due to the recurrence ability of the system, these things can come up. These things can come up, but that's also start to seen very clearly. Because why? Now the system is more tranquility stage. So when the system is very tranquil, and all of a sudden when a fire comes, that system doesn't like that power, so the resistance naturally come like. So that is seen, and there is a lesser chance of getting spread, and even any incidents will not again sort of connected to a so-called soul, because that soul is a drushti, misconception, that got out at the early stage. So now back again, there is no like crossing to that side. So that also not happen. But we have to understand, even that system vibration not carry, not carry in the sense, now the vibration is very smooth, no lust, no desires much, no hate, no ill will. Even though that is the experience, still we can't say that system is liberated. Why? Because that if the this we have to understand this Sasriya thing matters here. That is this cell power, because this cell has this needing to build up the building blocks again, like. So that's why sensor needs to liberate from the sensor itself. For example, that sensor will not look for a taste anymore, like if there is something to taste, that is taken, but looking for a taste, looking for particular voice, looking for like, these are very I think very small thing, very these also one will experience, like. So that's why there is, we can't say the system is fully liberated in a way, like from this it this existent field perception, because this existent field perception like 50-50 as we understand. So there is some part even towards the latter part as well, because once the sensor automatically not having the capability to drives the things, like, then the sensor also sort of liberated, like. So therefore, this Dhamma is very important, because this Dhamma really provides a practical path. Definitely, this cannot be done by a person from the mind, but naturally, when you listen the Dhamma, your sense system will naturally will be start to liberate, but that is not, don't think that negatively also. No, the happiest thing here is beyond the happiness, because here we talks in Pali, the word is the sukha. The sukha is beyond happiness, because system itself do not corrupt with the unnecessary stress or pressure. So system automatically doesn't want a journey in that and this. So it is very much happy, in the sense it is liberated, not having a stress. So that's why this Dhamma is really important here. So let me read. Now please listen to Aryan Vahansa. This is coming from the experience accomplished through his inner spiritual purification. Everybody must experience the blissful nibbana, including all of the bhikkhus. Carefully listen to Buddothpada disclosures. Yeah, because Aryan Vahansa says, what Aryan Vahansa explained is coming through Aryan Vahansa's inner spiritual purification. Because we told, I think, in another Zoom as well, Aryan Vahansa has a longer time practice in Arupa. Arupa in the sense formless world. So I think if you have done meditations, you I think have some kind of understanding about the formless world, that is straight away that system has a capability of experiencing the nothingness. Um, so so because Arya Mahansa has sort of experienced this, I mean, living in the Arupa for a longer period, you see, for a longer period, that really, in a way, that really enable, actually, that is not the, still Aryan Mahansa is finding, but that experience is very important. Because that experience is very important. You know why? This is, this gives the ability to form this super awareness, because this is Aryan Vahansa is finding the path, like. So it has gone to the extreme level in meditation, and then find in that meditation itself that is not the path, and it find it, but this whole this enable to develop the super awareness. So even we can understand the extent to which Aryan Mahansa spoke about the Dhamma, has not come to us first. We never, you see, but when Aryan Mahanse discussed a particular angle, particular thing which we never had heard, but then after hearing that, we also get the chance to sort of telepathize to the same, like that's how it's happened all the time. So, but once that point is shown, when a particular direction is shown to us, we also like open up to that. So this magic is happening here. So this is very different, but that communication will also time to time happen. So when that happens, you see, your system uh, get the chance to see a particular angle, particular direction, particular thing which your system has never heard or never experienced. So this kind of a thing is happening. That's why I think, as I told earlier, definitely in this era, somebody needs to have this extreme experience of this arupa, formless. Because if that doesn't happen, there is no chance of developing this or the seeing of this super awareness. So, but this is true. This is true. Why? Because, but when your spiritual teacher shows you something which you have never thought of or you have never experienced in the system, but after that, your system open up, you see to that. So that is happening here. So this is Aryan Mahansa's spiritual purification. Aryan Mahansa is explaining, but that spiritual purification, once with the guidance, others also get the chance to sort of experience, and time to time, even the super awareness also. Um, Aryan Mahansas, it is a system, even though we use the term Aryan Mahansa and like that, you have to understand these are system. So the necessary telepathization happen to the next, the other system like. So it is not done by a person. And the next level of liberation or the awareness also occur. Right. So everybody must experience. So Aryan Mahansa says everybody must experience the blissful nibbana, including all of the bhikkhus. And what you have to do is carefully listen to the Buddothpada disclosures. So there is a question for you to answer. Does the mind disappear first? So then the answer is, some of the answers are printed here. No, within bracket it says, no, it does not disappear, it gets liberated. There is no existing mind to disappear. Yeah, because if someone is now asking whether the mind disappear, like, no, there's nothing like that. Because if you say something disappear means something is existing, like, so some existing thing now disappear, like. It is not that. What is the mind? Mind is a speed of vibration. So then it explains, there is no existing mind to disappear. Mind is a speed of vibration. You see, when you have to understand, it's a speed of vibration means it is a process. So you can't say it is existing or non-existing. We are talking about a process in a moment. So in that moment, you can't fall into any extremes, isn't it? It is a stream. It comes into existence along with the cause and ends when they are disappear. Yeah, when the cause present, mind is the effect. But when there's no cause, that mind disappear. So it is a moment experience. Now we modify the question a little bit. Our monks state that the disappearance of the mind is nibbana. Is it true? Now I ask again, does the mind consciousness disappear? If so, is it the nibbana? Is emptiness as the nibbana? Within the experience, sometimes similar to nibbana is felt. Is that the nibbana true? Is emptiness referring to the moment that you feel like the mind consciousness has disappeared? These concepts are misconception. Does the mind disappear? Is it emptiness and is it nibbana? So this is what happens because people, you see, start thinking or visualizing about the mind. They think nibbana is where no thoughts like. So because people come and ask, what is this nibbana and how it is felt? So we'll see what Aryan Vahansa's answer here. This question is related to Dhamma service essential to this era. Now, what is Alamariya Jnana Darshana? Actually, this Alamariya Jnana Darshana find in the Pali text, which was open, sort of, which was clarified in this era by Aryan Vahansa. So we did not heard this Alamariya Jnana Darshana was discussed, you see. So we'll continue the discussion. All daily cause and thinking process are flowing in a normal way. But the person with the supreme wisdom does not grab anything. Nothing affect him or her. No clinging. Everything is priceless to him or her. Ajosaya tittati. Yeah, so this is actually the continuous samadhi. In other words, this is the vipassana kanika samadhi, or the tranquility, the consistent tranquility in the system. Um, because you need to understand the difference between vidarshana and the vipassana. So vidarshana process, vidarshana meditation one has to do, that is its own RA investigation, finding its formation, you see, and then I think Aryan Vahansa is joined. We can ask from Aryan Vahansa to explain this Alamariya Jnana Darshanaya and Adhigata Samadhi. So this is the, so as we understand, this is a spiritual experience. That is the system liberation. System liberation each and every moment. But anyway, we can ask that from Aryan Vahansa again. And I'll read Alamariya Jnana Darshana and the Adhigata Samadhi, the explanation given in the Kemaka Sutta, Upaklesha Sutta and Dasadhamma Sutta are related to this spiritual experience. In order to achieve the stream entry level, Sotapanna, the disciplined person in the Dhamma must receive advice from a Kalyana Mitra or true noble friend. That is the noble friend who has experienced the Dhamma, because that is rare. You have to understand the spiritual experience is rare, and you have to exactly know how this happens. Now, please answer the question. Reveal an experience that shows Animitta Samadhi, a spiritual concentration level or absorption without any object or subject, because all this time we saw concentration meditation, that is, there is some object or some particular place, the constantly concentration is given, and after that mind starts to soft, you see, and then it is reaching the nothingness, actually not the one explained here. This is irrespective of any object, means irrespective of the four postures, irrespective of the incident, irrespective of the environment. This is a natural liberation, naturally liberated each and every moment. So, senses liberated. So, Aryan Wahansa is ready to answer the question. We are asking the question from the gentleman who originally raised the question. What is, okay. So, I think we can conclude the book reading from there onwards. I think Aryan Wahansa is also joined now. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Wahansa, please accept our humble worship. Yes, I think we have our friends join, Justin, Kema, and Sudharma and Sriyani. So, do you have any questions from this part, or do you think anything we would like to discuss? I think it's better if we build up the conversation. By now, Aryan Mahansa is joined, because the conversation, carrying out a discussion, is the most important thing needs to happen here. Will you please raise your voice, unmute yourself, and raise your ideas or your experience, whatever. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai, Justin, are you in a position to talk?
Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah. Yes, I'm listening. So far, no, I haven't got any problem question at the moment. So when we explain the Pali terms, maybe the challenging part, I think, because there are no equivalent in English language. Whatever it is, we have to continue with those Pali terms itself. Then and there, not always.
What is your understanding about this constant tranquility, or the constant liberation that is experienced in every moment, which is discussed in Buddothpada, which we did not heard before. Before we heard concentration on a particular object, and then finding the nothingness feel in a particular posture or a particular meditation, while maintaining a meditation technique like. So, but this one is different. This is irrespective of the posture. It's a constant liberation. It doesn't bother whether you are standing, sitting, or you are running, or walking, or eating, or whatever. Irrespective of any aspect, constant liberation without involvement any object, because the object's not becoming a matter. So what is your view about it?
Yeah. So the magic is here. The most interesting part comes from the true Dhamma. Uh, when you understand true Dhamma, there you get the understanding of the whole your existence and outside world and everything. So when you understand what this life is, what the outside world is, then automatically you are puzzled. What I have been doing so far. So what is this life, and what is this existence, and what have I experienced? You tend to realize, slowly, gradually realize that there is a kind of illusion here. Then what you want to discover or explore, what is the origin of this? Then then the then the person is interested in finding the origin of this illusion. So when he go forward, when he march forward, he understands that the beginning is nothing but the spark. That means how the sensor, how these sensors function, work, or how they manufacture an image, and how we interpret it as a reality. So then and there, you will understand what this true dharma is nothing but understanding the illusion. You start from illusion. Whatever you see is an illusion. So how do you understand it? By listening to true dharma. You have to keep on listening to true dharma. Then you feel some kind of solace. You can find some kind of peaceful environment within you by listening to these things, because we have been entangled by these misconceptions. And uh, and when you come to the second part, that is the practical approach. When you come to practical approach, you gradually engage in understanding plus practicing what I have been doing. So the understanding of how your senses are functioning, how your senses uh, perform this duty, and what we have been taken it as real, but it is not there. They are whatever the senses, the faculties brings you is an image, a kind of conscious. That conscious is just a conscious, not real. So when you understand this with true Dhamma, you understand that part. And when you come to practical part, the outside world is not an outside world. That is what the faculty uh, express. Faculty informs us what we represent. The vibration, the manifestation of vibration interprets as something is outside. So now we explore what this particular conscious is. What did I experience? I hear a sound, a barking dog. Oh, who says this? How did I understand whether it is barking a dog or whatever it is? So when we understand just that is a production of a sensor, just a sound. Then interpretation of what we interpret it as a dog, the sound and form combined, and we get a picture, and all other senses also combine here, all the associated thoughts. With the dog, its barking, smell, and how it looks like, and so on. So when you keep on doing the second part, the practicing, there you there you experience what you call the constant tranquility. But that constant tranquility also does not last or exist uh, long. because you have to keep on practicing it. As you keep on practicing, then at a particular time, you experience the system itself will convert into that tranquility way, because sensor level, the mind it function, mind will function it as only sensor level, without intervening of self concept. But, we are always disturbed with this internal narration. We feel someone is inside and he's telling certain things. He's interpreting. So this self concept and the outside world is slowly understood by the practitioner. It is not completely erasing of outside world, but the self, that is different, because you have to understand uh, this is understanding the mind. The mind itself is an instantaneously or the momentary experience. There is no static thing called mind. Quickly it changes very quickly. So the constant tranquility come with listening to them, and whatever type of problem or question or you have to get it cleared, clarified. Then when you come to practice part and practical part, you can definitely uh, experience this tranquility, constant tranquility, but it will take time. There you have to be very patient.
Yeah, Theruvan Saranai, Justine, for your very valuable thoughts. So I think the point what we are trying to clarify there is this is not about concentration on object. This is not about concentration on object, but this is more like feel the truth of the illusions behind the object. So by doing so, one not finding objects or any soul here. So every moment, when you analyze this moment, you understand nothing. It just see series of sparks. Nothing find here, but that has to become the feel of the truth. So yeah. So let's discuss with our friend from USA. I think I pronounced your name right. I'm Kema. So I like to hear from you. Like you also I think you have searched this Dhamma. Uh, what is your experience compared to the concentration meditation techniques you find in the world, and what is your experience here? Uh, are you able? Are you in a position to talk?
Yes,
Yeah.
Theravada Saranai. Yes, Randima.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for your wonderful talk tonight, and Justin for your sharing. It was really powerful also. And I guess I follow what you're saying. I believe I'm following and practicing, and I'm familiar a little. I'm familiar with these concepts or ideas, and so, but they are, not the formal sitting. and I practice also with in all times and all positions before, so it's a natural practice for me to work with this information, and I'm really just deepening in out of my thoughts. I'm not really that interested in the proliferations, entertainment. It doesn't have, it doesn't suit me. So I'm thankful that I'm interested in the Dhamma now and these teachings, and that is what is really important to me. And so I do practice some other things, and I'm curious. I need to read more of the material. For example, the hindrances, and I'm not really worried about it. I feel that'll just work itself out as I read and come to these meetings. And today I had an interesting just reflection. It was when I was not, I was, it was really, I feel it really impacted my system. And it was from, I think, from these talks. And I had this insight that death is just confirmation that there is no self. And it really just like, oh, of course, this death that is part of this whole spectrum is really confirmation that there's no self, and there's no problem. There's no self, no problem. I think there's a book called No Self, No Problem. I love that because that's where all the problems are, is the self. This is where all the suffering is, is my understanding. And so to not feed this self is what you're talking about, I think, is coming out of this. To see through it, you stop feeding it through this practice, and it's okay with me. I think it's natural. It's anyway. Yeah, that's I don't. That's what I have to share. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kema. I think it's very interesting. You are sharing your insight because actually that is what is happening here. Because why everyone suffer in this world? It because of this soul burden, nothing else. It is the thought burden. So believing or having carrying such a misconception burden of soul is not easy, because it is the soul, you see, creating all these problems. But when you get the insight of the truth of nothing here, and it is the nothingness, then there is nothing to panic. So automatically the cooling, insight, liberation, you see, start to occur within. Actually, you are liberating from you. That's it. You are liberating from ignorance. But I think now you will experience slowly. I mean, once this soul feels Tiruvan Saranaya Aranhasa.
Yes. I would ask a question. You call. What's the name?
Our USA friend is Kema.
I'm what do you think about this book that's about nothingness and others nothingness? What's this difference? Are you understood this difference? The Buddha taught talking about the nothingness. But other religions, in this also, talking about the nothingness. But
තෙරුවන්
this,
සරණයි ආර්යයන්
yes,
වහන්සේ meaning is not clear.
yeah, now it's clear.
Two voices here heard like, but anyway, ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ continue, yeah.
Second, that Buddha's path, we are talking about the nothingness. But Hindus are talking about the nothingness. Other religions. This nothingness is not the same. Shraddha, Guru also other guys are talking about the nothingness. But this Buddha's way is talking about the nothingness. It's not same. Others are talking about the happiness. Are you understood? Are you know? What is this difference? What do you think about? You know, do you realize that? I realize that. My voice is clear. I have some problems.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. I think a bit, little bit, anyway we can understand ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. Kema, our friend from USA, I think Aryan Wahansa has a question for you. What Aryan Wahansa is asking is, this nothingness is talks about the Hindus as well. But in this Dharma also, the nothingness is talk. So do you understand the difference here? That is the question.
Yes, thank you, Tarapan Saranai. And I had that question a few weeks ago, and I'm glad you don't teach the Hindu nothingness. I realized I was glad to hear that that's not what you're teaching. So I needed clarification, and I got that from the explanations, because that was my question was, but I think the difference is similar to what I saw today is the middle path. It's hard to put into words, but it's not nothing. It's not a soul. It's the middle way. This is what he's talking about, which is beyond words. This dissolving. There's no nibbana. There's no neat place. I so appreciate that you're clarifying these fantasies that some people may sort of point to. Nibbana is some kind of something that it's not. It's not possible to, it's an experience. This is the direct experience which is the middle path. And it's not in the mind. It's the feelings of understanding this mind, how it causes all these things, and you see there's no taste for it. When we see the suffering that it what it's doing. It's not real. So we see, but we're not attached to. We see our senses all work, everything's operating, but we don't have attachment to any of it because it's not real. It's not important. Our freedom. I'm her. Maybe that's not even a thing, but so I hope that I'm so grateful that you asked. Thank you so much for taking the time to ask me.
Yeah, Tema, this explain, this understand one. This this inside meditation, it understand one. This not others are talking about the concentration meditation, but inside meditation is very different. Inside meditation is understanding, and after you your side is changing, tranquility. How is this coming? Calm and cool. Because you're understanding your mind. How is creating our mind? How is creating our LIF? So this is the science. Huge science is here. What's happened here? How these cells are creating? How this mind sense also creating? Nobody is here. No one is here. Everything is happening. That's naturally. It's automatically. This is unbelievable. This understanding. So how is telling this others? It's not easy. How is explain this creation? It's not easy. Because you have faith. You can see. You can hear. So your senses are working. So you smell and see. No, space, your tongue is given you the sense. Your body also, skin also sense. Hot and cool, smooth and rough is common. Solidity and liquidity and like that. So there's a smell also, taste also. These are feels. These three senses, nose, mouth, and skin. The Buddha told this one word is mutta. Buddha's word is Pali. We are talking today. So Diksha Sutta Mutta is a Pali. Especially the sound and form. Your eye creation, light, and your ear creation. These two senses are very special because how is thought are created? Example is chair. Where's the chair? Chair is a thought. It's a thinking word. It's thinking. Yeah, it's a thought. The kindergarten time, before kindergarten time, radiant mind, little baby in the cot don't know anything. Red, yellow, blue also, colors also, sound. So kindergarten time, what's teacher doing? Teacher given the picture and given the sound. Especially these two. Together coming, sound and curve, sound and picture. Especially, that's a red, yellow, blue is a thought. It's a waves like that. It's a sound also waves. So light also waves. Other feel also waves. Hot and cool, smooth and rough also waves. These five senses together coming, especially this one sensor is created. What's that? These five sensors, it's together. Sound and firm and feel together. One is spark. That's the kindergarten time is happening, little baby. Chair is a sound. Teacher given the picture and you can touch. This is a feel. Chair is a thought. But today, chair sound is given somebody, which automatically comes. Whereas it's not true. It's one. One is far. Sound and form together. That's why we are talking, especially these two senses. But others, they are included. So, this thought is not real. Everything is a thought. Chair, table, mother, father, sun, moon. It's not only that. Death, birth, also everything is a thought. Unbelievable. Me, my mind. So how is this coming? No. So your eye creation is like a camera. I like a camera. I don't know anything. So camera only the photo is getting. But it's a thought is chair. The chair is coming automatically. That's one is spark is there, other one. So very important is thought. It's a thought. So everything is thoughts. That's why thinking world, sensually world. These five senses create in this world. It's not anywhere. It's a thinking. We are living we are living our own mind, not anywhere. We haven't experienced without this senses. Because various of living beings have various of sense appearances. So buffalo, only the looking red color. Is a horse looking the blue. Buffalo, what is this world? Our world is real. Various of insects, various of world creating. What's the real one? Is our one? How we are telling this? No, these are sense appearances. It's not real. So that's the magic. So finally, what happened? Finally, everything is normally happening. You can see, you can hear. Normally, everything is happening. But you are inside, not coming to values because this value is coming existent field. That's the importance. So this every thoughts, how is coming existent field? That's very important. So you have to explain is here. Because this every spark have power. Different ending somewhere. Attaching. That's the power. That's the Buddha's word is Majjhima Sutra. Tripitaka is there. Everybody can search this, realize. So this is speedily happening. It's spark is speedily happening. It's the eye creation. It's light how is coming. How is sound is coming? Your creation. There's a vibration, speedily happening. That's the waves we are talking. Speed is given this. Does every spark have power? Does a spark again and again and happening? Power. That's every spark have power. This power is combining. More power is coming. That's the existent field. That's the consciousness word we are using. I consciousness. That's the existent field. I consciousness, existent field. Light is existent field. That's why it's a living being like that. That's the right field. Otherwise, this sound, existent field is the ear consciousness we are talking. I consciousness, ear consciousness, the consciousness word is existent field is there. That's right. Perception is the light. But perception, light perception, convert in the I consciousness. How is this? Light, existent field is the consciousness. Sound, ear creation, no, is coming. That sound is a perception. But perception have the power. But again and again, this is happening, this vibration, sound, existent field is coming. That one is the consciousness. That's the ear consciousness. That's eye consciousness and the ear consciousness and the smell consciousness and your taste consciousness and this skin consciousness. These are together coming. One consciousness here, that one is the thought. That's also mind consciousness. What this question is, what's this difference? Others religions, Hindus and other religions are talking about the nothingness. But this way is a truth is here. Our mind is not real. Everything is normally here, but nothingness is here. Because this nothingness is your understanding, and after you know there is nothing, anything. It's only the thoughts. Thought is not real. That's where is God. That's why thoughts, our thoughts have value, no? Existence, feel. But you know, you not anything. Your side not any inside say, inside happening. Thoughts are here, like a pictures. No values. That's why nothingness is here. Because you understand in this truth, you know everything is normally, is your world, is your mind, is not real. That's nothingness is here. It's understanding, right? So normally your day-to-day activities also going, your job also doing, no problem, everywhere. You not any, inside any vibrations, anything. That's why this peaceful mind is coming, tranquility mind is coming. How nice is nothingness? It's not others one. It's not concentration, meditation, nothingness. Every time it's here. Day or night or no problem. Where are you? Internal transformation, interest transformation. We are talking about this nothingness. That's the Randima talked about as a Adhigata Samadhi. The Samadhi means is inside meditation, super awareness. Is Buddhist, is inside meditation, is Samadhi. Is a noble truth is here. There's a noble friends have Samadhi. It's not others one. It's not alignment. Beyond the alignment how? Alignment feel. But alignment feel is disappearing. Beyond the alignment is tranquility is there. That's a super balance. You know this. It's very important. It's very nice. Because experience is very nice. It's sometimes you have now experience. What do you think about Kela? This Dharma you are realizing your insides. No, changing is coming. No, defilement also fading. Tranquility is coming. Peace mind is coming. No value is coming anything. Not Kema. It's not real. It's really happening now. Yeah, correct. Kema. Now you have experience now. Are you there?
Yes.
Yeah, what
Yes,
do you think about?
Master.
Yeah. Yeah,
Mhm.
what do you think? What do you think about Kema? What do you think?
Yes, I do have tranquility and no problems
Yeah.
is tranquility, and it's easy. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
and I
Really.
don't. Yeah, it makes it fall. Keep losing interest in the
Yeah.
whole.
Yeah.
Yeah, uh, it's
That's
it.
a Dhamma friends. That's the meeting is Dhamma meets is here. That's understanding is the really friends is coming. Understanding is Dhamma and nothingness is here. That's the stage is same everybody. It's like that, no? That's the endless happiness because everybody is same. No one is different because of nature. No? What do you think about? Finally, is that happening because liberation of mind, freedom of mind is coming? No ego is here. It's a nature like that. No? May I correct? What do you
Yes,
think about? Yeah, okay.
yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. I I'm glad that we're talking. I don't think it's it's a privilege to be with others that are here you, and it means a lot to gather with others in this Dhamma, in this what you're talking about, and it's very important to yeah, it's so far from the world, but it's anyway. Yes, one. Thank you. It's good to be with others and yourself to practice together and go. Yeah, it to deepen in this teaching, and it will deepen. I know already. Yeah. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. But Randhima, what do you think about? Yeah, Randhima.
Yeah.
Continue this discussion.
Okay. Terawan Saranay Aren Hanse. Yeah, I think the discussion between Kema and Aryan Mahansa is very important. I think carrying out a conversation with a noble friend who has experienced the practical path is very important, because even though that conversation carry very few words, you see with that in that conversation, in that discussion, Kema, our friend from USA, will naturally will experience her inner transformation as well, because there is a frequency is happening. Sometimes one will feel like this conversation is at a very at a very I mean, one will not feel the importance, but these small discussions, you see, continuously having a kind of a connection with the noble friend is very important in the path, because this Dhamma is the nothingness. This is not another vocabulary. This is the inside transformation we are talking. So the inside liberation, inside cool, that not having pain, not having stress, this ease of the things will naturally, there is a frequency from the noble friend. So that happens through the Dhamma. So therefore, I think everyone in the forum having a kind of a discussion with the noble friend, that sense of relationship, the sense of connection is very important in the whole Dhamma path, because after a few months' time, maybe after a 6 month or maybe after a year, unbelievably, one will experience a natural liberation which it cannot express. So this is the kind of experience. I think we have Dr. Ravi also join with us. Telwan Saranai, Dr. Ravi.
Terwan Sarnai Randima, Terwan Sarnai Arenwaze, Terwan Sarnai, everyone. Yeah, as you clearly said, yeah, the stillness that we have, that we experience, is little. It's rather difficult to express to someone who is not feeling that kind of a stillness. So we are talking about not the tranquility that can be achieved to the concentration meditation. So actually, even though we call it penetrative insight, it's a vidarshana meditation, but it is not kind of an ordinary kind of meditation. So irrespective of the posture where you are, in the context where you in, it doesn't matter, because you will be able to feel this stillness or the tranquil nature throughout uh, throughout the whether irrespective of the night, irrespective of whether it's in the daytime, uh, are you in um, while you are working, uh, while you are resting, it doesn't matter. You have the inner kind of internal tranquility, and it is the beautiful part of it is the inner peace that you experience is very much similar to my experience. Therefore, we can't demarcate those things. So even though we call the randomized experience that thing, and myself, I'm experiencing another thing. No, the inner peace is very much similar. So that's why even though we haven't seen each other in this forum physically, but we can communicate this message because the experience is more or less same. So what Taran Vanse says is the thing that we are able to understand. So it is not a thing that suddenly happened. It takes some time. So change has to be very gradual, and Dhamma should be seen in its unique perspective. Otherwise, you won't be able to have this outcome. So experience this outcome. So what we are doing by gathering into this kind of discussion is we talk each other. So we share our experiences. So actually what we express is the experience. So what I feel I'm experiencing, what I am experiencing, I'm expressing here. So what Randima is experiencing, she is expressing here. So we get to know that those experiences are more or less very similar. So that is the stillness that we expected to have. So that's why this Dhamma is very important. So Kema from USA, she is also experiencing. So even though we apart physically, but in the feelings, we are in the same boat. So we, from the mind, we think that she is speaking from USA, we are speaking from Sri Lanka, um, uh, some other speaks from Canada or somewhere else. So it is the mental fabrication. But we are not trapped in that thing. We know it is the nature of the mind. So why should we bother about it? But the truth is lies beneath that. The truth is the oneness or the similarity that we have within us. So that similarity will connect all of us in this forum, as not within this forum, in this entire world or entire universe, who can understand. So that is the ultimate truth. The truth we are feeling right now, even irrespective of our posture, position, and the context where we live. So that is the interconnectedness here. So that feeling makes us to speak even few words in this forum. So we feel that Dhamma. That's why we come each other every day. Otherwise, without that kind of a feeling, you can't actually take part in this forum as well. So that's why Mr. Justin comes and speak at least few words. That's why uh, Mr. Kema joins and at least express her ideas in few words. So that's why I'm joining here, because we share the same kind of a feeling. So we love to talk about it. And also it's not just a clinging towards that feeling as also, but we know. So this is very different. That can be achieved from the concentration meditation, because yes, that is true. So what we have to do, want to do is we are expressing this feeling to the world. Come and have a look. Just come and have a look. Just listen. Just we can talk. Yes, from that you will, from through that you will understand the real dharma, the truth. So we are not talking here as something different. This is not a mis misbelief or another kind of a belief or another kind of a faith. This is the absolute truth. So who are you? What is the purpose of becoming here? And what is the mechanism underlying? So there is no kind of a I don't religion. So we can't say this is Buddhism. This is, it's not a religion. That we are expressing here the truth. How this world gets created. How the notion of I, me, mine concept become a real. So what is the feeling? But after realizing this truth, so we are sharing. So it's kind of a audiences. So I think I thank you very much for giving this opportunity to speak up here. So thank you, Kema, thank you, Aranhas, and thank you, Randima, and thank you everyone for joining and sharing your thoughts. So this is the message that we want to announce in this to this whole world. There is something kind of a permanent nature of tranquility you should experience, you must experience. So otherwise being a human is useless. Randima.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi, I think you add very important points. So that's really truth, because this is the absolute truth we are communicating. So why it is absolute truth? When you are with the absolute truth, it's a feel of experience that will not end by another knowledge. Definitely that transformation occur. And I think, as you pointed out, it's very important to put out your feel, put out your feel of transformation, your experience, because you do not want to know a lot of Pali terms or anything. This is the nothingness. You see, it's some words that will convey. So that also matters, because in this forum the conversation is carried out between the people, you see, experience some feel of transformation, and then that frequency is happening. So that frequency really has a power. So therefore this discussion unbelievably helps that natural transformation. Yeah, Dr. Ravi. So we thank you so much. Yeah.
And also Randima, uh, so people who listen for the first time this Dhamma, so what I want to say is from the childhood, you have been experiencing a false thing up to now. You have been experiencing a false perception due to your ignorance. But there is kind of actual experience that you must feel as a human being. So that is why, that is the opportunity that you have been granted by the nature to feel that actual feel. So you have been feeling some kind of a false perception since your birth. But there's kind of actual feel that you must feel before you die. So this is the feel that you should actually feel before you die. So so that's why that is the message that Lord Buddha wanted to give to this world, isn't it? Therwan Sarnaya Nandiwa. Yeah,
Yeah, Dr. Ravi. Actually, the field covered by the mind. So,
exactly.
yeah, so the mind is the thick cloudiness, everything, blindness is in the mind, but field is covered by the this thickness of the thought. So, I think gradually, when you understand the thoughts, when you realize this is not true, that thickness, that heaviness starts to bring down, and then it is the feel. So I think that's wonderful. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we have come to the end of the session, but I think we have Sudharma also. So after that, I think, Sudharma. Teruvan Saranai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි රන්දිමාන් තෙරුවන් සරණයි I pay my humble worship at Aryan Hanse's feet. Therwan Saranai, Dr. Ravi, and all of you. It was such an insightful discussion today. Randima, you started basically explaining the deep theories of Dhamma, like how the heaviness of this thought occurs. We have been discussing that yesterday in this groundbreaking revelations also. Despite this internal current, the depictions of six sensory organs do not matter for us. So this you again elaborated on that, and I was really convinced about that also. And then this even Mr. Justin, he elaborated further on that. Then Aryan Hanse's effective explanations every day he does that. So we actually realize the things get more clarified, then our understanding gets broader and broader. And coming to Dr. Ravi's explanation, Dr. Ravi, that uniformity, yes, and the penetrative meditation, why we are here. There are all sorts of forms of relaxation in the world due to new technology, these mental relaxation exercises, so stress-free kind of recreational activities to get rid of one's stress. Then on one side, concentration meditation, where you forget all your worries, traumatic situations, and as a self, you get rid of this world and focus your attention on one perception, and stay there probably for hours and hours, days and days. If we go into the history of concentration meditation, people have been in that position for months, years or so. But still, as Aryan Mohanse always points out, when they come back to normal, they again face the world of suffering. They become a part of this illusionary world where suffering, where all those problems become a day-to-day thing. So why is this true Dhamma, this practical approach explained by Aryan Mahanse, is so effective, and why we are here? Why can't we get away from this? because this nothingness, as Aryan Hasi today also explained, is what we experience with everything around. This samadhi or this relaxation is, this tranquility is, as all of you pointed out, is tranquility that we experience amidst all chaotic situations, even in the face of a bomb explosion, in the face of death or separation of a loved one, in the face of losses, for example, that you lose your source of income, you lose your family member. In such situations, can someone stay that calm and in experiencing tranquility? So one who walks on this path, as Randima and all of you explain every day, we gradually experience that there's no difference externally or internally. There's a big difference, transformations are taking place, but there is no big difference of such a person externally, other than everybody around that particular person needs to be with the person. They begin to get around that person because unknowingly they they um, they have become that compassion, they have become that patience, they have become that generosity itself. There is no difference, as you all said. Uh, Anybody would experience that. That is why this dharma is open to the entire world now. So we are so fortunate. So we learn from each other now by listening to these sermons, explanations of all of you. Every day that realization gets more, how can I put it into, like I am more convinced this truth, uh, kind of natural acquisition of the truth happens. Actually, learning is something artificial that we make an effort. So effortlessly, when you listen to these explanations, when we try to, then our perspective of the world uh, also it changes. The same thing, same entities we see, but that angle is little different. So everyone will experience that sooner or later. So thank you very much, Randima. Teruvan Saranai to all of you. Highly appreciate all your efforts to convey this message to the world. Namaskara Veva Aryan Mahanseta. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai Sudharma, thank you so much for your very valuable comments. So I think we have come to the end of the today's session. We can discuss this Dhamma tomorrow as well. We need to hand over the Zoom. Thanks all of the Dhamma friends who have contributed today and for adding your views. So we thank Dr. Ravi, Sudharma, Kema, Justin, and everyone. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. So we'll meet tomorrow. Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai Randima, Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi, and all of you. Namaskar.
Tiruvan Sarnai Aryan Master, Tiruvan Sarnai everybody.
Hirava Saranai, Dharma friends.
We've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dharma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpada's website, buddothpado-dharma.com. And today we are starting with a new discussion titled Morning Zoom Discussion on Saturday, September 9th, 2023. Participant, during these days you explain to the world what the notion of individual self is about, the view of existence, and the concept of or feeling that the self exists, the me sense. In other words, it's all about the sensual objects and the world that they create. Salayatana loko loko. The mind gets the outside objects due to the above stated views. Accordingly, continuously, the notion of the individual self exists in everything. Kindly explain to me whether I'm correctly observing the Dharma. You also advise us in great detail how to live and how to do daily chores without the notion of a self. At least for 2 hours, if someone can be vigilant and mindful in the practice, you say that fruitful results can be achieved. So this participant is inquiring about the notion of self, this notion of the individual self, the view of existence, the feeling of me, the feeling that I exist, which is ever present until the moment we found this Dharma, which had been ever present until the moment we found this Dharma, and how to continue with the daily chores without the notion of this self, the self-perception. Aran Mahanse, truly magnificent. However, in your explanation, there's something that should be adjusted. Now, we're going to talk about the state of infants. Defilements cannot be planted in an infant's mind. Greed, aversion, or jealousy or delusion do not exist in that mind. Buddhist doctrine is so pure. Do not have any doubt. You will attain nibbana. We do not have to be affected by the various views society holds. Absorb the Dhamma presented by Buddothpada without preconceived notions, concepts, or observe the Dhamma with a free mind. When you feel that you are reaching Nibbana, you get a blissful experience. This experience is unique. I'm going back to the topic related to the infant. We stated that vibrations and movements are connected with the 6 senses. We also stated that according to the speed of the vibrations and energy movements, various sounds, colors, shapes, hot and cold sensations, etc. occur. The appearance of a thought is instant. The dominant factor out of the 5 senses and the related situation come forward. It can be either sound, colors, taste, or any one of the sensual sensations. The dominant feature is the object or arammani at the moment. For example, when sound is dominant, it is called the sabdarammani. When smell is dominant, it is called Gandharammane, etc. When a thought appears, it is also an object or arammanya. At this point, the subjective feeling, Atmiya Bhavaya, comes forward when seeming objects related to arammanya exist. The idea of living without the self is very powerful. It's not about denying the self, but realizing that this sense of me is an illusion created by the mind. True mindfulness and vigilance in practice can lead to the dissolution of the illusion, dissolution of the perception of self, allowing for the experience of Nibbana. As Dhamma is internalized, the blissful experience arises. The concept of vibrations and movements being connected to the senses shows us how the mind works. Thoughts, sounds, colors, smells, tastes, everything we experience is tied to vibration. They are manifestations of vibrations. And out of all that, the dominant sense or objects or stimuli that arises define the nature of the experience in the present moment. For an example, when sound dominates, we call it Saddharammani, and when smell dominates, it's Gandharammani. This shows how everything we perceive is dependent on external and internal sensory experiences, which are momentary. Even though we call them external and internal at this stage for the communication purposes, eventually what you realize is that there's no external or internal as well. So when objects such as sounds and colors are taught to a small child, he also receives the notion of existing materials or the existence of a sensual world. This situation and this notion are also a vibration. For an example, when the child is taught colors, the color red, for an example, becomes powerful in the mind consciousness or vijnana as a thought. Now he feels everything from outside and inside is available to him or her. These feelings are entangled with the notion of the individual self or the existence of a self or me. This is Atmiya Bhavya, self-perception. If things exist, me also exists concurrently. So here we see how a child's mind begins to form the concept of self. When a child is taught to recognize colors like the color red, the color becomes powerful in their mind consciousness. As they experience the world, they start to feel that everything from the outside and the inside is available to them. This is where the illusion of self begins. The child's growing awareness of the world around them becomes intertwined with the sense of me. This is Atmiya Bhava, the formation of the self-identity through sensory perception. As soon as the child recognizes things in the world, they automatically link these things to the notion of their own existence. If things exist, the sense of me exists alongside them. So, meaning, if we kind of try to recap all our sense perceptions, the 5 sense perceptions. So the I, when we say I, it's our entire visual field. It's the faculty of the eye. So it's just the experience of the manifestation of the vibration. And when it comes to the ear, it's our auditory field, the manifestation of the vibration, or the detection of the audible range. So and similarly the smell, we are not referring to the physical nose, we are just talking about the experience of the smell, the taste, the touch. If we are just referring to these senses only, these, or rather sensors, SENSORS, what is being sensed through these sensors, it's just that we cannot, in a very minimal sense, if we use those words to talk about this and we do not use any more words, what is referred to right now is just the experience, and it even takes away the self angle. So if you can touch your own right leg with your right hand right now, what's felt right now? Forget about the hand now, forget about the leg now, forget about yourself, forget about everything else that's happening. Just focus on the experience of this feeling, this knowing, this sensing. That's all there is. Eventually, when you realize this Dhamma, what you recognize is it's just an entanglement of these knowings with more labels added to create pictures, things, the self-observing. So this is the illusion. Any label we are using, it's created in the mind. Somebody taught that label to us when we were kids, when we were growing up. Even starting from the age we barely begin to utter some word, may it be the mother, may it be some color, box, doll, whatever it is, until the moment we die, we learn some label. Like, during school, we learn about capitalism or democracy or whatever it is. All these are labels. When you were born on your birthday, you didn't know how to talk. Someone may argue. Of course, because my speech wasn't developed true enough. When the speech was developed, all these labels, including your own name, was given to you. If your parents, after naming you, decided to change your name, you will be something else. People change their names throughout their lives due to various reasons. Let's say there was somebody called Paul was born. Later he turned into a criminal, and with the intention of fleeing the country, he changed his name to David. Now, which one is which one? Is he, Paul or David? So it's whatever the label that's given, and that can be changed anytime. So if we take off the label, what's left is that person only. Similarly, if we call a chair in Sinhala putuwa, in English chair, a Chinese person may call it something else. So because humans have similar senses that detect similar ranges, people living in close communities are able to communicate through the exchange of words. It's like a currency. It's like you're using rupees or dollars to exchange something. So, and when I think about the chair, I have a different kind of a chair in my mind, like a brown color chair, rattan kind of a chair. You might have an armchair or a recliner. or a couch in your mind. So we are using the word chair to exchange seemingly close ideas, but they're not the same idea. Your chair is different to mine, your mother, your trees, your mango tree is different to my mango tree, your house is different to my house, not the physical house. When I say the house, when I tell the word house, the house, whatever the mental image that is generated, we call it a spark, because that when I say the word the house, your mental image carries bunch of colors that was taken in through the faculty of the eye. You have an idea as to how solid it is. In that same image that carries the information that is taken through the skin, the body consciousness. You know, if it's a new house, maybe you have an idea as to how it would smell when it was when it was right after it was built. If you're a kid, you may have licked the house and you would know. Even so, we have an idea as to if we lick it, what kind of a taste it would have, or whether it would have a taste or not. So all that mind spark carries all the information from all five senses, and it gets updated every time. Like, you know, the house you saw as a kid may be a doll house. As you grow old, it got updated. You know, ideas about houses, how beautiful houses you see on the side of the road. Every time these perceptions are updated. So, when you were introduced to the mother, father, so this is a system in which how thoughts are created by the senses, by the five senses. When they get together, they're all manifestations of vibrations. We know when two different kinds of waves get together, they create a different kind of a third kind of a wave. Similarly, now we are having five different kinds of vibrations waves. It gives rise to a different sixth kind of a vibration, which carries information about all the other senses. And when the child is introduced to the mother, father, this system, even though we call this child a child, it's a system of creating thoughts. The system, if you can revisit your own earliest memories, you know, just do a little contemplation, you will see that this system took on a thought. You know, the mother would say, baby, who is your mother? And the baby would point at the mother. Who is your father? Show me your father. And the baby would point at the father. Show me your bag, and the baby would point at the bag. And the system that's coupled with the observing would create a thought that says, oh, if that is my mother, if that is my father, if that is my bag, there has to be a me to whom all this belongs to. Oh, that me is the one who can see when I turn my head around. Oh, that me is the one who can feel, who can touch, who can taste, who can smell. Oh, they keep asking this me to repeat the name. Oh, this me, my name is Harshi. And, you know, go check yourself in the mirror, do some weird movements in the mirror in some astonishment to see the mirror does the same thing. Like these are the things that things that kids do. So that image, the reflection of the so-called self, is also attached to this, the idea, this self-identifying view. I am Harshi, that reflection is me, and I am seeing the world. So every time this so-called self sees something, hears, experiences something. This mind-made self is updated by another thought. I see this, I see that, I experience that, I like this, I don't like this. Now it's from that moment that thought is taken on, this system explores. What is this self? What is this Harshi? What does she like to eat? What does she like to do? Who does she like? Who doesn't she like? So the whole exploration of me, my mind made me, due to not knowing the truth, due to not knowing that identification by a thought of a self was based on an illusion, non-existent world that seemingly comes into existence moment by moment due to these vibrations. So that is and on top of that, we can't even say on top of that, there's always this feeling also, like when the child is born, I mean, when he was or she was 1.5, 2 years old, even though the labels are not there, there's a sense of, oh, there's something out there. It feels like they exist, this three-dimensional nature to it. This is because these vibrations, due to these vibrations, when you see or hear, when there's a sound, it feels like that sound exists. When there's a taste, it feels like that, whatever you ate exists, that taste exists. All this due to the speed of vibrations, and that speed creates this plump, three-dimensional, existent feel. And that existent feel is the one that is put towards through this kind of self-identifying view. So now we know all this, how the mind is created. Now this is kind of the basis of understanding the mind, and then kind of stripping the mind off of its constituents. So what happens is, now we go through life not knowing any of that, and we at some point in time, we face many challenges in life. We begin to question things, the universe, the world. What is this world? Where do we come from? Where are we going after death? Or why am I suffering? What is this suffering? So here we are as an effort to kind of get answers to these questions. And it's when we know these answers, we begin to notice our thoughts. And if you have a husband or a wife, you will see that there are clashes of ideas. We're not necessarily with bad people or whatever it is, but your partner wouldn't like something you said, or the way you do things, or maybe you're working at an organization, there are clashes. Your colleagues may not approve of your ideas. Maybe you're not able to meet a deadline. Whatever the situation may be, or maybe your child passed away at a young age, one of your partner passed away. Many things can happen in life. So we have felt at some point in our lives this burning, seemingly coming from the area where the heart is. We haven't necessarily kind of paid attention to that, because during that time when we are suffering, we just pay attention to the suffering, because for us, it's a self, before knowing the truth, it's a self who's suffering. And if you really pay attention to that, that's a vibration. That is the self sense perception, um, self vibration. And this one is the one which is slowly diminishing. And that can only be done by understanding how this mind is created. And then, so if then in the moment, being vigilant and being mindful, moment to moment, to strip off these thoughts that assume there's an existing self. And say somebody, one of your colleagues said something, it hurt, there's like a burning inside, this self vibration. And you see the truth. He or she said some words. Words are sounds. Sounds are manifestations of vibrations. And even if those particular words were heard by some other person who doesn't speak the same language, there won't be any self vibration in that person. I'm having this self vibration because I have the currency to deal with. These labels, perceptions have been given to me before. Now, when that word is heard, whatever the perceptions that are attached to that is telepathized here. Meaning, if it's, let's say, that person called you some bad word, let's say, I don't know, whatever the bad word, some word. If when you were young, it's been given to you as an insult, let's say by some bullies or whoever, the visual images of the bullies, or let's say they call this, somebody called you a loser. Now, whatever the inputs from the five senses that are attached to that vibration that came into existence through the inputs of the five senses as the sixth vibration. Now this word loser is heard. That vibration has happened, taken place, or come into existence before. This vibration becomes that vibration. There's no, we cannot talk about the space, time, irrespective of all that. This is how this whole system works. It's a telepathizing system, or it's the principle of resonance. We cannot allocate a timeline or a space. All that is attached to the word loser comes here, and they are not necessarily, that has a negative feeling associated with it, and it comes into existence, and in that thought that got telepathized, that meaning, everything that is underlying, that also has the underlying power of the vibration, that sense perception. Now after listening to the word loser, you got the whole idea of the word loser. It made you upset. If there's a loser, there's a self who's experiencing this. Like I said before, every time every time a new label is created, it's always attached to the self identifying view, because the self is experiencing this. So this is and we fail to see, because of this entangling with the self, with every thought that assumes the existence of a so-called world and the self, it feels like there's a continuous self suffering, and the underlying activity of the system is kind of overlooked, or we don't see it for the system. We just see it as, I am doing this, I am doing that, this person said this, I got upset, I um, I wanted some time off, so I went to the bathroom, I isolated myself. It took me a time for a while to recover, and then I came back to the office. Da 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 da, some story, mind-made story. And if you pay attention to the system, what's happening is somebody says some words, the system uh, gets upset, goes to the bathroom, comes back. Everything that's happening, the physical activity, seemingly physical activity, is just walking, getting upset, all that. Inside, this whole story, the mind-made story. I did this happened, that happened, I got upset. The whole life is this. It is, just imagine this. We talk about the Big Bang, the universe is created, the Milky Way, whatever is created, stars, planets, the earth is created. Then the trees, the oceans, the trees, the bacteria, the single cellular, multicellular organisms, evolved animals, primates, chimpanzees, we evolved from them, humans, flowers, activity of the lions, activities of the deers, activities of all the animals, dolphins. How are we any different to them? We are part of the nature. Why a lion would eat a deer? It's just how the system works. That's why when we create artificial ecosystems, we try to keep that balance in that system. Similarly, the humans are not any different, and their activities, um, being that, passing, evolving from Stone Age to the whole evolution, to inventing fire, the wheel, that's all part of the whole system. We are not any different. The thought processes, everything is part of that whole system. Because of this self-identifying view, the ego, we misjudge and we think we are doing that. We are labeling us as the doers of this whole thing, which is anyways a natural system that is happening without the unnecessary claiming of ownership. If you can see this within your day to day, there's a thought in the morning, there's a thought that comes, I need to go to work, and the body is activated, the eyes, ears, the whole five senses are activated. The body walks towards the bathroom. We don't even count how many steps I have to go to the bathroom. We don't. There's no intervention of a self when brushing the teeth. Like nobody brushes teeth thinking I am brushing the teeth. It just happens. There's a system according to which the whole world operates. Even though we think we are advanced, technologically advanced, all this is still part of a system. And we fail to see that because of the ignorance. There's an ego that claims ownership to everything that's happening. The more we understand this, based on how deep we are in our understanding of the material world, how much of sophisticated thinking we have to understand this dharma in a very sophisticated nature, deeper nature. Even though it's not necessarily deep, to realize this illusion. Whereas for a person who has a very simple mind, not that many thoughts, not that much of an analytical mind, like Sunita Sopaka, who the children at the age of 7 became stream enterers by realizing the mind. So I think, thank you very much. That's it for the first portion of the discussion. We have a lot of people joined today. Thank you everyone for joining. Randima, we can start the discussion. Teron Sarnai.
Thiruvan Saranai Harshi. I think if somebody has questions, you can ask. You are free to ask questions.
Tirasana Randima, Tirasana Aranatsa,
Thiruvan
Tirasana
Saranai
Hasyan, everyone. Randima, I think that now Hashi told, Kasunita Sopaka realizes Dhamma very soon because I think their intentions are very low and the aspirations not like other people, and the knowledge they have also very low. That's why they could understand it easily, isn't it? What do you think, Vandima?
I'm not clear, Lalana. What's the question? Yeah.
You can't hear me?
No, I couldn't get the message properly.
Uh, uh, now Harshi said Sunita Sopaka easily understood this to the Manohar Randima. So I think their aspirations. I don't know whether I'm correct. Their aspirations, not like other people. Their life pattern is very simple, and the knowledge also they have very low. That is why at once they are. Lord Buddha said this Dhamma, they could understand easily.
Yeah, Lalana. Actually, yeah, we find that kind of very, scenarios like Kisa Gautami scenario, Patachara scenario, and also this Sariyut Mugalan Thero scenario. So, all of them, if we analyze, we can understand their life experience and the life background is quite you see helping them for this realization very fast because in a way like this internal you see qualification like it's like it's almost ready. I mean, its vibration level is like almost ready for the absorption. Like because various this life incidents have, as actually we can discuss, all of us can discuss, providing your views to this. I think this is very interesting. So I think it's very difficult, no, to someone like Sunita, you see scavenger carrying waste basket and no dignity. So their thought patterns, if we take like the thought patterns are severely, you see, painful, and that is coming to some unbearable level. So, if we take a normal person, you see that person may be entertaining and it has no major pains and so on. And even though these thoughts has suffering, these thoughts has some stress like it will not feel. It will not feel, and its thoughts get very cloudy. The brightness is also at a very high level, and you see that level of power and the inside suitability also somewhat remote like for the Dhamma. But these scenarios, if we take like especially if we take Patachara example, Patachara, you see, lost everything. We can understand Patachara is a somewhat feel-oriented person because that's why she left her royal life, and she married to some village guy, some poor guy. And after she went to the forest with the new husband, you see she faced lot of problems in her life, and she lost her husband, she lost her child, parents, and all these incidents, even though we feel like it is a soul, and these incidents are quite you see like soulistic perspective, actually all this helps in a way for Patachara for her deep realization, because now her condition, her thought really became unbearable level, because that is the nature of the thought, this mind power. Once this mind power, now this mind power, I feel like it is constantly running in a particular bandwidth, like, but when the mind power is go beyond a particular bandwidth, it almost become unbearable, and so either you will get insane, or you get severe depression, coma, or I mean, sometimes you can suicide yourself. So these things can happen. Or sometimes if you get Dhamma, like sometimes that will be a point, but we can't say, you see, that in 100%. But that is a point where the mind, you see, one cannot hold into the mind anymore, like, because it lives in the thoughts, and the thought itself become very much painful for the person, and it want itself to relieve from the thoughts, like. So that's why if there is a gadget or something, you see, to put out this mind sensor out, anybody will go to that kind of a doctor. But unfortunately, Patachara, even though people say she's insane, like, I feel that is not the insanity. Actually, that is this mind power which has gone beyond that bandwidth level, like. So then even the physical body can't bear it, because physical body also, this everything is balanced in some vibration form. So once that power is, you see, going some extra, then even the physical body can't hold it. That's why people, you see, get suicide also. So I know I can provide another example, like it's a person, you see, that person drank some poison to end his life. So this person said he wants to die, and when this poison passes through his, you see, the throat, he he got the desire back again to hold into the life. So anyway, after
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this true Dharma through every corner of this planet Earth to end the sufferings of all human beings. I wish everybody in this planet Earth living as human beings may able to at least listen to this Dhamma for their own sake. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. I am presenting now the true Buddhist philosophy Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again fully awakened by Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse showing a clear and steady path to overcome the samsaric journey created in the human mind and to feel the super awakening to the moment. This is the continuation of self-translated sermon 8 of Darshan Samapattiya, true Buddhist philosophy, preached by Buddothpada Aryan 5 years ago. Once Lord Buddha said, Ayana Patilavi, Ayam Uchati Jati. That means birth is happening due to 6 senses. When a person's consciousness is not there, or he is in the deep sleep, that means his 6 senses are dead. Therefore, he doesn't know what has happened around him until he has come to the consciousness. Though his 6 senses are not working and 6 consciousness are not there. We know we have 6 senses, and through those 6 senses, 6 types of consciousness are creating. And though his 6 senses are not working and the 6 consciousness are not there, still his activity process is happening. There is an activity process is happening inside his body because of his action mind, bhavanga sita. We have described that earlier. This action mind is separate from the 6 senses and names and forms and intentions. So without these 6 senses, still the body is functioning through this action mind. In Dhamma, it's called Bhavanga Sita. That means his active action mind is active. His heart is beating. Since his Panchaskandha, 5 aggregates are alive, cannot declare him as dead. Yes, we have seen so many people like that. In each and every hospital, there are persons, there are people. All are telling they are in a coma. That means they are fully unconscious and having in a deep sleep. Their 6 senses are not working. Though the treatments are giving because the body is functioning. These Panchaskandha, 5 aggregates means Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. Rupa means image, form. Vedana means feel. Sanya means perception. Sankara means the formations of mental, that means mental formations. Vijnana means consciousness. Until these 5 is there, nobody can declare dead. Body function is happening without the consciousness, and intentions, control, governance, the action mind is in this body element, but seeing that is not easy. That means Body function is happening without the consciousness. But it is out of control of the intentions. Intentions cannot control this action mind. It is completely beyond the intentions and consciousness. So the intentions can't control or govern the action mind, which is in this body element. Yes, always the action mind is here from the beginning of the life. But it is not easy to looking at it. So many activity processes happening in our body. As we are aware, there are so many activity processes happening in our body, but we are not even thinking. We are not even thinking about them. We are not worried about them. But the activity processes are still happening. But you should be able to see them, like the breathing system. Like breathing system, we must be able to see them. You must see within your, you must see within your, uh, within you, what is the mind, what is the intention, and what is the body. Yes, because this we have this body, so we must know what is this body, and we must know what is the mind, and we must know what are the intentions. When going through this path to nibbana, according to Lord Buddha's true dharma, Aryan Mahanse is explaining the true dharma about this body, mind, and intention. The seeker who have redeemed from name and form will meet the action mind. Yes, that means action mind is always there, but covered with thoughts. When we are trying to see our mind, how the thoughts are creating with perceptions, names and forms, perceptions become names and forms, then they bind together, and then the thoughts and intentions are creating. Like that, when we try to pierce the thoughts and see the creation of thoughts in the mind, then the thought processes are becoming very less. Then that action mind is appearing. So the seeker who have redeemed from name and form, yes, while we are practicing this Aryan Mahanse's true Dhamma and the four contemplations, we know there is no self here. This is only a six sense system, a machine of universe, and thought processes are also not belongs to us. Nobody belongs to this mind or body. Like that, when we are piercing everything, we can see we are not naturally we are redeeming from the names and forms. Then we are meeting the action mind. You may be thinking, see in this activity process is also a mind. You should see the name, form, and action mind to intelligence. Yes. When you are seeing these activity processes are happening, you may think there's another kind of a mind is there. No, it's because of this action mind. It's a kind of a mind, but not the consciousness mind. So you should be able to see the names and forms and the action mind through your intelligence, because the whole world, the whole universe is created inside our mind, and when we are trying to see through the thoughts, when we are piercing thoughts, and then we are understanding the perceptions, names and forms and thoughts and consciousness, we should always be able to see these names and forms and thoughts and consciousness and action mind through our intelligence. That is the main thing a seeker should do. A seeker is in the path to nibbana, should see all these things through his intelligence. When we were clarifying Chittanupassana, Aryan Mahansa is explaining. When Aryan Mahansa is explaining contemplations of the mind, that is Chittanupassana, we have reminded you that reasoning or reflecting the perceptions and knowing the consciousness taken as true. That means Aryan is telling, when you are reasoning or reflecting the perceptions and knowing the consciousness taken as true, and then thinking this illusion is not true, and not searching anything from outside. Therefore, that mind is not going outside. That means in Dhamma it's called Sanyavata Vitarka Kara Balan, Sitana, Vitarka Kara Balan. That means we are always reasoning or reflecting the perceptions and knowing the consciousness. When we are doing that, we used to know, we may know this thinking, we may know this is an illusion and not, which is not true, and thereby we are not searching anything from outside, because we know there's nothing outside. According to our first contemplation, Aryan Mahansa taught us, there is nothing outside. Everything is creating inside the mind. Therefore, a seeker who is understanding this will not going to search anything from outside. Therefore, that mind is not going outside. That means that this mind has some calming qualities, because know that there's nothing outside, so nothing searching from outside is useless. The mind which is not going outside has an activity process, like this body. The action mind is somewhere else also. That means the mind which is not going out has an activity process, like in the body. That means the action mind is arising at that point also. Then see in this truth, yes. While one seeker's mind is not going out because he knows nothing is outside and everything is inside his mind. That means that mind has an activity process, and through that mind, the action mind is arising at that point and seeing this truth. In Dharma, Lord Buddha has said, Yang sanjanati tang vitakketi. Yang vitakketi tang sanjana. Thinking arises based on perception. That we know. We are living in thousands of worlds created inside the mind, and there are thousands of perceptions appearing through our six senses. Therefore, thinking arises based on perception. Thinking recognizes perception. Yes. Thinking influences perception. That means thinking recognizes perception. When thinking, what the thinking can recognize what is that perception. Activity process is there in the mind that does not go out. Yes. The mind which is not going out uh, like to fetch sensual pleasure through these six senses, and it has a kind of calmness, and in that mind the activity process is there. The object coming to you, see an example, the object coming to you, a bird is shouting. This bird's sound is creating inside your mind. Yes. We at once hearing a sound, and the consciousness understands, the ear consciousness says that is a bird's shout, bird's sound, which is, that means we are not hearing always, we are thinking. We when we hear a sound means we are thinking. Then the ear consciousness says that is a bird's sound. That thought is created inside your mind, highlighted by the ear consciousness. Are we going out to find out the objective created inside the mind? Yes, always there are so many objectives are created inside the mind, but we are not going outside to, we are not going out to find out the objective created inside the mind. Then what is happening? You are not shaken from anything. Life not shaken by Atalo Dharma. Yes. Whatever is happening outside, we are not bothered to see. We are not bothered to hear. As a small child, when we hear a bicycle bell even, we run to see whether it is postman. Otherwise, when a vehicle reaches, we run to see whether it's our relatives or a family member. But now there's no need for us to go behind, running out to see or hear what is there. So that means that shows we are not shaken from anything. In nowadays, so many things from morning to night, the whole day, 24 hours. There are so many things in the social media, useless things. We are not bothered to see them. We are not bothered to hear them because we know those things are useless. There is no use for seeing them. There is no use for listening to them. That means we are now in a position of not shaken from anything. That means not shaken by Atalodahama, the 8 worldly conditions. Yes, little by little, without even our knowledge, we are becoming that level. That means we are not shaken according to the 8 worldly conditions. You are not shaken by any sound or anything. You become that nature. What is it? A certain kind of a nature we are becoming. Thank to Aryan Vansi because of this true Dhamma. How fortunate we are in this living in this era, whatever age we are able to listen and understand this true Dhamma. How lucky we are. Because of this true Dhamma only, we are becoming not shaken from anything. Your mind has slipped away from the notion of self. Yes, we know according to this true Dhamma spreading by Aryan Vahanse, there's no self in this body. This is only like a robot machine with 6 senses. The mind is also like a power vibration. Vibrations, body, soul, and power, everything is vibration. Now, not shaken for anything, not shaken by any sound or anything means your mind has slipped away from the notion of self. That means the mind has become detached from self nature. That means self is now dissolving. So, slowly becoming the selfless nature. That means another way we can say the mind transcending attachment to the self or ego. Seeing this is me, that is mine, that is mine, that is mine, and this is me. That is the ego. If something is there, uh, myself is here. The creation of myself is, the vibration of myself is here. So when the self nature is detaching, the mind transcending attachment to the self or ego and seeing the activity processes happening in this body. Seeing the creation of mind and progressing towards release. Yes, that means we used to seeing the creation of mind. That means after listening to this Darshana Samapatya, true Buddhist philosophy, naturally that is happening inside us. That means seeing the creation of mind and progressing towards release, moving toward liberation, freedom, not attaching to the outside, not tying with the outside. Yes, this is a beautiful nature of mind, which can be happen after listening to true Buddhist philosophy and practicing those four contemplations given by Aryan Mahansi. Everything is happening inside the mind, not outside. Everything is happening inside the mind, nothing outside. As an example, a child is in your mind, not outside. If you are talking about your child, the child is still in the mind, not outside. Though your child is in your mind is sick and the child outside is not sick, you are still crying. That means the child inside our mind means the upadaya rupa of the perception. Child's perception is sick, then we are crying because we think that child is sick and mothers are crying. Think your child is abroad. Yes, just think as an example. Think your child is in abroad. He gives you a call and say, Mama, mother, that he is very sick. Even for a joke, he can say that he is, Mother, I am very sick. Like that, he may say, he can say, you are thereafter, what happened to you? You are crying here because you think child in your mind is sick because there are no children outside. According to this true Dhamma, you know the child is inside. Child perception is inside your mind. And somebody says the child is sick. That means child inside your mind is sick. Then you are thinking about it and crying. But your child said the lie through the telephone. The child abroad said the lie through the telephone, but without knowing that you are still crying. You are worried because your child in the mind is sick. That is right. Because every time we used to think and worry. That is the way. The think and worry system is the main problem for these human beings. For even for a lie, still thinking it is true and just crying like that. You are just crying, thinking the perception, child perception inside your mind is sick and you are worrying. Everything is in your mind, not outside. Therefore, you are not shaken by anything, means you are not shaken by Atalodhama, 8 worldly conditions. Thanks to Aryan Mahanse and worship to Lord Buddha and worship to Aryan Mahanse, we know nothing is outside because, as Lord Buddha said, Chittena niyati loko. The mind is, the world is created inside your mind. The world is a mind-based world inside your mind. So, you know now as a practitioner, as a seeker in the path to Nibbana, everything is in your mind, nothing is outside. Therefore, now you are in a position, a proper way of living. You are not shaken by anything. In our small age, we are shaking for a little dog or a cat even for a butterfly. If a butterfly comes to you, you just running away like that. But now you are not shaken by anything. You are not shaken by 8 worldly conditions. Atalo dharma. Labha alabha, yasa ayasa, kirti prasansa, sapa dukkha. Those are the things. Enjoyment and worrying, fame and defame, like that there are 8 worldly conditions. Yasa ayasa, that means the popularity and the unpopularity. Labha labha, yasa ayasa. The 8 worldly conditions. You are not shaken. That is why an arahant is not shaken by thunder and lightning. Yes, as you may be aware, all these arahants mostly like to live very far in the nature, that means jungle areas, without even having good shelters. They used to live, so they are not shaken by thunder and lightning in those jungles, living in those jungles, because they are not shaken for these worldly conditions. That is why an arahant is not shaken by somebody fallen to death, even somebody fallen to death. Yes, if somebody is walking with the arahant, that person fallen to death, even that arahant is not shaken. That is not become a thing for him, because there is nothing outside for an arahant. There is nothing outside. An arahant will not meet anything outside. Yes, there is nothing outside for an arahant. Being liberated, freedom, release from form, shape, object, means liberated from outside. That means you are liberated from the mind, means you know nothing is outside. So you are liberated from outside, freedom from outside, released from shapes and forms and objectives from outside, means liberated from outside. In Dhamma, Sotapatti means not even meeting his own form from outside. A Sotapanna Arya Shravaka will not meet even his own form from outside. See, Sotapanna Aryan Mahansa is not meeting his own form from outside, because for a Sotapanna Arya Shravaka, there is nothing outside. He has redeemed from the outside. You just seen your image from a mirror. Yes, we are always seeing our image through a mirror. Otherwise, through the still water. Otherwise, there's no way. From a very shining thing only we can see our image. You just seen your image from a mirror, but you haven't seen your image. Yes, there's no way. There's no possibility to see ourselves to us. That is why we are looking at mirrors to see ourselves. Can you forcefully take out your eyes and turn it other way around to see your image? Can you do that? The, the, your eyes are fixed to see the outside. So, to see yourself, you must forcefully take out your eyes and turn it other way around to see your image. But cannot be done. You see through the mirror is the sharpness, skill, effectiveness of the mirror, features of it. Yes. Mirrors, there are different kinds of mirrors, and if you see through your image through a mirror, that means it shows you your image according to the sharpness of that mirror, according to the skill and effectiveness of the mirror, features of it. You are not seeing your image until your death. Yes, we just can see hands and part of our body, but we can't see the backside anyhow, and we can see our face also without the mirror. That means we are not seeing our image until our death. If so, what you see is false. If so, what we are seeing is not true. You think that you are beautiful. Yes, most of these ladies are trying to be very beautiful, spending a lot of money and going to these places where making them beautiful, and though you are thinking that way, it is also not true. When you put makeup, you are in a certain way and applying cream and things like that. For a certain time period, you look some kind of beauty, but the other day that has gone like that. If you think that you are beautiful, that is not true. That is also not true. Now, how you are living in this world, when become the whole world, when you become to know the whole world is a lie. Yes, there's nothing outside, there's nothing inside. This is only a six sensor system robot machine, and there's no owner for this robot machine. Then how are you living in this world? After came to know this is a big lie. When you realize the ultimate truth of this world, your mind will be realizing little by little. Yes. We are now as the seekers of path to nibbana from the beginning, according to Aryan Mahanse's true Dharma sermons, more than 12,000 in the YouTube. We happen to listen to them. We always eagerly listen to them, and we are realizing day by day the ultimate truth of this world and the mind. Then our mind will be also realizing little by little. Then you are realizing the ultimate truth within your mind. Everything become a lie. Yes, while going on this thing or process, while seeing the truth of this world and this body and the mind and everything, ultimately there is nothing. It's a big lie. We are living, making a self here, thinking there is myself is there, like that, making a self here and thinking there is something outside, that, to see that I am here, like that. This is just a thinking process in with a big lie. Ultimately, getting nothing. That means after realizing everything, this whole world and everything is a lie, there won't be a death. The seeker who realizes the true Dhamma, then true Dhamma and understand the nature and this big lie, there won't be a death for this kind of seeker. Only the mind creating within a fraction of a second is there. Yes. Nothing is there. Only the vibration of this mind is happening. That means only the mind creating within a fraction of a second is there. It's appearing and then disappearing. Attaining nibbana means realizing the lie, the untruth. Yes. Attaining nibbana means realizing the false nature of this whole world, mind world. Realizing nibbana means seeing the ultimate truth of this world. Now we know that there is no world outside, the world is inside. From our childhood, parents, mother, father, sister, brother, and all the aunts, uncles, all the people are started to feeding things inside into us, and then we know how the mind created inside us, the world created in the mind with the data input by the teachers and everybody around us. Then realizing, yes, realizing Nibbana means seeing the ultimate truth of this world, then realizing it. Can you take those money when you die? Yes, now most of the people are collecting money and things like that. Can you take those money when you die? Lands and property, all the wealth collected from everywhere. Can you take away when you die? Yes, you know, you can't even take this body. When you die, you are keeping the body here. The body is falling into the earth and become the earth. So where are those things? Where are the things you collected? You are building houses, buying cars, and there are children, family, friends, land and property, bank accounts, and things like that. So many things you are collecting. So where are those now? Where are those things? A small flame of fire can burn them, you know. A small flame of fire can burn all these things. All those conceptual conventions are creating in the mind. Yes. From our school days, we have collected some stamps. We have collected pictures. and dried leaves and photos and small things and so many toys we have collected. So after some time, we used to collect nice clothes, nice shoes, and things like that. So many things collected. Thereafter, when you start in a study in a campus, also you are collecting so many things, and you are trying collecting. That means thereafter you go for a job and collecting money, wealth, and making houses, building houses. Then wives and husbands, they are also collecting to your life. Thereafter children, their mother, father, everybody is there. So wealth from everywhere, flowers uh, and gifts and things like that. Gold jewelry you are collecting, vehicles you are collecting, money you are collecting. All those are what? All those are conceptual conventions. Only they are created in the mind. We can't take them while leaving this body. Therefore, we call them conceptual conventions. Telephones, TVs, radios, there are thousands of things there. Still, you are collecting, though you are going to die even. Until the last moment, you are collecting things, new clothes, fashionable clothes, handbags, nail polishes, and things like that. You are collecting without an end. But all those are conceptual conventions. Some people are rising up, some people are rising, some people are collecting money more than other things. They are enjoying by collecting money. Some are not even having a proper meal, not having a proper sleep, not having a relaxation, not relaxing, but always collecting money. Like the people like them are rising up by saying there are a lot of money in their bank accounts. Yes, some are not in this country, some are sending money to other countries. Different countries, they used to collect money and they used to keep accounts with banks all around the world, and they are thinking about it and rising up by saying they are having a lot of money in their bank account. Sin, no? Everything is inside the mind. Everything is inside the mind. They are they just they can use for a while, but cannot take when you are leaving. Though you have mansions with 40, 50 rooms, still you can sleep in one room on one bed. And though you are having so many acres of paddy fields and so many acres of uh, apple grown lands, but you can still have a very little rice, one or two apples like that. Therefore, collecting with that is the craving. Only the craving is increasing in the mind. Everything is inside the mind. When you are releasing your body, if you are thinking of those things, then that means you are coming with another form to protect them, but it's and suffering. If somebody, a robber, has taken it or else committed theft, that is over. Yes, nowadays so many records are here to taken money by saying this and that. This much of percentages we are giving, you can keep your money with us, like that. So many traps are there, and so many people are suffering because their money has gone for no reason with the robbers. They are just robbing by saying we are giving so many percentages, increasing the money, increasing the interest. So then the owner of the money is crying, worrying. What a madness. This world is completely a madness, because as practitioners, we know, as practitioners to path to Nibbana, we know this mind is giving us endless thoughts. Mind power, it needs more and more. We give some kind of food, if it is tasty, it's asking for it, asking, and then we are giving, then finally sick with so many kinds of sicknesses. If some people are taking alcohol and they are used to it, the mind is telling this is not enough, then they are giving the drugs and things like that. Finally that person is a drug addict with sicknesses, sick from the morning to night, sick without drugs. So this mind is not easy. That is the evil nature of the mind. And we know, we are always knowing, our evil one is not outside. Our evil one is there inside this mind. Feeling pleasure about the things inside in this the mind and enjoying like a stupid man. Yes, always people in this world thinks they have these kind of mansions, they have lands in faraway countries, and they have big jobs and things like that. They have learned so much and things like that. All those are in the mind. They have such a huge uh, bank accounts and thinking these things and feeling pleasure, thinking and feeling pleasure, but the mind is telling, though so many thousands of lakhs of money are there, but you should earn more money. Though you are having vehicles, now there are new kinds of vehicles have come. So from the foreign markets, you should bring very new kinds of vehicles, though the roads of this country is not much good for those vehicles, but you must anyhow buy those vehicles. If you can buy small, these helicopters, small planes, like that, that intentions are not ending. Finally, people now are foreign country people now thinking of go and live in the Mars also. Now this planet is not enough for them. Planet Earth is not enough for them. Now they are planning to build their homes in planet Mars. So this is stupidity is never ending without this true Dhamma. So therefore we must always try to understand this true Dhamma according to Aryan Hanse's teachings, and must always try to come out of this agony of samsara. Now it's time for me to stop this, conclude this session for today. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma throughout the world, every corner of the world, to end the sufferings of all human beings. May all the priests in this country and all the human beings in this world, country and this world, without the color of their skin, without thinking of their religion or whatever race or anything, I always wish they listen to this true Dhamma from this international language, at least from this international language of English, and to end their suffering. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friend. I worship Triple Gem with the utmost respect. I worship Aryan Vahanse at his feet. Thiruvasannai Aryan Vahanse. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem, and may our friends who are helping from the background be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is yet another discussion session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. And any of our Dhamma friends who have been listening to this Buddothpada POTV English channel sermons can join us at this moment. If you have anything to clarify, this is a valuable opportunity for you, because during the sermons there is no time allocated for the questioning. So if you have any point that was not clear enough, we can discuss here. As you know, Buddothpada sermons, Buddothpada Deshana has been there for the last 5 years for you and me to listen. And about 12,000 sermons have been done by our noble friend Aryan Vahanse, which is a massive task, I would say. And he's taking us deeper and deeper with the discussions, and he's always guiding us, and he has been a pillar of strength for us all the time. And we have the opportunity to ask him any doubts. If there is a
difficulty in clarifying at this in this forum, we can always ask Aryan Wahanse. So we will start the discussion. I just wonder whether there are any particular topics that you like to discuss today. Champa and Surangika both have joined. Theruvan Saranai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ඩොක්ටර්. last night ආందోලනාත්මක දේශනා ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ said to see and understand the light and sound is not true. And also he said to see the creation of smell, taste and touch.
Yes. Yes, actually. I will tell the things in my capacity. Surangika can correct me. Actually, that is a basic level. Now we know if we go backwards from the level of myself, if we try to work out how this myself feeling is coming up, it's actually the feel or that current that you feel is called myself. So from that point onwards, if you go backwards, how this current is formed. The current is formed as a result of the speed. Always the speed has been the main cause of these illusions. So this illusion called myself, that current called myself, is a result of that fast vibration of that thought. When the thought is repeated at the that speed, it creates a sense of existing things. So maybe the coconut tree or the chair or whatever the example you are taking, that the experiencing that as if it is really there. That is the reason, and then as an extension of that, the feeling of myself or that wantedness to maintain that is coming up, which is called the self-perception or the self-weave. Self-weave means a thought. So the thought is a result of the sensor functions. Again, the speed is a decisive factor there. So when the senses are functioning at the level of eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin, again the fast vibration at that level gives rise to that feel of a real light, a real sound, real taste, real smell, or real skin sensation. That means there's a perceiver and perception of light, sound, like that. So that level there is dividing, which is the word vinyana or the consciousness is used at that level. So the perception is there and perceiver is here. So that means, in other words, a self-perception, feeling of self. So when you go further deep, how did you feel this light as real? That is due to the speed. When something is, when the spark is happening at a very high speed, it gives the feeling that there is a real light. Same thing, very fast vibration of the eardrum gives rise to that feeling that there is a sound. So the speed is again the cause here. Every level it is a speed which is the cause. But all these are actually happening in one stimulus that we have to remember all the time. So at this vibration of the eye, vibration of the ear, if you take the vibration of those levels, several metaphors have been given how it is created due to the speed. The oldest metaphor that we can think of, we can remember, is what was mentioned by Lord Buddha when that fireball, a fireball which is spinning at a very high speed, you see it as a firing. You can't say there's no firing because you can see it. You can't say there is a firing also because there's no real firing. So in the similar way, when that vibration or that spark occurs at that sensor level, something which wasn't there is created. So that is how you get that feeling that there is a light, there is a sound. So when we come to our level, actually we can't separately see the light and the sound separately. Now we see it as a product, as a thought. So what we see directly is a jack tree, banana tree, or a chair. What we hear is the cawing of the crow. But when you pierce that thought deep, it's kind of the knowledge, and that is something that you do with your wisdom, not actually you are experiencing the light separately, sound separately. But when you know this mechanism, you know that it is happening at because of the speed. So what you experience is that actually the your understanding that there is nothing in this thought, there is no real thing, this is just a construct, that no, there's no value. If I give an example now, when we look at the reflection in a mirror, we don't have to actively think that there is nothing in this mirror, this is just a reflection. Whereas that feeling is not there for a child or an animal. They might even try to go from the back of it and see whether there is anything behind. But we know it. It's a feel for us that there is nothing in this one. So that is the feel that you will get when you have this understanding with this inner transformation. So you experience the stimulus as it was earlier, but you know that there is no value, there is no reality in this one. That is the experience. So that means only the stimulus is there because there is no self. Stimulus is experienced, but with no value at all. Surangika, is it possible for you to add anything or correct if there is anything that was mentioned?
Dr. Sakuntala. No, I think you gave a very comprehensive explanation. So another aspect, actually, I think we talked about it before, is to understand that when we see a chair, that concept of light is also there. The perception of light is within the chair object. So same thing with sound, same thing with the other perceptions, because it is a combination of those that form the chair. One can't separate the light perception, the sound perception separately and see. That is, as you said, something that has to be separately reflected upon in with vidarshana, because it's not something that gets manifested separately. But at the same time, R.N. Mahansa has explained how has that come about. I mean, he has recounted, just to help us with our own vidarshana, he has recounted the way up on the mountain, how by watching the lightning strike through the clouds, he just witnessed that as a natural occurrence. But then, because of seeing that continuously happening, and then actually, if you can imagine, in the night, when the sky is also pitch dark, and the dark storm clouds have formed, and this lightning is striking. I mean, we have seen this sight
so many times, isn't it? Yet have we ever thought of the way Ayanwanse has thought? No. So even at least when he has explained it, we should take some time to think. If the spark is happening here within the eye, and that is happening at speed, we all know the vibration is happening at a speed that cannot be even matched, cannot be even thought about, absolutely infinite speed. So if that is happening, surely then it's almost the same thing that is happening with the lightning strike example. And a very easy thing that we know better than that also is the light bulb example. I don't know about y'all, but I lived in Ratmanana forever and a day. Those days when we were small, constantly there were blackouts. And the light bulb also, those days, the old light bulb, you see the little tungsten thing flickering, and then it's coming on, it's gradually reducing, it's flickering, and then there is light. So you can see how when the current is reducing also, because of the current reducing only, we even knew that that was happening. Otherwise, we would have been forever under the illusion that there was a permanent current coming, and either it comes or it goes. Either it's there or it's not there, but it doesn't happen like that. Because of the increased voltage, the light comes. But still, having even seen that back in the day, do we look at it from a Dhamma viewpoint? No, we don't, because again, the shrouding in ignorance is there. But this Dhamma, it's difficult to difficult to understand this Dhamma because from the five senses. That is why people are deterred. That is why people generally can't be bothered, isn't it? For only those absolute handful of people who will really want to pursue this, because either they have felt the burning and they really have this thing that they know there's no meaning in this life. There's some incentive that they have had or felt deep within to take them to on this journey to find the truth. So it is only such systems, you can say that, but just colloquially speaking, such people only who would want to delve deeper and look for the truth. And so that's the other thing, isn't it? Because when Narayan Maharsa says you shouldn't be guided by any other incentive, but just purely the truth, then also that is an incentive to really delve deep within. And if we know, and we have been guided by Narayan Maharsa to say that the senses themselves are just an illusion, then can we use the senses to find it? Because those are also manifesting because of the speed of vibration. So that means we have to keep on penetrating to be able to see the truth in how the light is formed and how the sound is formed and so on. So it's not easy, Champa, but I think the crux of it, he keeps saying it over and over again, is just seeing the chair and saying the chair is not there is not going to be good enough anymore, because I think he was quite stern with everybody yesterday or day before, saying that we are deceiving ourselves. We are listening to the Dhamma and we think we are reflecting on the Dhamma, but we are kidding ourselves. We are not really looking to see who is this me here? Is there a me here? Yeah. Who am I? And then how is this formed? And because this is something Dr. Kokila tells us, that when the outside world no longer becomes real, also there is a sense of calmness and tranquility and a huge relief when the outside world is not a thing. But is the task done? No. And the other problem is sometimes we think the outside world doesn't become a thing until we come across something, where an incident or something, where, then only one gets tested, isn't it? The point of contemplation may have not arisen. The area or the thing that would have or is has the potential to bring up the self or the ego may not have occurred. until such time we are cruising along. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect again of what Aryan Vasa said recently is this Gati Sabhava thing. These innate characteristics and qualities that we have, which have been so firmly entrenched. Now we also hoodwink ourselves thinking that if we know the Dhamma and understand it, then the usual basic habits are okay type of thing. So habits are okay as long as it doesn't become a thing. And the way you can find out whether it becomes a thing is if something is not there, something you have got used to as a routine, and suddenly either some guests have come and you have been uprooted from your bedroom and you have to be in a small place or something like that, or you can't, I don't know, some various things like that, where it takes you out of your comfort zone, or certain things that you have got used to, which you are now not able to because of some circumstances out of your control. Then then only one can actually see, is there a discomfort? Is there an unrest or a restlessness? And then how is that coming about? So for those, this antenna has to be on yourself. The mirror has to be turned the other side and fixed onto yourself to see where is these things coming up. But to do that also, those fundamental perceptions also, again, coming back to the point that one cannot see it apparently, but it has to be certainly reflected upon. Yes, Dr. Sakota.
Yes. Yes, Champa. Yes, Champa.
Therwan Saranai, Doctor. Therwan Saranai Surangika. Aryan Mahanse said, though so many years these mothers have listened more than 3-4 years, still this world is true for them. That is why everybody should see to understand this light is not true and the sound is not true. Then all of us will be able to see there is nothing outside. Then the world becoming true will be over. Like that he said last night.
Yeah, I think it was around that only Surangika also explained quite a lot, because there is no specific method that he explained. Isn't it, Surangika?
Yeah, yeah, and the main thing is one has to actually, there was it not day before, I think he was saying that when something is felt to the mouth, like you put something to the mouth, like something you're eating obviously, but when that thing, morsel of food or piece of fruit or something, that even putting it into the mouth, that feeling that arises at that moment when it hits the tongue, that itself you have to reflect that even that is not true. So that is the feeling, isn't it? That is the sensation. That is the sensation that arises in the tongue sensor due to the speed of vibration. If the speed wasn't there, there would be no sensation. All this is happening because of the speed. So if it was just one vibration, no. This whole speed only makes us get deceived, or the deception happens because of that. Just like the ring of fire won't be a ring of fire if not for the speedy rotation of that fireball. Even these sensations, the feeling of heat, the feeling of cold, that sensation of something hitting the tongue, some taste hitting the tongue, and then the sense of smell. The sense of smell won't come, no. If you have no sense of smell, there won't be any smell. If the nose sensor is not working, there is no smell. Now, I had a friend who had no sense of smell for some reason. He used to have it those days, he said. But when I met him, he was in his 70s, 60s, I think. And I know for the last so many years, he said he has, for some reason, I don't know whether it was an illness, he had lost his sense of smell. So then one day I asked him, but he had grown up in a farm and he had a lot of brothers and sisters. And he said, he used to say his parents, baked and all that. So I said, can you remember the smell? So recently, I think about 1 year ago, after starting to listen to Buddothpada Desana, I asked him one day whether he can remember the smell of smell of freshly baked bread that his mother baked. And he smiled and said, of course. So I said, well, you said you didn't have the sense of smell. What happened there? And then he was like, oh, he couldn't actually. So, so these things, just like we didn't think of these things those days, there are people who don't think of it. Some people will think about it if we ask a question like that and be intrigued for 5 minutes and then forget about it and continue on with their normal life. That is why the Buddha said that, so there are people who listen and there are people who listen, isn't it? So that so many people who was listening in that Jetavana and the Buddha preached the Dharma only to one person. He delayed the Dhamma talk also until that person came to the room, to the hall, because he knew that although there were like 100 odd people there, that actually only that person was going to really take it in or really reflect and actually see it right till the end. So it's not easy, but at the same time, there are so many examples around us that can be used to do the Vidarshana Champa. That is what is important. Even when you stand in the sunlight, when you're walking, say you're going for a walk in the park or somewhere, and you stand, or you just stand in the garden, and the morning sunlight hits on the skin, and that feeling, that sensation, is also because of the speed of vibration. If
Yes,
the speed,
right. That is,
yeah.
that is what I am asking. That means whether we have to do this vidarshana about this light and sound and feelings, touch and taste, smell, for all these things, are we to do the vidarshana?
Yeah, that's exactly what we were saying now, that it has to be done, because that is why Aryanvasi says we are not doing it.
Right.
So the Vidarshana is the experiment, Champa. Now, Aryanvasi has told us to now when he sits on the ground, even in a forest or somewhere in the grass, on the grass even, he is observing the ants, right? He is observing the ants are all going very disciplined in a row. They are busy. They are taking morsels of food or something from that corner to this corner. And then he observes them. And if something happens to one ant, the ant is squirming away. So that's why he says that you all don't know that the ant is also feeling the pain as much as you do. When something happens to the ant is also squirming away. So now then he observes all that. So that, and then what about that, I don't know what you call the way in English. Then he
Termite.
says, sorry, what is it?
Termite, no?
The termite. So then he said, observe the termite. Now, who taught the termite to bring small scraps of earth from one corner to the other and build a mound like earth, like
Anthill.
a little ant hill type of thing, termite hill. So now nobody taught it, but at the same time, it's ingrained in that whatever vibration that the termite has, that is what it is doing. It doesn't know anything. It doesn't know it's earth. It doesn't know it's going to make an ant hill or a termite hill, but that is being done. Same thing with those, what do you call those, gay kurullos. the gay kurulla one also, the way that intricate bird cage is made is something like that. Then what about the dog which eats the red earth? Champa, I'm sure you have heard of, all of us have heard these examples. So then what is it that makes them do that? Where is that thing coming from? So these are the things that, so that is of course slightly different from your question, but for your question, the perception, each of the perceptions, we can do that. The light, of course, apart from the ring of fire and that kind of thing, it's difficult to think about something, but maybe the waterfall also, Champa? The waterfall?
Yes,
Sorry, not the
Radhika.
waterfall, the water fountain.
Yes.
Even if you go to a park and that speedy shooting up of the water through some kind of system will give an image of a shape, isn't it? Sometimes the shape of a flower, sometimes they do it in a different way to give a different shape when the water is
Yes.
spouting out at speed.
Yes.
So how did that happen? Now, would we get deceived by the shape of it? No, generally we know, just like a mirage when we see it in the desert. Now all of us know, no, just like the mirror, we are not going to worry about the mirror because it is, what do you call it? It's like our bodhavela. It's fully realized that there's nothing behind the mirror. In the same way for the desert, and when we see that little shimmering water-like thing, we are not going to get fooled, right? We know that that's a mirage. So just like that, this
Yes.
Dhamma, only with reflection, only with practice, by putting it into these things that are surrounding us, can we
Yes. We have
try
to
to,
apply it. Yeah, yes.
we have to apply it. And there is no point in listening to other people doing it. Now we are very famous not to listen to what other people are saying about it. And then we almost think that we have done it. That is the thing, isn't it? We are sitting here in our sitting rooms, and everybody else has gone to the forest and gone and seen the sky and the clouds and looked at ants and looked at ant hills and everything. And we are saying, oh, yeah, yes, I understand because I'm in the living room here. Oh, that won't work. I mean, it will
Yes.
work to a certain
True.
extent. But we have to go out. We have to go on a bus and see when somebody's leaning on us, what is the thing arising within us, right? I mean, these have happened to us when we were in Sri Lanka also, no? So then, the frustration, the annoyance, the stress, all that type of thing. These are things that now in these countries, those things don't happen. So because they don't happen, we are also like cruising along. So something radical has to happen to really test. Like Aryan Master says, the elephant has to come to test whether the eye is still here. Something has to happen, but that doesn't mean that we are going to wait till that thing happens. There are so many things that we can do to actually see through this thought, the falsity of the thought. How does this thought arise? If the eye vibration was only due to the speed, if the sound vibration was only due to the speed, can the thought that is arising from those vibrations also have anything of substance? No. And then where is the I coming out of it? The self? That is also coming through the thought. It doesn't exist outside the thought. Only when the thought comes up does the I come into that. How? Because the moment every thought has an object, every thought has a focus. And moment that focus comes, whether it's the chair, whether it is the breakfast you have to make tomorrow, whether it is the dana you have to take to the temple, immediately it's I who have to take the dana to the temple, isn't it? I'm the one who have to get up early morning. I'm the one who says that nobody in the house is helping me. I have to do it. Something like that. Can you see that the I is coming along with the object? The both are born in that very moment, in the thought. There is no I without the thought. So then, what is the thought? The thought is the perception of light and sound and so on. And what do we know about the light and sound? That is where Anvansa is saying, Vidarshana. Practice. What is it? Drill into it and see, is there anything? If not for the speed, is there anything? The speed is making us feel there is something there. The feeling itself is an illusion. The feeling is a lie. That is not there, but unfortunately it's coming up because of the speed. And the very reason why we feel that it is a thing is also because of that zygote Shasviya thing. That vibration and the power that was there is the thing that is causing this to magnify and expand. I don't know what the Abhisankana thing is called, Dr. Sakuntala, but that is the thing that keeps on gaining momentum. But
Yeah.
moment we keep on applying the Vidarshana, keep on applying the Dhamma, saying, no, this is, we know how it works, right? You break it down. The power is the thing that is going to start dissolving and reducing. And so when we keep on reducing the power, the Astrava is the expansion of the Shasviya thing. So if we keep on reducing and reducing or keep on applying the truth, the power keeps dissolving down into that zygote level. So that expansion is now getting reversed because we are not going anymore in the Anusota, we are going, the Patisota is being applied here. So that means the attack is coming finally to the Shasviya, that notion of things existing, that feeling of that existence is the thing that is being challenged through the showing of the pure truth or the Dhamma. Yes, I think Dr. Kokila has joined. There was someone. Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, Theron-san. Sorry, I got late. It's okay. It was a good discussion. And the thing that, the person who is not feeling the smell, still having the perception, is the very reason that perception can be a feeder. Perception still can be a thing. So it's like a dormant thing, But what Aranhanse is saying is, in one moment, even though you are thinking about just thinking over the pineapple, all the dormant ones are active actually. It's like when typing on just an example, typing on something. Imagine you are typing in the internet, like a Google thing. If you are typing something, everything has to be checked now. Likewise, for a metaphor, but even if you're looking at a flower, all the perceptions are active, kind of active. That's the thing. And when it comes to the field, all the vibrations that has been manifested, the whole samsaric journey is active. Whether they will be manifesting or not is a different story, but they are all active. That's one vibration story. But when we keep understanding this vibration is not actually not manifesting when the existing perception is not there, that existing self-perception is also not there, then actually you feel the difference. 100% it's a feel. And when you feel the difference, you get the no self-perception. That's the beginning of the path there. It's a beautiful thing. And anyway, if you there's a question that Champa asked, I heard. Champa said, should we do the Vidarshana? Actually, here and now you do the Vidarshana. Vidarshana is not something you do as such. In the beginning, you keep thinking. After that, might come to your mind. But actual, straightforward Vidarshana is the moment that it actually feels that complete, not a thing. And it starts to manifest again and again and becomes stronger. Like Aranasi is saying, it just gets stronger. Like a 1-year-old didn't know anything about herself, didn't know anything about anything. like any chair or table or nothing. But slowly everything started to manifest. Then self-perception started to manifest. Self-thought also started to form. This happened very slowly over some time. Same way, this non-self-perception is also similar thing which one when start to manifest, it keep happening and happening and then expands it. That's it. Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, anyway, you can continue actually. Or we can discuss if there's any question. Lalana also has joined. You can come up with some topic to talk. There was Sarnai.
Terasana, Doctor. Terasana, everyone. Actually, it is a nice, interesting discussion that you all are doing. I joined. I think before after starting the discussion. Actually, what I feel is we have to. The application is very important because if we are not doing vidarshana part, the understanding won't come. So, like Mr. Rangika and Dr. Kokila explain this. That means what I feel is Vidarshana is the most important part. When we neglect that one, we cannot see the truth actually, doctor. What I feel is because sometimes I also did the same thing. I neglected. I thought I can understand this thing. But when I am doing Vidarshana, that means it helps me a lot to understand the reality in deeper and deeper, doctor. That's what I wanted to say, everyone. Vidarshana is the most important and we can see in practical we can we feel it after doing vidarshana for a long period of time, can see the truth. Without vidarshana, I don't think that we cannot see the real truth of this thought. That's what I wanted to say. Want to say, doctor.
Yes, Lalana. Thank you. Yes, there was Sarnai. Yeah.
Doctor.
Actually, there's something that I wanted to say that now, how did the chair become real to us? Or chair or the whatever the stimulus you take, how did it become real? Because it was just right at the beginning, it wasn't that strong because of the repeated perceptions about this chair. I would say repeated doses has empowered or given sort of the force and the power to feel it as real. So this feeling of perception of existence is because of the repeated perceptions that it's true, and always it is because of the speed. And in addition, that repeated perceptions about an existing chair has made us feel that there is a real chair. So when you are reversing this flow, again, as Surangika and Dr. Kokila mentioned, repeatedly you have to yes, Lana also mentioned about it, doing that vidarshana now. For example, when you are even things like walking, when you are stepping, when your foot is kept and you feel that hardness of the ground, that itself you can sort of analyze and say this is due to the speed. That feeling of that skin is due to the speed. So like that, every time that you, whenever it is possible, if you can sort of empower that perception that this is just because of the speed, I think that reversing process will occur slowly. I don't know whether Champa has anything else to ask from that topic.
And
Anything else?
yes, it's clear, doctor. Thank you, everybody, for
giving their understandings. Yes,
And
most.
Doctor, I
Yeah.
want to say something, Doctor. When we are listening this over and over again, the knowledge is getting now, Doctor.
Mm.
Sometimes because of the knowledge, what happen is we think we know everything, and the contemplation part is we are ignoring, and that should not happen when we are going on this path, Doctor. That
Yes,
happens.
yes, yes. Listening alone is not enough. Yes.
Yes,
Mm.
Doctor.
The researching yourself or the
Yeah,
exploring
we have to
yourself.
research. We have
Yeah.
to do a research by ourselves.
Mm. Yeah.
Then only we can understand what Aranvas is highlighting some areas that we couldn't understand. If we
Mm.
haven't researched it, we cannot get it that even, Doctor.
Yes. Yes. So, uh, Champa, any other topics that you would like to bring up? Then we can continue it as a discussion.
I didn't take down anything because, as Dr. Kokila said, I just listened. I didn't write
Mm.
down anything. I just listened, and uh, other than that topic about that Gati Purudu, the habits, I
Mm.
don't know, because of those habits, all are stuck like that. Gati Purudu.
Yes, I think Gatipuru that day also we discussed it to some extent because that is also part of the self-perception, isn't it? Gatipurudu mostly contributes to the self-perception. That is how I have understood it. Uh,
Yes, doctor. Yes.
mm. So identifying that is important. And there are stories in the Buddhist history about some even arhants who had some Gatipurudu which was continued. But I suppose most major contribution to that Gatipurudu is coming from the self-perception. Anything else to add, Dr. Kokila or Surangika, Lalana, any of the?
Yeah, Gatipurudu is actually a vast area.
Mm.
There's a lot to catch, it's really interesting also to do research on your own because you're researching your own habits. So that's kind of a research that we never do. Kind of we research about other things. No? We do masters, we do PhDs, we do everything for other stuff. We never do a PhD about our own habits, our own self-perception, our own vibration. That's what Aranvas is saying. Do the research and find this vibration or actually feel the vibration. Feel the vibration and feel how this has happened. Then there is no power to that, any of that. Power will slowly go away. So the Gatipurudu is unique to everyone. So it can start from like the family background, school background, friend background, the self vibration mainly, and yeah, everything. Basically, what we call who we are is actually only those things because there's nothing called I now. But the uniqueness to someone, how does this uniqueness to come? Like how Surangika is unique to Surangika and how Lala is different to Surangika and how both of them are different to Surangika. Like, the Sakuntala, how these differences happen.
And when we see, the power is also different. So this power, the reason that this samsaric journey is not stopping, that power, catching that power is not easy. But if you catch that power, you can actually reverse it, so that that power gives the power for everything else. So the habits are also part of that. So this uniqueness will go away actually. Because you become the thing in front of you, your uniqueness will go away. Mm.
Actually, talking about the Gatipurudu now, some of the Gatipurudu of mine, I understood only after this, when Arano has pointed out. So one is that answering to the point. So that was one thing, I think I mentioned this earlier also. We used to sort of, now if there's a question, without going round and round, answering to the point. And also another thing was sometimes the way I talk, without realizing the tone of my speech also goes up. So those two I felt, I mean, I thought I didn't realize them as weaknesses, but Arano has pointed out, and then he himself said that these probably the Gatipurudu which are coming from your way of working and all sorts of things. Then when I try to change it, it becomes a kind of artificial, like so. Then after some point, I thought I'm not trying to change it, because especially when it comes to the voice, uh, I had to be kind of artificial and try to change the way I talk. So those points actually came to light when Arunohase told me, but I didn't realize until that time.
Yeah, we are very like that. In front of children, we talk in another way. In front of subordinates, we might speak in another way.
Mm.
In front of juniors, you might speak another way. In front of seniors, you might speak in another way. In front of juniors, your tone will be high anyway. In front of seniors, your tone will be lower, actually.
Mm. Yeah.
And how everything is becoming a habit is very nice and interesting. But the whole reason why this power is there is because of this not knowing the truth kind of thing. If you slowly get to know the truth that none of this, even this, even if I am not there, even if light is not there, what else can we talk about? Like, what's the big deal? There's nothing at all. So you can slowly understand that. Then you actually this lot of acting will drop. Then when the acting parts drops, there would be a genuineness, and also that genuineness will help to understand and reduce the self vibration. And again, this vipassana you do actively in the beginning only. You have to remember that. Then it comes passively, and then it is there. We don't get, it is nothing. The mind has no component there in the last bit. So you have to understand that. So that's why the experiences are important other than thinking, because we can think that the dharma is like this. It's a vast vibration. We can think like that. But the importance is feeling it at least randomly. I mean, if it is static, it's an Arahatan Vahanse. But if it is not static also, even if it is not static, it doesn't matter. But here we can't do much. Only thing we can do is this understand the truth. How this Itta Sanya is not true. Because when the Itta Sanya is there, only the self-perception, perception of existence is there, only the synchronization to the self-perception happens. And when the perception of existence is not there, that power is not there, that extra power is not there, you will definitely feel that. And then only the no self-perception appears. That's the beginning, actual beginning of the path. But path has begun already. But kind of the consolidation happens there. But after that, slowly anyway, everything starts to change. The living that we had, that we were actually inside the living or the inside the dream, we were acting in it, taking everything seriously. But once you feel this, you will still act in that dream, but not actually there. So it's kind of like as awakened from the dream. That's the thing, and that's good. It's very important to get this correct from the beginning, so that you don't get trapped in several good feelings, which will come anyway. This path is full of good feelings, so you don't get sidetracked with the good feelings or less problems, and keep doing the research. Yeah, that's the best part of it. Mm-hmm. Yes, Joel. Do you have anything to add? I mean, you can ask
just
anything.
want to listen.
That's okay. Just okay, Joel. Thank you for joining. Anything else? We can discuss anything.
Teruvan Saranai, Lalana, I was thinking for Champa's very first question, whether you have any more examples that you can give, or more practical ways of contemplating the light and the sound and all that, because that was her very first question. Aryan Mahansa keeps saying that we have to vidarshana, do the vidarshana on how the light is formed, how the light is not real, sound perception is not real. So, we have the typical examples Aryan Mahansa gives. Is there anything additional in terms of insight that you can provide for that? And apologies, I will have to leave in a few minutes, Dr. Pokida, and won't be available tomorrow, but I thought you might have, because we don't see you joining. It'll be really good if you can give us a bit more of things that you have practiced that might help.
Yes, Doctor. Yes, Surangika. And yes, Lalana, it's very, it will be help. It will be a help as well.
Actually, is it all right if I can talk, Ms. Rangika, for a while? Hello? Hello?
Yes, you can talk, Lalana, no problem.
Yeah, but according to my experience, what I realized, the light is not real. I understood through my ear, because we know the ear has a vibration. we have already known these things in science. We learned these things now.
Yes, yes.
So I applied this theory into other sensory organs even. Then I watched how the eye contact happens when the light comes, the vibration occurring inside the eye. I examine very carefully with the YouTube channels, with the science channels. So likewise the ear. So it is very practical thing. It is so I understood it clearly according to the how the light is not real and the sound wave is not real. These are only the waves. I realized through these examples. First I got it from my ear. Yeah, we know it has a vibration, but I didn't understand the skin. I didn't know the skin also has a vibration. So when I search these things as a knowledge, then I contemplate it more and more. Then I understood it is 100% true. That's what I wanted to say, y'all. That's
Uh,
how I understood.
Arya, can you tell me the way you contemplated?
Contemplated means what I did was when I heard a lot of her sermons. When Aranvas is saying these things, what I search in the internet with the YouTube videos, I don't know how it happens. It makes me a clear understanding of that because I searched how might it happens like that. So I had a hard thing to understand about the skin, and that was the trouble I had. Then I talked with Aranvas. Then Aranvas told me you have to apply that same theory into your skin even. Then it took me for a long time to understand because hardness, softness, even these things was very hard for me to understand. But by listening and by asking questions, and then only I got to know that also the same thing happened inside our sensory organ, and not because of that even it's the speedy occurrence of this vibration. I realize it.
Right. Thank you, Lavana. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think about the skin also, it's not that difficult, especially now when you're walking, slowly walking, when you feel that uh, foot or the sole touching the ground. Now, if you had an anesthetized leg or if you had something uh, wrong with the feeling, if your leg was numb, then whatever the thing which is pressed against the skin, you will not feel. But when you are having the normal sensation, when you walk, you feel that pressure-like thing to the sole, and that itself, that is the vibration of that area. So now see, if you have, I don't know whether you have felt the way that the electrocution, how the electrocution is felt. Sometimes you touch something, an equipment where there is a sort of current leak, you feel that sort of kind of vibration to the skin, isn't it? Now, like that, when you are walking also, you tend to feel some pressure to that area. This is something I understood. So that is the vibration of that point, the area which is touching the ground. So that is because of the speed there, the speed of vibration, only you feel that touch. Similarly, as Lalana said about the hearing, when there is this
That is the
vibration of
exact
the
moment that
eardrum,
you might feel the non-vibration. But if you thought about it, the non-vibration doesn't come.
doesn't
But
come.
if it came actually at the moment of the vibration, if the Dhamma came automatically, not thinking, because you can't have a perception or thinking there, If it just came like from wisdom, definitely non-vibration would have been felt. That's the thing.
Yeah, that is at the beginning you can see like that, isn't it? Uh, Now, when you try to understand the sensor level, as a thought, you can actively think in that way and see, try to understand, isn't it?
Yeah, but you came to that much level now. So you came to that much level, the vibration in the skin, but then the next step is the fourth one, anatma.
Okay. Yeah.
Excuse me, Thiruvan Saranai Doctor, that means now we know what is happening. But through knowledge, we know
Knowing is
there's something
okay,
else.
but it doesn't help that much. But
Yeah.
it will help if
Or to
it is
feel
too
that.
deep. Yeah.
Just like while walking, just to feel without thinking. While hearing, also the same.
No,
Just
even
to
that thought is not good.
no,
Now you will tell.
without a thought. Just we can just do it. No, but just
No, just do it also thought. So we have to be careful about, a little child, about 3-year-old, 4-year-old child. They run around in the garden. They run around. They don't think that I should not think, or I should think. I should try to feel. I should not try to feel, or I should do this. I should not do this. No, there's no plan such as that. No plan is the best plan.
yes, without a
Because
plan.
you
Yes.
keep asking about a plan. You are asking to do something. You even
No,
ask Lalana what to do and what
no,
she does. But the actual thing is, you don't have a plan. If you have a plan, that is like a subconscious. If there's a subconscious plan, that is a perception. All these subconscious kind of thing is a perception. When there's a perception, the field doesn't actually manifest. It becomes a bit of a kind of a mask one.
but we should know something to do or feel or without knowing anything.
Who should know? Who should know?
No, that means the practicing, the system should know no, to practice or whatever. This is this
Yeah,
is.
Aranase has given 4 steps nicely, so that's it. Aranase has given everything in a bandesi. What is a bandesi? In a tray. He has given everything. And there's nothing, actually, he has given everything. So he has given the Satyajnana, or the truth. He has given the 4 steps to actually feel the non-vibration. That's it. And after that, it is all about our so much habits and the strong point of contemplation. Whether it is the daughter, whether it is the son, whether it is the husband, whether it is the mother, father, whether it is your own status or the job or the body or whatever. It doesn't matter which one. So everything comes slowly, the power will reduce. And one side the power will reduce, the other side slowly awakening will be there. Yeah, that's it. So the way you try to explore is slightly faulty. It's a faulty thing. I'm trying to point it out for your own good. You're trying to do something. You're not trying to actually become baby champa. You're trying to actually become the teacher champa and try to do something.
No, Doctor, now I am not doing anything. Last night, Aryan Vahanse said all the mothers have listened this Dhamma 3-4 years, but still the world is true for them. Therefore, everybody should see the light is not true.
100%. This Dhamma should go underneath. Dhamma should be like, when you go to a shopping center, don't you have the idea that I should buy the milk? Don't you have that idea?
Have.
Kind of this all 4 steps will be in that. a kind of an example is that, like, that these 4 steps will be in complete, in like ingrained once you practice in the beginning. When you practice in the beginning, it will be an effort. Like a small child, mother is telling, brush your teeth. So every day the child will forget, and slowly mother is practicing it every day so that it becomes a habit. That's how the brushing is not a thing anymore. But it is a thing, but it is not a thing because it has happened so much number of times. You don't even know that you are brushing the teeth. You are thinking about the neighbor and you are brushing the teeth. That much you have, you have that. So likewise, this Dhamma, as well as 4 steps that Aranhanse is saying, should be like that. That's when this will be like, every time it will be like that. You don't have to even think about it. You don't have to, because you don't brush your teeth. You don't every day think, I should brush my teeth. I should brush my teeth. No, don't think that. You don't. But the Dhamma, not Dhamma, it will just come. And you will just walk to the bathroom without any kind of force. Like there are even such a habit, the Dhamma will be such a thing that there is no additional thinking. That is what happens when Dhamma gets more powerful. So if it is not powerful, yes, application should be there. As Lalna said, application should be there. If it is not that powerful, so it depends on everyone. It depends on each and everyone. How powerful this practice is and how powerful the no self-perception is. If your no self-perception is not that powerful, yes, you have to keep practicing until it becomes more powerful. Yeah. Even subconscious agendas doesn't help. But Dhamma should be there. 100%. Without Dhamma, what are we doing? If the Satyajnana is there only, Krutyajnana is a thing. Krutyajnana you can't do. Aranwanse may have told this maybe a million times now. Satyajnana you have to know, yes. Krutyajnana happens. Even Krutajnana happens. Krutyajnana is nothing you can do. It happens. Anything else?
Yeah, as a part of that Kruti Jnana, now this, what Champa mentioned about this, what Aranhase said about to see through the light, see through the sound, and that there's nothing in that also. So that is also something that we have to give kind of in repeated doses, kind of reminders at the beginning as active thoughts, isn't it? And then it becomes kind of
And also
passive.
the 4th one, because it seems that the 4th one was
There's no one, no self
yeah,
here.
that one also should come. If that didn't come, no self-perception is not strong.
Yeah. So I think Champa was asking how to do it and what to do and all. At the beginning, you have to do something actively. You have to kind of give in small doses
Actually,
of
actively what you can do is listen to Dhamma, discuss
Dhamma.
Dhamma, think about Dhamma, that is the Yoniso Manasikara, but Yoniso Manasikara has just not Manasikara. It's kind of deep, penetrative thinking. It's not just thinking. And association of the noble friend and the Pratipada, the problem. That's all you can do. So the
And then,
penetrative thinking
yes.
is one part of it. Pratipada is another part of it.
Yeah.
They all go in hand, actually.
Champa,
I
were there
think,
any other points? Sorry for Dr. Kovila. Yes.
how about you?
Yes, sorry.
How about you? Did you get everything sorted? I heard you telling that you understood your own question. Remember that I told you to
Yes,
listen.
that's about that that vibration thing, no? That is what I
Yeah,
was mentioning.
good
Yeah.
that you
As
understood that.
you said, he asked exactly the same question that I asked. If there is nothing to vibrate at that moment in that Chutisita, what will happen to that vibration? That is what he asked. So
Yeah, it is the way you understand. This is the thing. If you don't understand something and you question that, that is so good, because that is the part to actually yoniso manasikara, because you have to actually penetrative thinking about that, because then only you realize how these vibrations work. Because this is all, even asanya, 80 kalpas. Are we thinking that it is like we feel like 80 kalpa is like that? No, but that the thing at the same time, we can't even say a depth like that, even though we are saying it. Because if vibration is there, only the manifestation is there. But all this, why should we know all these things? Why should we know all these things? Is to understand how dormant these things can be. These dormant aspects, we should be vigilant enough to understand the dormant aspects of your own vibration. If you don't understand your own vibration, you don't have a path. You actually don't have a path. You're just talking about Dhamma, which is okay. But the best thing is to actually feel your own vibration. Once you tune into your own vibration, and it is okay, but then you have to tune into the non-vibration also. Did you get that point, Dr. Sakuntala? It is specifically for you, I'm saying.
yes.
So once you tune into the non-vibration only, that starts manifesting a lot more. When it starts manifesting, only this awakening from the dream kind of thing appears. Otherwise, it's just, hazy area that you are not sure. But the hazy area vanishes once you actually feel the non-vibration.
Yeah, actually now this about the vibration, what Aranahasi said was, now if there is no vibration that got, if it didn't get synchronized at that time,
No,
at
I was
some point,
actually talking about the sensory vibration. Sorry, I was talking about your experience that you were talking about.
right.
Not the Chutisita.
Yeah, that I understood, because you, as you said, I have to focus more on the self vibration as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you
What were you going to say about the last
now
vibration?
in the arhat state, now if it is an for a arhat, when we are talking about the arhat state of mind, there is I mean vibrations will occur if there are if if the relevant causes occur again. It's a cause and effect thing now. The vibrations whenever the causes
What
meet.
vibration are you talking about?
No, now this about the Chutisita thing. Now the last
No, but
thought.
you have to
The,
make sure that what you're talking about is clear. What vibration is happening to the Arahant?
no. Why I was talking about the Arahant
Yes,
state of.
skandha. So what I'm specifically asking you,
Mm,
just to make you think deeper. That's why I'm asking. So
mm.
Arahant is skandha. So skandha, what is skandha? Not upadana skandha, no. So it is skandha. So what
No.
is it?
No, I am talking about this last.
How can you talk about last? Because this is always there. This is the last. Now this is the last. Now next one, that's the last.
Now, if I say it is the Anupatisesa Nibbana moment, am I clear enough in that? That is the time that when the physical body comes to the end. That point, I'm talking about that point.
Yeah, the skandha stops. That's it. I'm asking what skandha is. That's why I'm asking. What is skandha?
Right. Skandha is Rupa Vedana, the 5 aggregates.
No, I'm asking in a different way. I know it is Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana. What does that matter? I'm asking what does that mean?
There's no vibration.
What vibration?
Self-vibration.
Yes, then what vibration is there as skandha?
The vibration of the sensors will be there.
Yes. You are not telling that, so that's why I'm digging you because you asked this another question one day, and after finishing the session also, I was thinking why did she ask that question? So I was thinking whether she is mistakenly thinking this, whether skandha and upadana skandha, the power is there, self vibration is there.
Yes. The
Skandha,
power
the
is there.
just basic skandha didn't have any problem. Just basic skandha is the sensory functions without the power, without this additional self perception or the self vibration. What when it telepathizes only when the itta sanya is there, or the feel of existence. Feel of existence is not there in an arahant because at first one, I can't remember the name, the first one, it is gone. The first nirvana, what is the first one? Anupadisesa, sopadisesa.
Sopadisesa Nibbana, yes.
Yeah, that one. That one, anyway, the burning is not there.
Yeah.
But the skandha, you see, you hear, you taste, everything is happening. Simple as that, no? So when you talk, you have to be very elaborative about what you're talking about. You can't just say it's vibration, because there are different vibrations. So until the body stops means the last thought is not there. Last thought is that just this seeing thought or hearing one or tasting one or whatever, or mind. Doesn't matter which
Mind
one
also,
is.
huh? Yeah.
Wow, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters actually in that level. Which one is the last doesn't matter.
Right. Yes.
Even now it doesn't matter. No? So imagine Lord Buddha is there now. Or Aranahansa is there now. What does it matter whether the last thought is what?
And also on the same day, Aryan Mahasi explained that even the in that very first level where the zygote is synchronizing with the vibration, even from that level onwards, the Itha and Atma Sanya could be there as a component, isn't it?
That was
Those
what I was
qualities.
talking about, this Anusaya. But I was confused about this Pali word, so I stopped talking about it. But yeah, as even in the first vibration, all this potential is there. Potential
Potential is
for
there.
power, potential for ditta, potential for the excitation, potential for what is the karma, bhava, ditta, and avijja. Avijja is the
Avijja.
vibration itself. Yeah, for it feeds the ignorance. Potential to feed the ignorance. It reinforces the whole thing.
And also, I think yesterday we were talking about this ashrava is something that is felt. You mentioned that.
I mentioned, but I mean,
Yeah.
I'm
But
not
I
sure.
heard it. Actually, I heard it. Aryan was saying that these four are something felt. He said that.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. Because because my some things I'm talking from like long time ago, and I have understood it, so I'm telling. So, but that's the thing, because you can't talk about these things in the mind.
But can't you talk about ashrava in the mind level also?
No, astral word itself is told to suggest that they are the potentials kind of thing. They are in the field side. They are in the field side.
All right. Okay.
It is
Even
it is very easy to understand if you look at this as a vijnanic aspect, right? No self aspect. If you look at a vibration, just a normal vibration, and that vibration has the potential to become something, change, keep changing, keep feeding same thing. Like if just imagine the one vibration has some features, just think, and just another vibration has several features, same thing, same aspect. There is no anyone here now. Anyway, it is a avignanaka stuff, like this consciousness field is there because of the speed only. If the speed is not there, consciousness is not there.
Yes.
Simple as that.
Then about that chakku vinyane, sota vinyane thing also, I asked him that day about the sensor, that means a faculty, the difference between the faculty and the consciousness. Chakkayatane and chakku vinyane, difference. Because I also had that feeling that chakkayatane is a function of seeing the light, and chakku vinyane is that the feeling of that something is there, some light is there.
Yeah.
So
even light
this
talk is not there. Like we can't talk about a light there. Just a feel.
feel, yeah.
The feel
So
has differences. Salt is different to sweetener. But the perception is different, but actual feel is different. But when it comes to one vibration, these differences are not even we can't talk about it. Difference as such. With wisdom, if you really get into that deep, you can understand that at the end it is only the self vibration which has done every aspect of this, because the self vibration has these several gunatmaka, they were characteristics.
Characteristics. Okay.
I mean, English, I'm trying to find some English words. I don't know whether they are even matching. I'm trying to say something about this self vibration. If self vibration is manifesting, there's 100% chance that perception will form, 100% chance that, consciousness will form, and the perception will form, and a mind also can form. If it only needs how many, just 2 or 3 sensory organs are needed to have a mind. Not a big deal.
Yeah,
So these
minimum two.
are the potentials from one vibration. Just imagine. If you keep understanding about that vibration, after that, what can surprise you? Isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, this Vidarshana is happening here and now, Jamba. It's not happening tomorrow.
Yes, dear. Yes, doctor. I am not trying to do anything, just to have a clear idea about it.
Yeah, if you can feel it, and actually there's a chance that you might feel it in a normal good day. It should be a good day, like with low mind. Body should be in a good state as well.
Just
Like Chitta Viveka and
joining
what is the
discussion
other
is
one? What is the name of the Chitta Viveka, and the other one is
Kaya Viveka.
Kaya Viveka. Yeah,
Chitta Viveka,
those
yes.
two.
Kaya Chitta Viveka.
Chitta Viveka is there in a baby because there's no Chitta. But
That's right.
child also, Chitta Viveka is, you can take a little bit of Chitta Viveka. But this Chitta Viveka is when the mind is not powerful, not when mind is suppressed, okay? Not when mind is suppressed. You are not
Without
going to
knowing.
suppress the mind.
Yes.
So you're just in it's a beautiful day. Every day can be a beautiful day. And if the beautiful day is not there also, it's a beautiful day. So that kind of thing. So
Accepting life as it is.
yeah, all the problems will be there. You just that you are not inside the dream, but everything will happen. So the best thing is let go of everything and just let the dharma work. So you know antivirus you have some programs now for antivirus. What do you call it for the computer? You put it.
Virus guard. Virus
Yeah,
guard.
like virus guard.
Mm.
You just put it there and let it work. That's how it is. You can't keep telling virus guard, see, you do this, okay? And you that level is not very sufficient because it keeps making you to go back to the mind. But you have to have the confidence about the virus guard also to let go, yeah? Yeah, that's the thing. That is what we are gaining from these discussions, I think.
Yes, doctor. It's very helpful, this discussion is actually. Because without knowing anything, just knowing something is valuable.
Yeah, even to let go, we don't know. So it is really important, Paru Vimintyan or something like that, Lord Buddha said, So, so and so he also said about how to swim or how to float or something like that. So everything is said in a for a reason. But if the virus guard is not strong enough, nothing will happen also. Then you come back and say to Aranhansa, I'm waiting for something to happen, but nothing happened. That also
Yeah.
is the same thing. The virus guard is not strong enough. So you just keep checking the virus guard also, because the Satyajnana part, there are caveats in that, there are issues in that. Because every time, this is experience of mine, every time you understand Dhamma, you feel like, at least I understood it now. That is how you feel. And the next day, you know that, no, it's not the thing. It's more deeper than that. Then every day it's more deeper than that. So, but you don't get upset about that. You actually have the power, the trust, the everything about this, and you're ready to go whatever the deep that is. It doesn't matter what deep, how deep. If you have the incentive, you will do that. So incentive comes from discussions. Aranwan says, talkers. How can I say that? You can't say that in English. Aranwan says, kind pushing towards these things. Yeah,
Yeah,
everything matters.
so many talkers from Aryanvasi. Yes, I had it.
Yeah, that's the thing. No, everyone has their own amount, I think. Even yesterday, he was kind of, yesterday, day before, I can't remember. He keeps bringing this up, He has to. Otherwise, it's a tricky area. No? And we also never stop listening to Aran Hansi. We every day listen to him. Every day. Like, I don't think I have missed any single sermon of his. Sometimes I miss the things that is done in Buddothpada. Sometimes.
That's actually great that you could listen to all of them. Now today also, I think Balagolla Aranvasi came. I don't know whether it is a full day program or he was supposed to
Was
come
it
there late.
broadcasted? Because I didn't listen to that.
No, I don't know actually. I checked in that Pratipada Puhunu thing, but that wasn't there.
Doctor,
And
there was one in the morning. Yes, I heard the part from this, not
which
Balagolla, this some new place. Yeah, yeah.
no, what I was interested was about Balagolla because Aranvasi came there today morning.
Balagolla is in Kandy now, doctor. This is in
Not
somewhere.
no, I was
No.
keen to find
He
out
went to
about
Kandy today.
not Kandy actually. It is
Not Kandy.
Balagolla means just after Mavanalla.
Yes,
You have to turn from the main road and go inwards.
not Balagolla, some other name it is, doctor.
That must have been
Balumgala,
conducted by
doctor.
somebody else, no?
That is Balumgala.
Sorry, Balungala. Yes, not Balagola, yes.
Mavanala, close to Mavanala.
Yeah, close to Mavanala, yeah, Balungala, sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't hear it. Champa, could you hear it?
Yes, doctor, you can hear it from that Sinhala media practical session,
No,
POT, Buddothpada, BTV.
BTV.
Yes, it's
Okay.
there.
I'll try. Mm,
I have to listen again. I just heard something.
mm, mm.
Yeah. Those things I miss actually. Because it's even I try to listen to Patana Karne. Even that time sometimes because of the stuff to do, but still somehow other manage to listen because he is a teacher kind of thing. And day by day, we kind of feel how much gratitude we have for him. I've never even seen him, never met him in person, but I think the gratitude is very much about discussing these things, specifically an era where form level and the non-form level wasn't discussed at all. This actual human experience is the important thing. When Champa is asking how to do the insight meditation from Lalana, I felt as if you're asking someone else how to think about it. No, that's not what Aranohans is actually trying to do. Even a mother from village, he doesn't say much, He says only few things and he let the person feel it. Main thing here to understand is there's no one here, but there's something you feel as existence, alive here. That alive feel is because of the vast vibration of the sensory organs. When you come to the feel, that is the most important thing.
Yes, doctor.
Because why we feel very upset about this whole thing is we feel things. It can be the emotions, it can be the, physical things, it can be anything. We feel things, that's why we feel alive. When the vijnana is there, we feel alive. That's the whole scenario.
Yes,
Who cares about this chair? Actually, the problem is in the field. But we have to come to that, We can't directly tell this. Now, because you two have listened to them only, I can tell this. But if it's a beginner, we have to come from outside to the perception, then perception to the vibration, and then tell that this is how it is. So, if you are someone who has listened to that part, finally, this alive feel is the reason for you to kind of have this problem. Even ekasilika, one cell bacteria has this. Try to understand that. Become the bacteria and see.
That means even an amoeba is having that feeling.
Yes. So become the amoeba and see. It's a vibration that they feel. Vibratory nature. So how is that happening? That is because of the fast vibration of whatever the sensory organ they have. So anywhere where this perception of existence is there, self-perception is there. It's a beautiful dharma. You just have to feel it. That's all. But it's here and now, not tomorrow.
Because of that alive feeling of the amoeba only, it is dividing, cells are dividing to produce
This
a
dividing part also is a
next
thought.
generation.
Yeah, but that's the thought in our system now. That amoeba has no recollection about dividing now. So no
But
need
by
to think.
nature, it has to
Yeah, it
maintain.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The amoeba only feels something. That's all. If there's another new amoeba, that amoeba also has a feel. That's all. Because it doesn't have a mind.
Yeah.
So all that is from the mind now, thinking about is amoeba thinking I should divide now. I have to divide now, otherwise there will be no son and daughter. I have to have one son, one daughter, and then I have to divide now. No, nothing. So this vibration is the culprit that we are trying to catch. You can do it with your wisdom. And how many times have we become this non-form status? How many times we have become the form status? How many times have we become the vibrations in the hell? I mean, Aranase always says, no, the home is the hell. And Lord Buddha said that, not Aranase. Actually, Lord Buddha said that. Home is hell. Why is saying
Yeah,
that? It is a
it's
high
coming and going.
vibration. It is a high vibration level. So the catching this is only possible in this human vibration. Only possible. So your body is still functioning, thoughts are still happening in the system. You have all the potential for feeling them, feeling no self, non-vibration, the no self-perception. Because this vibration can lead to so many sufferings, so much unexplainable, undeniable level of suffering. But when we understand that it is also not there, when full wisdom is there, no, this vibration can't manifest because Itta Sanya is not there, the Atma Sanya is not there, or existence field is not there, the self vibration is not there. This is the example to say that the continuous me feeling is a complete wrong thing. If you have a continuous me feeling, that's because of this problem. But when we feel the break in that, it is confirmed that there is no continuous self. Yeah, anything else?
Doctor, from yesterday's discussion, yesterday morning, Aryan Hanse said, look at the nature without self, without thinking.
Yeah, it's okay. What's the problem with that?
No, I'm just asking. It's okay. It will help. No, doctor.
In the sense, you will be like a baby again. Or a child. Because child was not thinking when she was looking. When she or he is looking, he was not planning
Yes.
anything.
Just looking.
Just looking. So the problem is becoming baby Sakuntala, becoming baby Champa is the problem, yeah. Because our mind is so big, we can't lower the vibration to that level just by a chance. But it might happen because letting go is a motto in this discussion. It should happen. Anyway, we can't
Watching the
remember some
nature
parts.
without thinking is also, I mean, is also an art, isn't it now? Because we are used to have the thoughts always when we are watching the nature.
Thought power should go down to
Always,
do that. You can't
yeah, there are
just do that.
stories coming up all the time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the thought power should go down. That's why
Mm.
Aranvansi is having this arama in the so secluded areas or high mountain areas without much people, without much noise, only nature. That's because the power of the mind is less. These are tactics that we use to get the power of the mind low. It can happen at your garden too, but the problem is we are not tuned to it. You know, if you have billions of perceptions, all the billion is there in one. The power of those billion perceptions is there in one vibration. That's the thing. So when you get older and older and older, the strength of this perception level is higher. But Malukya Buddha's Thero was about 100 years of age when he understood the Dharma. So there's nothing like this. There's no restrictions. It just needs some effort and some wisdom. Not about the other things, about the self-vibration and the non-self vibration. Understanding that the fast vibration of the sensory organ is the only reason that the life feel is there is very important. Once you have the ability to come to that level, it becomes much easier. Because whatever you feel, you know there is no one. Whether it is a severe pain or whether it is a very soft touch or whether it's a very sad mood or whether it's a very happy mood, nothing whatsoever. It's not actually representing a self. It's just fast vibration of the sensory organs that gives this consciousness. And just because you understood this, fast vibration is not going to stop. Do you know that? It is continuing. This Khandha level is continuing, but that power will stop. So that actually, even though we say Anidassana Vinyana, this the actual process is ongoing. Just that the no self-perception is so powerful that the self-perception has nothing to do with that anymore. So, because the Itta Sanya is the only perception that was outside these sensory organs. Because Itta Sanya has nothing to do with these organs. That's why it is manifesting or synchronizing to something else when we stop. The whole system stops. But when it is not there, Pahana Nivigya say comes there like the flame has gone, vanished. Just the system stops. Itta Sanya has nothing to do with the system. It's just system is real. Itta Sanya is existence, perception of existence. Perception of existence has nothing to do with the actual sensory vibrations. It's a different one, which we are trying to catch here. And when we catch it, it's kind of no escape because it comes with strong Dharma. It's all through wisdom. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala? Is it time for you to go? Almost. See, maybe even gone. Yeah, it's okay. So, yeah, this Dharma is beautiful. Just calm down and take it easy. That's all I can say. Because you all know Dhamma enough now. It's not the Dhamma problem, it's just the art of application that is needed. Art of application you can't ask from someone else. How do you do the vidarshana about the sunlight? And you get more and more confused then. Aranwase has told enough Dhamma about these things. If you are fully aware that the fast vibration of the eye is the only problem, what's the big deal about that? If you don't know, then it's a problem. Then you have to listen to Aranwanse's Dhamma again and again. Do you understand, Champa?
Yes, doctor, I'm sorry about it. The thirsty made me to ask that.
Thirsty, I have asked like about now 5 times to drop that thirst. If you ask 5 people five things, you will, I don't know where you will end. It's not like that. Already Aranwanse has done about 10,000, 12,000 sermons. And he has multiple times advised about this, how the vibration works. And this self-perception is a result of existence perception. Or the self-vibration is the result of existence field. So the existence field is from the past vibration of the sensory organs, that's all. So if that is not true, if the existence field is not true, how can the self-persist vibration can be true? No. None of these things are not true. We can't even call about a vibration. Even there's nothing called non-vibration. Actually, absence of vibration is a non-vibration. It's not a new vibration. When you fully understand these things, immediately you will let go even Dhamma. So you feel more like a child anyway. And then this everything will come into line. It's very important you get these things properly. And Naranahanse has done so much sermons. And if you don't understand the point in life, then you have to ask that question. We can discuss about it, how the light is formed. Or actually you can, I can invite you to talk about that and see what points you get jumbled up. And that's it. There's nothing much. It's just that understanding this alive really is just because of the consciousness, which is the past vibration of the sensory organs. Self vibration will not be an issue if you really fully understand this. You will feel the release of the self vibration. Feel. So none of these things can't actually convert it to words. And if you try that also, it is useless.
Yes, doctor, I understand. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we are coming to the end of this discussion today. So thank you everyone for listening to Dhamma. Actually, this Dhamma is not easy in the beginning, but if you hold on there, it becomes clearer and clearer with time. And you can experiment, you can have a vast area of knowledge about anything. You can have a PhD about the vibration. It doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Yes, doctor, thank you very much for your kind attention and clarifications. Teruvan Saranai, all the Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Hanse.
Sanai, thank you, Aranohans. We worship you every day. Thank you. And thank you, Dharma friends. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Good morning, my dear Dhamma friends. With the deepest reverence, I humbly worship our noble friend Buddothpada and Vansi. And I'd like to extend my sincere blessings to all who are gathered here. Thiruvan Saranai to all of you. As as a practice, we gather here every morning at 7:45 a.m. at Sri Lankan time to discuss openly about the profound teachings of Lord Buddha, which has been preached about 2,500 years back. So why we are discussing? For the sake of understanding the truth. So we knew from our childhood that Lord Buddha had preached the absolute truth, but we didn't know, unfortunately. What we heard since our childhood led us to some kind of a question. What was that question? Am I hearing the true Dhamma? Is it the true Dhamma that has been preached by the Lord Buddha? So in certain places we had certain questions, but there were no one to ask. When compared with the other religions, the Buddhism, what we heard, is more or less equal. Some people were saying that all religions are same. At a glance, we also thought the same. To shape a person, to shape up the person, in order to shape up the person as a good person, all religions. That was the idea that we had in our mind. So whole purpose of the religion is to shaping up the person as a good person into and introduce him or her into this society as a good person. So we thought that is the ultimate intention of every religion. But as Buddhists, we had some kind of a query always in our mind, hidden behind. Is that the only thing that Lord Buddha has preached? Ultimately, after listening to these Buddothpada sermons only, we got to know that the Buddhism is not another kind of religion. It is some kind of a philosophy. It is some kind of a theory which will help us to understand the absolute truth in this world. Not confined only to this world, into the entire universe. So I believe that we are the luckiest people in this world who could hear that truth. This truth has been hidden for 2500 years. Now it has been revealed through these Buddothpada sermons. So that convinces us, that sermons convince us that what Lord Buddha said was not a religion. It is all about the absolute truth. So what is the truth? In a nutshell, what is the truth? And what does that really say? It talks about the self. It talks about you. It talks about me. It talks about the self. In other religions, basically, what I got to know from our childhood, what they say is do good things, stay away from doing bad things. That doing good things will build up your merits. Doing bad things will collect sins for you. So the things that you are doing at this present life will give some kind of a feedback, whether if you have done good things in your life, in this life, so you will gain good outcomes, good feedback in your next life. So likewise, there are certain misbeliefs. So all the religions have been built on some kind of a belief. It's very hard to find a scientific theory behind each religion, what we practice nowadays, what most of the people practice nowadays. That's why in the people who are in the Western countries, who tend to think broadly, going away from those uh, religions, so they become non-religious state. So they don't believe in those religions. But that is good in another way, rather than believing unproven myths. But what they have missed is this absolute truth. So what we, from these kind of discussions, from these kind of forums, what we try to announce this world is just forget everything and come here and have a look. Whether the things what we are discussing in these forums are really convincing for you, you can take it up. Otherwise, just give up. So what we are discussing is not another philosophy or not another belief or not another misconception. Everybody who has an inquisitive mind, so they can understand what we are telling. But the message that wanted, that R.N. Maharshi wants to convey to the entire world is this: who you are, what is the purpose of being here, and that would be the ultimate truth to be understood. So irrespective of the religion that you believe, just set aside for a moment and come and have a look, come and listen what we are telling. Whether it's really logical, then you can do your own, you can start doing your own investigation on that. Otherwise, if you don't feel like this is true, just do whatever you do. Just stay as you used to live your life, lead your life. Anyway, yes. So other than these kind of discussions, in our main website, there are plenty of texts available to download in PDF format. So there are, the main website is www.buddothpada-dharma.com website. So if you go to visit to that website, there are books available. So they are free to be downloaded, and please have a look. Please read them attentively. If you do have any questions, you may bring up here and we can openly discuss them. So it will help for all of us to get the things clarified. Well, so other than that, we have another website that is www.wisdomofasia.com. Wisdom of Asia, you have to type as a one single word, then www.wisdomofasia. So those who are very much interested in the modern day findings, so how these modern day knowledge tallies with the ancient wisdom, so that will explain how it bridges the gap. So I encourage you to visit that site, that website as well. So after that you can join these kind of discussions, so we can talk. So most of the time our noble friend Buddothpada is joining in this forum, so we can ask him directly whether if we have any doubts on that. So before going into today's discussion, I thought of reminding some important points that we have talked in early sessions as well. So so the path, the way that we usually live in this world is known as, can be named, it is known as Anusotagami. That is the Pali word. So we are drifting with the current of ignorance. So as a person who is coming from ordinary world or the mundane world, so we don't know the truth. So for such kind of a person, we can call him a person who has the ignorance. He doesn't know the absolute truth. So such kind of a person is drifting with the current of ignorance. So treating the world as inherently real. So as the person is having the ignorance, as he doesn't know the real truth, because he doesn't know the real truth, he thinks the world is real. The the place where he live in, he believes it's real. So at the same time, he thinks that he is also real. He is really existing. So that is again because he doesn't know the truth here. So the path of awakening is totally different from that. That is the Patisota, swimming against the usual current, seeing what appears as real is not real. And what we call the self is merely an illusion. That is the way of moving against the current. So for that we call Patisoti. So if you are in the ignorance, you are drifting with the current. So that is the Anisotagami person. And once you start to seeing the real truth, then you turn your journey from 180 degrees and moving backwards, eradicating your ignorance. And that is the That is the way, that, 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 that is the Patisotagami way of moving backwards, actually. It is not a backward direction, but with the ignorance, we moved along with the current. But we have to move against the current. So with the wiping off our level of ignorance. So what Lord Buddha actually said, he declared, Vinaya loke avijja domanasanang kaya kayanupasi viharati. Lord Buddha announced the world is as it truly is, not a fixed, enduring reality, but as impermanent and free of self thing. That is the ultimate truth here. So it's very difficult to understand as we say it as such directly if you are new to this forum. But the understanding happens in a certain way. It will take certain time period for you to understand what does that really mean. First, you have to listen what Lord Buddha really said as the truth. Then you have to incorporate these understanding or these lessons into your day-to-day life. Then you tend to feel that the world is not real. So even how much you know about this Buddhism or this true truth, it doesn't help, because if you don't feel it, the truth, feel the truth. If you don't feel the truth, it is worthless of understanding this truth. So you have to feel it. The world is not real. The self is not real. The concept I took as real, the concept of me, or concept of I, uh, took it as real, is not true. So that is the understanding that we have to gain up by participating in these kind of discussions. So after listening to the true Dhamma, then Lord Buddha has announced a clear path to practice. So yesterday also we talked about these things. So how the people who have some kind of understanding do practice this truth in their day-to-day life. So yesterday we talked and we saw how they practice it. There is a way. So Buddhism is very clear. First, you have to have the clear understanding. Then you have to practice apply this understanding to your day-to-day life. So what would be the outcome? Then Satyajnana, Krutajnana, then the Krutajnana. So Lord Buddha clearly explained those three things will happen to you. What is the ultimate goal? Is the stillness, is the complete realization. That is not the enlightenment. as Hindu say. In the enlightenment, there would be self at the end point, who feels everything. But in what Buddha said is not the enlightenment. It is a state where you have a great or true tranquility or true stillness without a self. So that's why this Dhamma is all about an unsolved Dhamma. That's why it is known as an unsolved Dhamma. So after realization, there won't be any self or any living being who perceive that feeling. That is the Krutajnana. So even though we discuss these things openly here, if you don't practice, you won't be able to feel that absolute feeling, get that absolute feeling. So it has to be done by you. There would be no kind of a guarantee that can be given from the Lord Buddha even. If you don't practice and if you don't incorporate that knowledge into your day-to-day life, there is no guarantee of getting the true liberation. So there were certain instances in the past, in Buddha era also, there were certain people who have great knowledge about this truth, but unfortunately they didn't practice it. They didn't incorporate that knowledge into a day-to-day life. Because of that reason, they failed to pick up the ultimate fruit. It's not a low-hanging fruit actually. You have to put some effort. So how does this effort come? It also has to come from you. So after listening this Dhamma, there are certain the 4 things gets built up within you. What are those 4 things? Chanda. Chanda means first thing that you get some kind of a curiosity to listen this Dhamma. Oh, there's a strange kind of discussion is going on, so I should have a look. There should be some kind of a what do you call this urge that comes within you from within, to see, to have a look, to get the proper understanding. There should be some kind of a certain interest towards this to listen this Dhamma. That is the Chanda. Then you have to analyze how this concept works. So you have to contemplate at the initial stages, and you have to find out whether these things are correct without any doubt. So that is the second stage, second thing that you have to have. Then you have to have some kind of a courage. So it comes automatically when you listen this Dhamma, when it becomes evident for you, so a courage will come automatically from you to to see to see this Dhamma in analytical lens. So Samrachit Virya, that is the courage you get, and along with that you get some kind of a inquisitive mind. Then you will be able to figure it out this Dhamma very clearly. So yes, absolutely there is no self here. Theoretically, you get to know that there is no self here. So you become very confident on this Dhamma. So then if anyone comes and tell, no, you the thing, the way of the way that you are thinking is not correct. So you can argue with him, but it is not arguable Dhamma. It is some Dhamma that should be understood with the, so it depends on the capacity of your, as that this Dhamma is for the intellectuals. So who can argue, who can contemplate, who can have adequate courage. So this Dhamma is for them. So yes, so I think a lot of friends joined by now, so we can start discussing these things. So Terwan Saranai, all of you. Yes, we can start the discussion now. So yes, yesterday we discussed about the practical aspect, how the people, how these people practice this Dhamma. So it was a great discussion. So I think we can start discussing it in this Dhamma in very practical aspect. In a way, yeah. So I invite Randima. So shall we discuss about the practical aspect? So the application of this Dhamma into day-to-day life, how we should start with, how we should begin with. So Lord Buddha has showed us a clear way. So through the Satara Satipatthana. So so how we can apply this knowledge, as we have been listening for this Dhamma for more than two years by now. But if we fail to apply into the day-to-day life, so that will hinder definitely, it will obstruct the progress of our experience. So how do you apply this knowledge into our day-to-day life? So Terwan Saranai.
Yeah. Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi. Thank you so much for your very valuable and interesting explanation. Um, and also, I think Theruvan Saranai Aryan Sir, Theruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends who have gathered here. Yeah. So, as you very correctly pointed out, the most important thing is catching this practical path. So we are doing our homeworks in various ways, depend on the person's nature, depends on his life experience. You see the way a particular person reach the realization would be different. But one thing we understand, that is this whole process of finding the truth within, that is this RA investigation or this noble message, to what extent that the truth start to reveal within has to happen. So the time factor actually, I mean, it depends. But when you start to listen Dhamma, and when you start to experience it in your day-to-day life, you become Dhamma-like. So that's a natural transformation. So this natural transformation is the one which is happening. I think everyone uh, is in some form in a natural transformation, in the sense they start to feel some reality of this truth, and they start to feel some less attachment within them. So these things really you see start to evident within themselves. But the problem is, you see, this mind, if he talks about the mind, this mind is the power. The thought means the power. So the thickness of the thought, because this thought is, you see, it was gradually building in up, and this now this thought is very thick. So sometimes the mind power level in the system would be very high. So then sometimes what will happen, even though the field of the transformation is occurring, this guy might still, you see, try to live in the thoughts. So there is a possibility of happening that, because you see, this mind power is not attacked. That's why the breakthrough of that mind, because that has to happen through the Dhamma itself, because mind power is still strong. Because when the mind power is still strong, you see, even in the Dhamma path, it's a natural thing. Mind power starts to stem. So why this? Then it is the interesting question. Why this mind power? So we understand, as you said, it is not a true. It's a real mirage. It's a real illusion, but start to feel like alive. So then why still, I mean, even why still, if somebody knows this, why still this mind power is very strong, and why still thoughts comes, I mean, thoughts anyway come, but the powerfully it is still in the thoughts. So maybe in the Nibbana path also, like that feel, you see, the feel will not become paramount, and the thoughts will become paramount still. So why it is happening so is a very interesting thing. The thing is, why this huge, you see, thought burden, or this thickness of the thought, or the thickness of the mind power, that is due to this itta sanya. This itta sanya is the heavy part. I think if you have listened to yesterday's Andolanatmaka Deshana, this came out. Actually, Aryan Mahas is telling all this, but understanding this also, sometimes we might not understand it at the beginning, but later on, these things you see start to feel. But see, this itta sanya, so this is the heaviest part, in the sense, this is the burden. This is the strong, you see, every mind
Everyone's all
experience.
right.
Peruan
Everyone's-
Saranaya,
Yeah.
sir.
We want to explain, Radhima, this Dhamma, others,
Yeah,
Western audience.
yeah,
So you are explaining, can't understand Western audience
yeah,
because these words, Itta Sanya, you are talking about this English is okay.
So who know this dharma is okay. But how understanding others?
Yeah.
Very difficult now. Very difficult. You are discussing with Dr. Ravi or here someone, it's okay. They can understand. But others, how is understanding? How they understand? You see,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
difficult. It's
Yeah.
difficult because we won't do this simply. Otherwise, we won't do this. This this English. We won't we won't explain others. No. So I tried this Thailand. They can't understand like this.
Yes, RM.
Yes, can't understand. They want simply words. So otherwise, they can't understand singular words and the Pali words, especially. They don't know that one. So we won't realize this. What do you think about Doctor? What do you think about Harshi and the Kavinja and Dr. Kokila? Are you there? What do you think about? So are you try this? Are you try this Dhamma? Explain others, Western guys. You can experience it. It not. It can't do this. It can't do like this. It's not happening. It's not happening because they can't understand these words. So perception is okay. That's existence existence perception is okay. I always try to tell in these English words simply because I have a huge vocabulary. I have little vocabulary, but I won't explain this others because Sinhalese and this our guys know this. They have a problem, but problem is so we won't explain this other audience. So Western audience, especially. So this word is very important. That's why Ita Sanya is very worth this word, but it's not. This word is not. Uh, this Pali or Sinhala is not. It can't understand. How understand this Pali and Sinhala? They can't understand, especially. I want to tell this. Mm, are you here, Doctor? Are you here, Harshi? Today? Are you not here?
No, no, Arahant,
Yes.
we haven't joined.
Sometimes Kavinda also not here
Yeah.
because it's okay. Yeah, but it's very important.
Yeah, RM. I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'll explain
Yeah,
simply.
it's okay. It's
So,
okay. It's okay.
okay.
It's okay.
Thank you,
Continue.
RM.
Continue. It's okay.
Yeah. So we understand the whole problem here is it is not about any perceptions. You understand perceptions are these trees, suns, moons, father, mother, so whole worldly things. Actually, the problems is not in any of these perceptions. But where the problem is each every moment there is a sense of mind power. You see, there is a sense of attachment. There is a sense of becoming. This becoming is the issue. Why? Then we try to understand why this becoming. Becoming in the sense why all the time the things start to feel as real. Why it is start to feel as real? Because if it is not felt, then there is no problem. So we understand this mind is not true. But the problem is, you see, the mind power starts to feel real now. That is the problem. So then Therefore, that's why even in Dhamma path, you see, we understand this mind is this sight, sound, touch, taste, and you see all the five senses coming together, and it gives some existent feel. So this existent feel is a perception, you see, but that carry a weight. That carry a weight. So there is a strong programming running within somebody. You see, what's that program? Everything is real. The world is real, and also the so-called person is real. So this is the perception. This is this existent feel perception. So this is very important. But you understand this perception not arise at once also. How this perception got stronger is the one you study when you start to analyze the mind formation. So you go to that kindergarten child. So that kindergarten level child, you see, it didn't have worldly perceptions like that. But slowly, these worldly perceptions were programmed. So for example, red color. So it is sight to the eye sensor level, and also a sound to the ear sensor level. So this is how it was programmed, and it was programmed in a way like it is that outside is the one you are experiencing. That's how it was programmed. So the outside is real, and so-called the inside person who is experienced that is real. So everything was programmed in a such a way. So what happens finally? There were things got accumulated as perceptions, and the perceptions got real in the system naturally. When these perceptions gets real, finally what is the final product? So there is a one vibration here, one ultimate spark here. What is that spark? That is this everything is real, this existent feel. Now it is not about the mother or the father or the sun or the moon, but now there is a one underlying, you see, strong, heavy perception, that is this everything is real. Now let's assume for a moment, now you are a elderly person. So now for you guys, what happened? Then and there, the senses will spark, and some perception give rise in your system. That can be the mother perception, or that can be the father's perception. So then what happens? This system doesn't matter whether it is the mother or the father or somebody, as long as some perception there, means now whole world start to become real in the system. So this is the existent perception. This is the existent perception. So if I elaborate this part, you see, in terms of very short kind of relationship form. So what is the reason? Cause is the speed. And what is the effect? Effect is the vibration. You see, vibration in the eye, vibration in the ear. And then what is the cause? Cause is that vibration in the ear or the you see eye, and these vibrations you see start to this is happening again and again and again, cause to have some existent feel, alive feel of something, alive feel of the light. So that's a completely different perception. That's why we try to experience. So all the time, this vibration, they are occurring in the present moment, but that is transformed and start to feel, you see, as a completely natural, completely different vibration. So now it is a complete different vibration, that the light is real in the system, sound is real in the system, and see when that light perception and the sound perception, these sensations also coming together give rise to a completely different vibration. That is, now there is a chair is a completely different perception, and that process also you see coming again and again, because this process is ongoing. So therefore, due to that speed of the process, the speed of the contact process, you see what happens, the chair become real. So that's a completely, now it is not the chair, now it is the everything real, the alive feel, the existent field. So this is the critical, very important factor we try to draw. So now this vibration is a completely different vibration if you go compare to the original. So, and when the things you see become real, naturally the other side, it is the soul become real. So it is the same thing. So this existent field or the alive field is, if we do not understand, actually not understand. Understand is also not suitable, as Aryan has explained, but this truth has to feel, and you see that breakthrough has to occur. Like that is this underlying system transformation has to occur. So when that transformation occur, you see now it is different, because all the time everything became real was the previous scenario. But with this, with the Dhamma, what will happen? What is the transformation? In that system, this vibration or this existent field or the so-called alive field become unrealistic, will become not meaningful. So hereafter that, so it is just a system running. It is not that soul perspective that everything is a soul will not occur, because now it is crystal clearly felt that it is not the mind, it is not the body. So there is no body here. So that is that, you see, that shall not end up with the knowledge. So this, you have to become reality in the sense there is no you after that. So this you means what? The I means what? I is another thinking. It is another misconception. So every worldly phenomena is a misconception, and this misconception is the one which is mask the whole process, because at each and every moment you see some process is happening, but due to this process a power comes. But why this power is huge, start to become very huge in the system, that is because of that misconception of the existent field, because it is the misconception, so-called self is real and the world is real. But with the Dhamma, one understand it. This is the experience. A very not, this experience is not meaningful either, and this is not anything related to outside or inside, but this is a moment experience which is not true. So this moment untruth is felt. So after that felt, that system liberate in the sense system doesn't carry the so-called the soul burden anymore. So that's why after that, naturally, then and there system you see occurrence, the system experience, because the thought naturally comes, but that thought will not carry that soul burden. So that's the peace, that is the inside tranquility. So that is the otherwise samadhi. So whatever the word you can use, but it is a natural liberation. It is not a thinking. But as Dr. Ravi asked, What happens is when someone start to listen to this Dhamma, slowly this you see the transformation start to happen. But if someone's mind power is very high, means thickness of the thought is very high, means what? Still that power level is still high. So due to that, you see, it's a kind of a deviation between the feel and the mind power. Feel and the mind power, like a feel is not winning like in the system. So feel is not consistent in the system. But if you, so you must be clever enough to catch within you or to experience the path also, because there is no point of you see living in the mind, but surely a person can't do, I mean by thinking also you can't do it, but naturally the thought needs to become irrelevant in the system. I think that will happen definitely. Yeah, Dr. Ravi, I think you can add. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Randima. Yes, the person who hear this Dhamma for the first time, or in the second time, he or she might think so we are telling always there is no doer here, but he or she feels that he's there. So he doesn't or she doesn't know the way of she thinks represents the self. So the what we have to understand is people tend to believe. So from our childhood, we believed the person who is thinking right now is me. So in other words, we believed the mind is me. It belongs to me. The, so so what we have to understand is, does this mind really represent me? No. So what we have to figure it out, mind does not represent the self. Actually, what is happening, so 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 if we say so, but who, somebody who is new to this forum, he might think, no, this is not like that. I'm the one who thinking, I'm the one who is listening, I'm the one who is dealing with the worldly perception, and so many thoughts would be there. But he or she doesn't know that thought are separate things, that we can't say that thoughts represent the self. So, but but he will say, but I feel that I am thinking. So now we have to explain, how does this happen? So we say the mind is not you, but he still say, no, I feel like I am thinking. I feel like I'm alive. So then we have to explain him or her how this alive feeling comes with that thought. So what we have to understand is the thought. So thought is the building block of your mind. Another word, for the mind, another word is the thought. So how this thought get created? So to understand what the thought is, we have to understand where the thought gets created, from where the thoughts get created. So our five senses are responsible for creating these thoughts. So That's why Lord Buddha said, mind is the world, because the perceptions we create in our own faculties or five senses combine each other, makes a forms a contribute to forming a thought. That thought represent your mind. So it that thought, as you clearly said, has some kind of a power in it. That power makes you to feel that you are alive. That is the alive feel. The thought is there. In each and every thought, there is some kind of a power, because we know how the thoughts get created due to the vibration, telepathizations, and resonance. So that is the work of, that is the way how your faculties or your senses work, resonance and telepathization. So each vibration has, as you said, some kind of energy within it. So that energy collectively come into one single thought. So it has a certain kind of energy. So that energy can give rise to some kind of a feeling that that feeling is the existent feeling. So everything happens with that feeling of the existence. That feeling is the troublemaker. That feeling is responsible for everything, even for the suffering, even for the happiness, even for the continuation of the samsaric journey. That feeling of the existence is the cause. So what with Dharma, what Lord Buddha revealed into this world is understanding how these feeling become a real thing for you, how this thought becomes a real thing for you, how your mind becomes a real thing for you. That is very well explained by the Paticcasamuppada Dhamma, or the cause and effect Dhamma. So, as Randima clearly explained, so if the magic is not that one. Magic is when you start understanding how this alive feel gets created, then that is sufficient for you to get.
Buddothpada Ariani, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpada Ariani, Buddothpada Ariani. Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright, the Dharma's flame, the guiding light. You reawakened till the night, the fear is gone. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpada, Ariani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpada, Ariani. Buddothpada, Ariani. Buddothpada, Ariani. Buddothpada, Ariani. Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love, radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath, wisdom of Asia ever aglow, Buddothpada. Dispelling darkness, breaking night, dispelling ignorance with light, dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion, opening all eyes. Wisdom of Asia, steady flow, Buddothpada. Truth of life and truth of mind, truth no time can leave behind, truth of birth and death made clear, the path of peace is always near, wisdom of Asia ever we go,
Therwan Saranai. First of all, I would like to pay my utmost respect to Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa. පාද නමස්කාර කරමි බුද්ධෝත්පාද ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ අවසරයි. As usual, this is the Buddothpada Pure TV English Dhamma Talk. Actually, today we gather here. Today we listen. Today we are going to listen actually to learn something about this, what we have learned from Buddothpada sermons. So, Buddothpada Pure TV English is the newest opportunity provided by Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse for the seekers of true Dhamma all around the world. This 24-hour live YouTube channel operates daily where Buddothpada Dhamma sermons are broadcast right throughout. This is really a golden opportunity to those who are interested in this true Dhamma. Actually, this true Dhamma is very important. This is not like just Dhamma. This is true Dhamma with the practical knowledge, not with some information actually. This is true Dhamma, and it has awakened. But what is this awakening? Most of us have spent years and years actually in the past reading these sutras and memorizing these Pali verses, and also doing so many different things, and also textbooks, Buddha textbooks. Most of us read textbooks to gather knowledge. That is what we did. Actually, we collected most of the sermons written in books, and we want to memorize these stories, and we want to listen to these stories. That is what we did throughout our life. Half of the life is spent doing such things actually. So when we talk about these Buddothpada sermons, it is totally depending on this practical side, rather than these stories and all. Practical side is important, as Lord Buddha has said, he who sees Dhamma sees me. Actually, that is what we have to identify. That is not merely the knowledge. That is what we have to understand. The most important thing is the practical side. So in this Buddothpada sermons, the practical side is very, very important. In all these, as you all aware, in all these Vivekashramas, Mihimi ashramas, and even in Zoom, different types of Zoom you can experience. So most probably the practical side is going on in all these things. So even in Mihimi ashramas and Vivekashramas, you will experience that the Pratipada program. The Pratipada program is the most important thing which you have to understand, which you have to feel it. So once you understood it thoroughly, you will free from all these sufferings. So that is the most important. Actually, that is the philosophy of Lord Buddha, the Satya Jnana, which is very, very important in one's life. So, if we say, if we say something like this, mm, by reading the sutra and memorizing Pali verses, and also reading all these textbooks. Even you have textbooks in various in various situations. You have these textbooks uh, textbooks of Buddha. So all these things, by reading all these things, by gathering all this information. If I ask you a question like this, has that knowledge stopped your anger? Has that knowledge stopped your anger? Has it ended your fear of death? I ask you two questions. Has that knowledge stopped your anger? No. Actually, reading all the knowledge will not stop our anger. And also, has it ended your fear or death? Fear of death? Actually, the answer is not. Isn't that so? Yes. Then we can realize that intellectual knowledge is just another burden. Actually, that is another burden because if we try to read the books and get the knowledge, again, what we do is that we want to cling on that. Next, what is the next part? If we have, if we stop, if we finished reading part 2, we need the part 3. Otherwise, we can't understand that. So it will be another burden definitely. Actually, Lord Buddha did not come to give us a philosophy to study. He came to show us a reality to experience. Isn't that so? So it is not something to study actually. That's some kind of an experience. The truth is not in a book. Even it is not in future. Truth is what is happening right now before you even label it with a thought. Just if I say something like that, I'm suffering, I'm stressed, I'm trying to achieve nibbana. So who is this I? When we feel some kind of a pain in our body, we say, my pain. When a thought arises, my thought, there the first thing is I am trying to suffer here, my pain, my thought. So something like that. But now when we see, now just imagine, look at a cloud in the sky. Do we say my cloud? We don't say, isn't that so? We don't say my cloud because you recognize it as a natural phenomenon passing through the sky. If it rains, do we say my rain? No. It is a natural phenomenon. If it is wind, just imagine the wind is blowing very fast. Do we say my wind? No. We understand that it's a natural phenomenon. So if it is a cloud, so the mind is exactly if it is that. Now just imagine, now if I say by looking at the sky, we don't say my cloud. So there, the mind is exactly like that sky. Thoughts are the clouds. But we have made the mistake of grabbing a cloud and claiming this is mine, this is mine. If there is no owner of the pain, how can there be suffering? So, likewise we have to understand this. This Lord Buddha said that the truth to the humanity as a path to freedom, eradicating the suffering or the unsatisfactoriness or the misery. What we really need in this life is the freedom from dukkha or suffering and achieving that peace actually. We are always suffering. As far as we have that mind, as far as we are human beings, we suffer. We feel dukkha. What is this dukkha? You can understand that dukkha is due to this existence of so-called me. Normally, we always say that I am suffering, I am in dukkha, I am unhappy. Sometimes we tend to say, I'm suffering because of this one, because of the other one. You will say, I lost that particular thing. Because of that, I'm suffering. In this manner, actually, we attribute the arising of dukkha to various things or people or situations outside. Most probably, when we do not get what we wanted, and when we lose what we liked, what we wanted. In all these situations, we say, I'm suffering, I'm miserable, um, I'm unhappy, I'm sad. All these things we say. Dukkha happens to me, likewise you say. Now, now just imagine now we by looking at this, we know that this dukkha or suffering or burden or whatever the so-called word, because it happens to somebody. That now when we talk about these Buddothpada sermons, it clearly says that there is nobody here. Nobody in the sense, you have to understand that. So, if there is nobody, then how can there be any dukkha or suffering? This is very, very important, actually, a very deep insight. Actually, we usually do not see or comprehend But if we come to recognize this truth clearly, it will become very simple, obvious fact. We talk of nibbana, and also it is your wish, maybe my wish, everybody's wish. Many people try to attain nibbana. If not, in other words, we can say to realize the truth, to realize the truth, real truth actually. Isn't that so? So when we talk about this fire, there will be an extinguishment of the fire as well. In case of an oil lamp, if oil is over and the wick also burnt out, the lamp will then automatically cease to exist. Where the light has gone from its existence. This is a very nice example, as always Aryan was also taking, where the light has gone from its existence. As long as one puts firewood, dry leaves, dry materials into the fire, it continues. In this manner, there are many similes given. However, these are mere intellectual knowledge. Even for a moment, have you ever felt that you have a mind? Often we say, I have a mind. My mind is joyful. My mind is miserable or unhappy, or I am suffering. Is it not this mind is joyful or unhappy? Is it not this joy or misery is in the mind? Wherever the mind is, there is dukkha, suffering, unsatisfactoriness. Whenever mind exists, there is joy and sorrow, the duality. Mind never stays at one end. It always oscillates. If there is one end, it implies the existence of the opposite side, opposite end. The duality is the nature of the mind. For an example, if there is a mango tree outside, if you think that you are here inside, that's all your existing feeling. To see that mango, there should be somebody here. The observer should be there. That is you, the soul. So you are there to see that mango tree. That is the duality, the nature of the mind. If there is a chair, if you see the chair outside, you are there to see that chair. So there are two ends. Outside you see the chair and you are here to see that. So if there is no owner, just imagine if there is no owner to see it, or if it is pain, if there is no owner of the pain, how can there be suffering? This suffering requires a recipient. If a stone is hit by a stick, the stone does not suffer because there is no self inside the stone to claim the pain. Can you understand what I say? If a stone is hit by a stick, the stone does not suffer because there is no self there inside the stone to claim the pain. There we have built a house of self out of memories and desires, and then we wonder why the house is always catching fire. To find peace, we don't need to fix the house. We need to realize the house was never there to begin with. When we talk about the people, actually, many people come to the Dhamma wanting to calm the mind. They want to replace bad thoughts with good thoughts. But when we understand this true Dhamma by going through this Buddothpada sermons, as what Aramasi has preached, so there we can identify, we can understand that there is no such thing as a mind. What we call mind is simply a vibration. If you follow these, most probably you follow these sermons of Buddothpada, so you are very familiar with this word vibration. So what we call this mind is simply a vibration. an oscillation between two poles. Like a pendulum swimming between I like and I dislike, joy and sorrow. If you try to hold on one side of joy, you are creating the tension that will eventually pull it back to sorrow. This is the nature of duality. As long as you are doing something to change your mental states, you are still trapped in the world of formation. The path to nibbana is not about moving the pendulum to a better spot. It is about letting it drop. It is the state of non-formation. When you stop labeling this is good or this is bad, the oscillation stops. In that stillness where there is no this or that, the truth reveals itself. So there that the duality, that so-called duality, you can understand that once you understand that duality, understood that the sense that when you understand that there is no soul here, non-existing feeling. Once you understand that non-existing feeling, where that duality disappears. The duality there disappears because there is no such two ends there then. You become the nature. Uh, so to understand that actually you have to have a good understanding about the philosophy of Lord Buddha. If you have that good understanding of that philosophy of Lord Buddha, there you will once you have to get this as knowledge, then you will start feeling it that satya jnana, where you can practice, and there is no body here. Then the truth reveals there. So once there is no body, you merge the nature. That is what it says. We often talk about the 31 planes of existence, the heavens, the human world, and the lower realms. We perform merits, hoping to go to better place. But even the highest heaven is a trap. Why? Because anything that has a beginning must have an end. If you build a beautiful palace out of merit, it will eventually crumble. This is the law of anicca. In these Buddothpada sermons, it gives us clearly It gives us clarity to look for the unconditioned, that which was never born and therefore can never die. So, when we talk about these two words, if you are never born, you will never die. You never born, actually, it says in Buddothpada sermons. Buddothpada Aranwanse has very nicely explained all these words clearly. Although they are words, we have to have a good understanding. They are just words, but what you have to have is you have to have this. This should be found through understanding. So when we talk about these thoughts, every thought that arises is a lie. All these words are thoughts. So every thought that arises is a lie. It tells you that this is real and this is important. But a thought is just a flash of energy. If you don't feed this thought, feed the thought with your attention, it dies instantly. If you don't create a thinker, there is no karma. If you don't create a thinker, there is no karma. That is why these days, actually, you may have seen this through these Buddothpada sermons. Um, when people are talking about their experiences, asking for kamatana in the Zoom discussions, most probably Aryan Mahasi is always advising them to see whether when they are talking about that situation, that he is asking Besagattade Aramuna, that is how he is asking. So they have to have it, just let go. Without deep thinking, without having that deep think on that Taramuna, they have to have it, just let go. If not that bhava everywhere, if you are not there, you don't want that karma will not be created. So that point is very important. What you have to do is you have to understand that the place that if you suffer because of something, so you have to understand that because of this I'm suffering, because I am here, that incident there, you are trapped in this mundane world. So you have to identify that. You have to have that good understanding. You have to have a good feel about this four sense faculties, 6 faculties. And we have to find, where am I? Who am I? This is the most important place, finding of I, my, mine. Whether there is something like that. In order to understand that, you have to listen many sermons actually. Because sometimes just going through 3-4 sermons of Buddothpada, you will feel this real truth. If not, you have to listen. It depends on the person who listens. So if not, you have to listen so many sermons. And also, you have to have a discussion with Kalyan Mityanand Mahanse, because he is the one who has already understood this philosophy of the Buddha, and also who has always realized this pure truth. Unless actually it was covered, this real truth was covered, although Lord Buddha has preached it 2500 years ago, it was covered with this dust. So fortunately uh, we found this with the help of these Buddothpada sermons. Unless our Kalyana Mitra Mahansa teaches us and open our eyes to this truth, we would never know the truth of the world. These sermons will be most important for us to listen to and understand the philosophy of the Buddha. What we are listening and what RNS is presenting to us now is more than a sermon. Actually, they are practical experiences following the path to nirvana, which is a very great importance for us. All these sermons will be very useful to clear our doubts and find the correct path to nirvana. So when we keep listening to these sermons of Buddothpada, we will begin to understand the correct and the practical way to be on the path. It does not matter about the social status of a person who will be listening to this practical method of following this path actually. Irrespective of your religion, caste, nationality, color, gender, whatever it is, even you are a man or a woman, something like that. So if you are a human being, as a human being, you can listen to this and you can feel it. First, you have to understand You can feel it. Actually, when we look at in this mundane world, if we look at the people through this dharma, they are all of the same nature. But people are really helpless. They do not know the truth. We all, earlier also, we all had the false view of the world, which we call mithya dushtiya. As long as they are ignorant about pure truth that the Buddha preached, they have a false view of the world, which means actually avidya or ignorance. So fortunately, we came across, although we were in the same boat earlier, fortunately we found this true dharma through these Buddothpada discourses, sermons. So we are really fortunate that at least we can understand that this is true Dhamma. Through these sermons, we understood that this is true Dhamma. So actually, we all must always pay our respect for our Kalyana Mityanan Mahanse for revealing this truth. This is his own experience. He has researched on this. This is his own experience, his own practical, where he wants to give this to the whole nation. That is why this Buddothpada Pure TV English channel is there, to give this Dhamma to the whole world. So this is a golden opportunity for those who search for the truth of life. So this channel was opened with the aim of spreading this message to the entire mankind. So this is one of the efforts actually we are doing, you are doing, giving this true Dhamma to the whole world, which is the vision of our Kalyana Mityanan Mahanse. So with this, one will get the opportunity to listen to sermons throughout the day. As well as these sermons cover a wide range of topics of Buddhist philosophy. So isn't it an opportunity? So really, this is an opportunity for everybody, for the whole mankind. So if someone can understand this true Dhamma, the world will be very beautiful. So those who have understood this Dhamma, their wish will be the entire world. Actually, they will wish the entire world will get this Dhamma. That is their ultimate wish, actually. So, as the time has passed, I would like to wind up my Dhamma talk. As usual, I would like to wish you all like this. May we have the courage to look deeply. May we have the wisdom to let go. May we awaken to the moment. And may all beings be free from suffering. May all beings be free from suffering. Teruvan Saranai. I would like to pay my utmost respect to our Kalyan Mitranan Mahanse, Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse. Pada Namaskara Karami, Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse Avasarai. May the Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you.
Respect to our noble friend Buddothpada and Vanse for giving this kind of opportunity to take part this um, kind of Dhamma discussions. So, and also I'd like to extend my sincere greetings to all who are gathered here today. So, as we always remind, this is not an ordinary gathering. It is a gathering of the truth seekers. So we have gathered here for a common purpose, to just not to listen to another ordinary kind of sermon, but to discuss together and understand the true Dhamma, the true nature of everything. So after the realizing the truth, after understanding the truth completely, you should be able to feel that truth as well. Therefore, it's not just another kind of a sermon. So as we are collectively do it, it is kind of a collective effort. So we share each other their experiences and how they have found out this Dhamma and how they see this true Dhamma and what should be the correct angle of seeing this true Dhamma. That is very important. So that's why I call it this is kind of a collective journey. So even though it is, as we said, it's a collective journey, but you have to understand this Dhamma individually. So otherwise, you won't be able to liberate from your own mind if you understand, if that had been clearly realized on your own. So sharing Dhamma is another thing, and complete realizing part belongs to the individual. So this has so other than the discussions, we have plenty of texts there in our website to refer. So that website is, as I always remind it in these forums, that you must be knowing these things by now, but I'd like to remind again and again for the new comers. So that is our main that is our main website, that is www.buddothpada-dharma.com website. So if you visit that site, you will find plenty of books which have been written under the guidance of our noble friend. So they are in Sinhala, English and Tamil languages. So so as a customary, we read few pages from the English book series, the True Dhamma Has Awakened book series. So we are focusing currently on volume number 6, and so it will pay. It will put some kind. It will put some kind of a foundation to the daily discussion. So I'd like to encourage you to visit that site as well. So other than that, we have the newly developed website, that is www.wisdomofasia.com website. So there are so people who are very keen in scientific findings and modern day technologies. So if you want to see this truth through these angles, so I welcome you to that website. So it will clearly illustrate how these modern day findings tally with this ancient kind of wisdom. So yeah, so what actually, before we begin this discussion, I'd like to recap some important points that have been that were discussed in previous sessions. So Buddha talked about some kind of a fact that is called the Cheto Vimukti. This is in Pali. Cheto means mind. Vimukti means liberation. So he talked about this Cheto Vimukti, liberation from mind, freedom of mind. So how does this come? So we think the mind is me, mind is, so I'm thinking, and the one who is thinking at this moment. Even if you analyze your mind, how does it behave? So we think the person who is responsible for this thinking is me. So if it is that much intertwined, how we can liberate from that mind? That is the question. Unless you understand what sort of a thing the mind represents or mind is, you won't be able to liberate, or you won't be able to achieve this Cheto Vimukti. So what Buddha said is how you would be able to get away from this your mind. Other than that, the understanding is the only path. So why we should be very concerned about liberating from mind? Why is that? But so you can analyze through yourself. What does mind say at this moment? Mind says, just keep on listening this Dhamma. And if by accident, what will happen if this discussion was would get interrupted, maybe due to power failure, maybe due to interruptions in your internet connection, so you feel some kind of a disheartedness, some kind of a sorrow. To where does it get into the mind? Because your thought was to be engaged with this sermon, but due to unavoidable circumstances, you had to stay away from that discussion. So your mind says, now discussion is going, but unfortunately, I can't join with this discussion. So you get some kind of a sad feeling. Why is that? Because your mind. So what is this mind? What is this mind? Does it belong to you? So does the mind represent you, or does your mind do whatever you say? No, just think. So at that very instances, do you need to sadness to have take place? No, but sadness comes in the sudden interruptions of the electricity or the internet connectivity. What will happen? So your intention to join with this discussion will be interrupted. So that interruption make your mind to feel sad. So it is not intentionally done. It happened. So why is that? So if your mind does whatever you say, did you tell to your mind, so this is my suffering time, so now you this likewise, this is the moment I become happy? No, mind does whatever the things it wants to do. You do not want but think. So is that the mind? Does this mind do whatever the thing the way that you want to behave? No. So can you change that? It is not possible either. So what we have to understand is mind is very similar to senses that you have already in your body, like eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. So if you move to some place where the hot sun is there, so can you prevent feeling of the heat? No. Can you stop? So the sensors work. Your body sensor, the skin sensor works. So you can't stop feeling the warmth. So it is a sensor. So likewise, if you go to somewhere kind of chilly environment, so can you prevent feeling the low temperatures? No. It happens. So As long as you keeps your eyelids open, can you prevent seeing the objects outside you? No. Eye acts as a sensor. Skin acts as the sensor. As long as your earlobes are open, keeps open, so can you prevent hearing the voices or other noises? No. Your ear acts as a sensor. So likewise, as long as the things get together and forms kind of a mind or a thought, the mind keeps on generating the thoughts again and again and again. So it is not under the control of you. Mind also acts as another sensor. So that's why Lord Buddha said there are 6 faculties. So through these 6 faculties, we create our own world. So we have to understand how this world gets created through these faculties. So why they are called faculties? So they are somewhat like factories. Actually, what is happening here is the eye acts as a factory of generating the light. So if we say you can, if we say you see the outside world, but think deeply, what you actually see is the light. The differences of shading, the differences and the shadings of the light is captured by the eye. So that shadings will create you some kind of an image within you. So scientists say it's in the brain. So actually what you see is the light. So then you have to understand, does that light come from the outside? So if you analyze, if you get to know the theory behind that, you will understand the light, the perception of light gets generated within your eye sensor. How does this happen? That is due to the resonance or telepathization. So we'll say like this, your eye has some kind of a frequency. So if the vibration of that particular, so if the eye cells, we'll say the cells in the retina, so if these frequencies tally with whatever the frequencies in the surrounding, it generates some kind of a feeling within that cells. That feeling is the vision. For that we say the light. So when you observe the animals, how they see their surroundings, then you will be able to understand how this vision takes place. So the vision is very different from human to the other animals. So other animals usually, most of the animals are colorblind. So, but they still live in the same world. but they also do the same things as we do. They eat, they their lungs are working, and they reproduce, they find their own mates. So likewise, everything what man does, everything happens, but they are colorblind. Scientists have found out that they are colorblind. So some animals might see the more vibrant world than we see. We don't know. So through that, you will be able to understand the vision, the ability to see is not because of coming light from the outside. The capacity of the ability of the faculty is the power of vision. So like same principle can be applied to the ear faculty, nose, tongue, and the skin. Same thing happens. So if you touch something hot, so it is not that much hot as you feel to another animal. So it may be different. The perception will be different. So likewise, you have to identify, you have to understand that we as human beings live in our own worlds that are created with the help of our six senses, mostly five senses. But how we say, what is this mind sensor? So we have been talking about that because Lord Buddha talked about a Cheto Vimukti. What is the liberation from mind? So there should be a mind sensor as well. So how does this mind get created? So the book says, so we'll read few pages from book. So I'm focusing on page number 59 in volume 6. The name of the book series is The True Dharma Has Awakened. So I'm starting from the lowest paragraph. So Dharanvans clearly explain how this mind sensor get created. Tinnan Sangati Passo means Ditta Sutta Mutta. These three together. Ditta means seeing, Sutta means hearing, Mutta means tasting, smelling, and sensation in the bodily feelings together. So by combination of all three things, Ditta Sutta Mutta, there would this statement has not been told before. This is the first time. So I'm reading the discussion. This is coming through Dhamma Abhijñā, and it is magnificent. So Tinnan Sangati Passo continues. The eye, colors and shapes and consciousness together make eye consciousness, which is also known as Patika Sampassa. With the contact of these three, eye consciousness is constructed. So now in the mind consciousness, with the unimaginable speed, sparks are formed as a result of the process. The mind takes the image as real object. Manasancha patissa dhammesu pajati mano vijnana. So this is the Pali statement. So this part refers to, due to the six senses, contact arise with the contact, sensations arise. At this junction, craving, value, and the samsaric cycle start to spin. This is also the birth of the I, as explained in the Jati Dhamma Sutra. This is the origin of cycle of birth and the death. The attachment leads to extensive thinking, vitakka, and again with the arising of the feelings of sensations, craving arises. So, and with the arising of the craving, clinging arises. With the arising of the clinging, a sense of becoming is arisen. So it clearly says how this alive feeling comes into action. Uh, so as I said earlier, all six senses, all five senses have vibrations. So these vibrations come together and form another kind of a vibration. It may have, the newly formed vibration may have the previous characteristics, yes, but it is a different kind of vibration. But the newly formed vibration cannot be reconverted back to the previous ones. So for this, the newly formed vibration we call the mind. So that's why we can't assign a particular place to this mind sensor. It gets happen due to the combination of all five senses. Was it there before? No. As soon as a stimulation happens in the faculties, the mind sensor will be formed. So that has some kind of, so that is also a vibration. So as in first Nibbana Sutra, whenever there is kind of a vibration or a duality, so the energy, the generation of the energy in between those two ends will not be preventable. So this energy would make you to feel like something is there, something is there. So it is not a single vibration. We have to remember it comes again and again and again. So this repetitive happening of the similar kind of vibrations make you to feel that something is there. So to that we call the consciousness. That is the mind consciousness. After combining all five senses into one single vibration, when it is happening repetitively, it gives kind of a vibration, it kind of a feeling of something is there. That is a consciousness. So for that, it is a particular kind of consciousness. It is the mind consciousness. So in that mind consciousness, you have light, color, shape, sound, and also the firmness or the consistency as well. But you can't separate all these things. It is one single vibration. So that's how if you look around your room at this moment, you will notice how many things are there. Maybe a bed, maybe the table, maybe the chair. So you don't get the light, the chair sound separately, or you don't get the consistency. So because there's a combined perception. Directly you get a feeling that this chair is there. That is a mind consciousness. Your mind say the chair is in front of you at this moment. But remember, within that process, has it been any kind of interference of some kind of living thing? No. No involvement of a living being here. It is a process. It is a process completely done at the faculty level. At the faculty level, you got the light, the sound, the bodily sensations. So after combining all these sensations, you create another kind of sensation. That is the mind consciousness. So in that, due to that, the potential energy, we feel like that particular object is really existing. So when you feel something is existing, then another feeling would come. What is that feeling? Who is seeing this object? So that we name as me. I am the one who's seeing this object in front of me right now. So from that point onwards, the self gets created. But still, no one had involved in this process. It automatically happened. No one did it. But ultimate result is you, creation of the self. What was the initial step is the function of the faculty, I faculty. It generated the signal. What would be the ultimate result? Result is generation of the self. So this one has to be understood very clearly. Neither you did it, nor someone did it. So it automatically happened. It is a process. So if you understand this thing, can you ever say in this moment, a person, so-called you, is here at this moment? No. When you hear this discussion, when you hear this conversation, you create the impulses. The faculties create impulses of hearing, sound. If this sound gets become a real thing for you, real thing, that will create you. So in this very moment, you get created. In this fraction of seconds, yourself gets created. For that we call the consciousness, the feeling of aliveness. So we feel that we are alive, but in the absence of the faculties, no one would be there. So what you have to understand is, what are these faculties? How do they function? So then you will realize it is a natural phenomena. It is not controlled by you. So it happens naturally. So what, so how does this suffering come? As long as you take that you are real, you are a living being, you are a self, the suffering would be there. Because but once you understand that there is no so-called a self here, so will there be a person to suffer? No. The senses do function as usual, but there is no one to be there to suffer. No one there to suffer. No one will be there to suffer. So that is the way how this Cheta Vimuktiya occur. That is the way how this liberation of mind occur. It is very difficult to understand because we have been we have been entertaining these faculties for such a long period since our birth. So it is very difficult to understand that it is a natural phenomena. The creation of self is also a natural phenomena. There is no self understanding of non-soul dharma. This kind of non-soul dharma has become a real challenging thing for us, because from the time we were born, we have been dealing of a self. So we have been experiencing the self soul. But what Lord Buddha said was, there's another kind of experience without a soul as well. So we have never experienced that non-soul experience. So that is the whole effort that we are taking to get to know, to really feel the non-soul experience. In order to do so, we have to learn this Dhamma well. We have to understand this Dhamma well. Dhamma in the sense, the mechanism, how the self get created, how the feeling of a self gets created. We have to understand. With this understanding, you will realize there's no such a thing called such a self. Then you will, with this understanding, you will be able to feel, experience the non-soul experience. It is not the happiness that ordinary people say. So the happiness we feel from our mind. So there is also, there would be a person to feel the happiness. That is not the happiness what Hindus say. So in Pali or Sinhala, Aryanvasi say it's kind of a sukha. It's kind of a pleasure. But there is no person who feels that pleasure. But a pleasurable moment is there. It will existing constantly with you until you die. So it has to come from the understanding, not from just listening or not by understanding. Not by keep memorizing this Dhamma. You have to argue within yourself. You have to understand this concept very clearly. Then you will understand there is no self here. So along with that, you tend to experience the non-soul experience as well. So that experience is the experience that Lord Buddha wanted to uh, 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 communicate. To communicate, we use words, but there is kind of experience that goes beyond that words. So I think, yeah, I have talked much. I think our other friends are also joined with us. So joining us, Mr. Justin, Kavinda, and Randima also there. So we can start the discussion, I think. So yesterday we had an, a good kind of Zoom discussion so that uh, that was conducted by different uh, people. So it continued for more than 24 hours at a stretch. So I think Randima was there and conducting a nice practical session in her own premises. I think you must have some kind of experience to share with us with the yesterday's practical sessions. Why don't you share with us, Mr. Randima? Therun Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi, Teruvan Saranai, Kavindia, Justine, and Dr. Sakuntala, everyone. Teruvan Saranai, Aryan Hansa. Yeah, I think it was a very interesting experience. We we had a really very I think effective session. So we did it for the first time, but I think we never thought that. I mean, that kind of a plan was not there in the mind, but it is the vision of Aryan Mahanse, and but many people came, and I think that was very interactive. Because most of the time, sometimes I feel we are in Zoom, we do not have the kind of eye contact. So, and but this experience is quite different. So people can communicate each other. So people share their views more openly, and especially our mothers, they come up with various backgrounds, various financial problems, and various disability issues. So I think you see the mother, you see the behavior, you see how this mother is talking, her thought patterns, and you see sometimes some mothers, they are actually coming to tell maybe their problem. So and so they say they have this kind of experience and so on. So actually a lot of mothers had so many questions. So then I said to mothers, okay, we'll take the questions in a separate form. So thank you, Amma, for telling that. But we'll have a discussion separately. But that was very interesting because we took those mothers' incidents, mothers' experience one by one, and we sort of discuss. There is nothing big there for worry, or so everyone then started laughing, and that was a very relaxing session where everyone understood, like, it is the mind. So a problem means somewhere it is the mind. So for me also, I think it was the first experience, and actually Aryan Mahansa came live, and Aryan Mahansa really had a very good intervention and a discussion with all of the people participated. So that gives a big strength for us. because that was necessary. I think, especially Aryan Mahansas coming and having that kind of a very relaxing discussion. I think every mothers, every parents who and the fathers and especially old people were there, many old people. So I think they are really in a helpless stage. You see, they have very less time to live, and I think the mothers were really happy. So if we can bring happiness to others, I think that's really great. And uh, so so and also we plan our session in accordance with the normal program outlined by Aryan Mahanse. In Sinhala we call Ekdina Pratipada. So we found those guidelines in the groups, and we got printouts of that, and then we try to match to that schedule also in a way like so. First session was really had a discussion about this Satyanana part. So that was even two-way like communication, because when we explain, these mothers are really understanding, because their level of understanding is very higher. So we can't put this mother to very ordinary or layman mothers. So all of who gathered there had quite experience. So we first asked Ammas, how many years you have been listening to Buddothpada? Then some Ammas, some others, 2.5 years they have listened. So then there were some 3-4 years people as well. So therefore their understanding was good. So we started with some questioning, like mothers, what do you understand by suffering? And we came out lot of answers. So with that we continue kind of a very interactive discussion, and all the mothers were very relaxed, and you see they were very actively providing answers. So I think that is one of the you see plus point in this kind of small group session, because at a time, even though it's a fairly some crowd, but that was controllable, manageable, and it was very easy to interact each other. And then Aryan Mahansa and the crowd, everyone got a chance to talk to Aryan Mahansa, because there were some others they have never talked. So I think they do not know the value of carrying out such a conversation. So I think in a way we help them. You see, we provide them opportunity where we encourage them. Mothers, you have to talk, like there was someone backseating. But you see that provide a great opportunity for mothers to come and have a kind of a conversation, relationship with Aryan Hanse. And then we had some break sessions too. Then we did the meditation part. We asked them to, first we gave them guideline on the first Kamatahan, and we asked them to do the meditation, walking meditation, and that was after lunch. And finally, we took a discussion session where what the mother's problem, mother's incident, and various scenarios they experience. So some very interesting questions came up. You see, I think that's in a way like challenging to the Dhamma speaker who are there as well. So because these mothers, you see, they ask some deep questions, so some probing questions. So in a way, I think it was helpful for both the parties, to the party who took some effort to conduct these sessions, and also for the party who participated these sessions, it was a real, beneficial outcome. I thank Miss Indu and our Aryan Mahase also for having some coordination and helping us to to make this a very successful event. Yeah.
Yeah. So usually what we see in this kind of gathering, especially conducted by the monks, what they ask is to be silent, keep your eyes closed, uh, uh, calm your, uh, keep your body in certain posture, like sitting posture or the lotus position, and keep focusing your breath to the tip of the nose and do the meditation. But unlike those ordinary way of doing meditation, so you conducted it in a very different way. So first you discussed it openly. So they were in certain, some were standing position, some were sitting position. So irrespective of the position, you you convey the message of Lord Buddha, what Lord Buddha said, isn't it? So we have been feeling, we have been experiencing a soul throughout our lifetime, but Buddha wanted to convey the message. The message Lord Buddha wanted to say, there is another kind of experience without the soul as well. So were you able to uh, convey that experience to them at the end of this session? So that is the most important thing, I think. So were you able to deliver that message to them? So
Yeah, exactly. Because we started the whole discussion with the probing question and ammas, what is suffering? So we gave them time for them to, come out with various answers. So several
Mhm.
questions were coming out, and
Yeah.
to some extent, they lacked, even though certain words coming up.
Mhm.
There were some issues relating to the not identifying like the focal point here.
Mhm.
So finally, that was a very interactive, conversation to show them that it is because of this itta sanya, inna thiyena කියන එක. So
Yeah.
it is this perception of soul. It is this
Mhm.
misconception and the field of this existence, alive field is the suffering. So I think so mothers were really happy because we did all our sessions, for focusing mothers to give this.
Yeah.
And finally then only they realize, they are doing all kind of things because the problem is here, the problem is the existent field. So we
Exactly.
understand how the existing field is formed, and we are doing all these pratipada, four techniques also to understand this existing field is not real. And
Yeah.
finally, at the concluding part, we had some tea, and after that, all of us get together, in a standing position in one place, and we were about to, apart ourselves. And
Mm.
then I said, Mother, so you got the message, and now you are happy because you know what you're looking for. The suffering is this energy, what is felt, that is the alive feel, but that's not real. Therefore, you must go home with the happy smile. So I think all our sessions, we showed them and we directed them towards that focal point, Ravi, with the
Yeah.
opening questions of what is suffering. Yeah.
Yeah. That I think that is the most important thing. Yeah. So is there are there something that you have missed? So if you, so you can,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, actually, the one thing is the timing. So
Mhm.
even though we had certain parts to discuss, like there was couple of questions from these mothers, and we did not had, you see, adequate time to discuss all of that, and fairly since because everyone has, you see, some problem.
Yeah,
No, we did not have time, and even the Satyajnana part also, we thought of using not discussing all the thing because anyway, you see, can't go to that because this has to deliver any discussion. We have to do step by step because more time we took actually for interaction. That is to communicate the message simply. So I think this discussion can continue for another extent as well, but that depends. I mean, we manage the session where it has the meditation side, it has some questioning time, it has the interaction time, it has some happy, relaxing, some kind of, you see, sometimes it jokes also, like, because we can't just have the very deep things we can't discuss, you see, and so it was kind of a mix kind of a session. So
yeah,
definitely we couldn't touch all the things, and maybe perhaps in the next session we'll try our best to
yeah,
deliver that aspects as well. Yeah.
yeah. We very much appreciate your effort. Yes, Randima, very well done. Yeah, yes, yeah. As you said, in between there should be some kind of entertaining things as well. So the relaxed mind will grab this truth very easily. Tensed minds can't grab this truth very easily. So that's why we have to have these kind of things in between these sessions. So what I want to highlight this during this discussion. So other than the discussions, other than the reading books, we do practice this dhamma in real world as well. So that's why, so the people who listen this discussion, so they might think they are talking and talking, they are not practicing it. No, we are practicing it. Yesterday we did these sessions, so in all over the places in the island, so we did it. So RN was um, uh, mm, very, I don't know, very uh, mm, strategically handled those things. So it is very great. Yes, Kavinya, do you have something to tell about those things? Therwan
Peran
Saranai?
Sarnaya Dr. Ravi, Peran Sarnaya Aranhasa, Namaskara Deva, Peran Sarnaya Vedamya friends. It was really nice hearing the experience that Randima shared. And yes, we had a very nice session yesterday. It was a 24-hour Dhamma discussion, and it completes everything because there were the Satyajnana, which is the truth about how this um, solve the existence field arise, and then how to practice this dhamma, and the experience, the jnana part, the kritajnana part. So it was really nice. And then as Vandima said, I'm really happy that she shared her experience, because the one-on-one experience with the mothers, especially our parents' generation, would be really nice. Now there are a lot of opportunities for these parents, I mean, all mothers and fathers, to join these sessions. And we saw it in many places. And it was really nice to hear the experience firsthand from Randima. So, and then I really agree with her about the happiness or the blissful mind is needed to see this Dhamma through. because we hear from Buddha, Lord Buddha, that like if you want to give Dhamma, first you can.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි, all Dhamma friends. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්ස. Please accept my humble worship. So, dear Dhamma friends, as usual, we have going to start the English Zoom session. So, as you all know, this English Zoom session is very important because this Dhamma Zoom session discuss the solution for everyone's suffering. So, as we know, everyone search for happiness. People do many things to satisfy themselves. You see, people don't like suffering, but exactly where is the suffering? Can you do it in that form? Can you do that in the mind? Then it will be a never-ending process. So, on the other hand, this Dhamma provides you a very practical path that you yourself can perceive that when you start to feel the world is not true and the so-called soul is not real, when that starts to feel, on the other side, it is the, you see, the relief from the burden of thoughts. So, all sufferings, you see, all plannings, all stress, all depressions, all anxiety, one of the main reason, really, actually, it is the reason that is the mind. So, never-ending thoughts. So, actually, in our Zoom sessions, you are guided to understand what is the thought, what is the so-called mind, what is the soul. So then people start to liberate, you see, from themselves. So, as usual, you all know we are reading few pages from True Dhamma volume. I think currently we are reading True Dhamma volume 6, page 60. So we can start the reading. Tinna Sangati Passo continues. The eye, colors and shapes and consciousness together make eye consciousness, which is also known as Paticca Sampassa. With the contact of these three, eye consciousness is constructed. Now in the mind consciousness with unimaginable speed, the sparks are formed, and as a result of this process, the mind takes the image as a real object. Manancha paticca dhamma uppadesu manovinyana. This part refers to due to six senses, contact arise, and with contact, sensation arise. At this junction, craving, value, and samsaric cycles start to spin. This is also the birth of the I, as explained in the Jati Dhamma Sutta. This is the origin of the cycle of birth and death. The attachment leads to extensive thinking, that is vitakka, and again with the arising of feelings, sensations, craving arises. And with the arising of the craving, clinging arises. With the arising of the clinging, a sense of becoming is arisen. This is how Paticca Samuppada spin, dependent origination. People who are misled by the illusion in the mind consciousness cannot understand this Dhamma. Things are only momentarily created and disappear with the speed of vibration. This is the truth. You cannot find any existing things, nothing at all. All are just illusions created in the mind, and nothing is permanent. It is only a creation of a thought in a given moment that occurs due to changing conditions and also disappears along with the condition. With the realization of the truth, you lose me. So I think now you are familiar with this Tinnan Sangati Passo. So Tinnan Sangati Passo means the Ditta Sutta Mutta, that is the sight sensation, and the you see the sound sensation, and the feel, the touch. You see sensation, that is basically all five senses. So the eye sensor is the ditta, and the sound sensor is the sutta, and the mutta refers to the other senses. So now we understand the sensation rises on its own. That is the sparks. You see the sparks form, and each sparks carry a power. So even though the spark disappear then and there, the spark, this electric spark, gives rise to power. So then what's happened? The spark, you see, continuously occurring when this occurs. So then the color world form, sound world form, and the other sensory organ world starts to form. So actually there is no meaning here, because when someone see really how this is happening, it is just the spark. But when it continuously happen, it gives rise to some alive feel of something is there, like, because at a one point, you see, at a given point, some composition of sparks is happening. So so when that you see occurring again and again, and you see the nature is that the spark combine, and because that spark continuously occur, and when these sparks comes to some level of power, like it's coming together, like in the sense it's feel as a lot, or as a packet, like. So that's the quantum packet. So then that carries some sensation. So this sensation is the one which really gives a feel like the light is real, or the sound is real, and so on, like. But now we understand nothing is meaningful here. So so this you see this all to once this coming together in the sense sampaticca, so then that is the birth. So this contact is the birth, because then it is the perception start to form. So then there is some meaning. You see, some meaning is added, like. So some reading in the form of name starts to occur. So, but nothing meaningful, because if the origin is not meaningful, the product of that those sensory faculties also not meaningful. But we can understand totally different sparks here forming, like so. When you take even at the light level, it is just a one spark which will not fade, but a series of spark will start to fade. So so then it carries a different kind of a meaning there. So some light consciousness in the system, but all that is the speed. All that is the speed. So this process, so that's why actually here there is a process only, a process, continuous process gives you the feel of something, but they are not existing thing. So that's why if something happens to your eye, thereafter no such color will, like, I mean, so then that sensory organ doesn't have the capability of forming a color world. So that's why the world created, you see, with the origin of the sensor, with the sparks in the sensor, and but that sensor level, it doesn't, you see, carry a deep meaning. But when sensors comes together, you see, it totally drive a very different feel of something alive, things actually, mother, father, like that, son, daughter, moon, tree. So then slowly this 3D, this film starts to create. Right. So, so Manovinyana means that. So you have to understand then Manovinyana, when you say mind consciousness, so it is actually not a existing thing. It is that the same sparks you see coming together and drives a completely different spark. So so that's why in this section it is mentioned these six senses, contact arises, and with the contact sensation arises. Actually, it's all the time is this contact. So the contact points, the sensation starts to feel totally as a different thing. But if you take isolately, actually this sparks doesn't gives any meaning. So, but what happens is with the birth of the eye, this you see the things start to feel, and then it will not start, because then the spark of something will give rise to another spark. So the vitakka is that the endless flow of thoughts. You see now, for example, let's say someone wants to, let's say, buy a car. Then what will happen? Then he will start searching. You see, it will like insane. You see, until the car reach home, he's panicking. He's searching the internet, he's searching the colors, models, and so on like that. Then think about the financing. Sometimes this guy may not have money, but you see, it will somehow, at least, you see, in some way, he wants to buy this life. So what is that? How that power came? That's why this is a spark. So when one spark comes, and you see, and that spark give rise to another spark, and then you are in the film, and then the spark starts to, in the sense, the spark getting stronger, stronger, and that film sort of getting very stronger, and until the car reach home, this guy is not satisfied. But once the car reach home, he's back again now in a plan or in search of another satisfaction target. Now it is not the car, maybe it is something else. So this is the behavior or the pattern of the mind, because mind doesn't bother. You see, whether this is a cow, whether this is the house, or so on like that. It is a spark. It wants to keep the level of power ongoing, because here there is some level of mind power, some power is maintained. So this power maintenance is the nature. That is for this physical body to continue, the power must be there. So what happens here, the physical body all the time wants to maintain. You see, the whole system wants to maintain this ongoing power. Actually, this power is in a way like it is balanced with various other vibration in the environment as well. This is actually vibration talk. If you leave the physical body and everything set aside, this so-called mind is also another vibration, with all which is linked to it, various other vibrations. So that's why you see, even when you sit somewhere, when some group of people sit in a room, inside the room the temperature level will go up. So even though we do not see this in that way, there is an impact. We see a permanent body, permanent mind, permanent things like, but it is not true. This is every moment forming. Everything is forming. Everything is constructing, and it is the vibrations. So nothing is real here. Nothing real. So actually, we were talking about this vitakka thing. So then what happened? This vitakka comes, but when you say this extensive thinking, that is thoughts keep on flooding, means what? Very difficult, in the sense that lead to stress, and you can't sleep, you can't eat, you see, because more than that particular power, mind power, that's why when the mind power is start to imbalance, like it's until it is done, you can't do anything else like. So this power is coming to very strong end. So if it is not satisfied, something can happen even. So that's why at whatever cost, people try to satisfy it. Then naturally you become slave, because you have no any other choice. You need to do it like. So when that comes, it's so much stress, so much pain. That is the problem of living in the mind. So even though you love the mind, you say my mind, you see, I keep my word and so on, like there's nothing reality here. Because this mind is the one, you see, telling all these things. So very difficult if you do not know what's the mind. Actually, life would be very difficult. because the mind says so many things, and your physical body deteriorate day by day, because with the every breath, this physical body drives this mind power, and body get wear and tear, because the mind power getting stronger in the system naturally also. That is the abhisankarana. When there are many things, and day by day things also form now in the system, unlike the small child. So from the small child to an elderly person, think about the worldly perception it has attached to. So there is anyway a power rising in the system continuously. And very difficult for the whole body, and body also, wear and tear of the body also quite fast. Because body even can't bear this mind game. That's why one needs to really understand. Actually, understand word is not good, because one can understand the mind and then think about the mind from another thought and sort of controlling the mind. There is also some tranquility one will experience. But that is not the path, because you see there is some stress there. Because why? The need for entertainment come from the system. You see, system bring signals of mind entertainment. So then somebody thinking and try to control the entertainment, then there would be some clash. There would be some clash. It's not, that is also not good. So there is some need arises from the system, and artificially by bringing another system, attacking it, will have another stress situation. So that's why it's very important. All this entertainment in the system needs to naturally drop. Naturally drops in the sense, if this power level drops with the listening of the Dhamma, then there is no question of a stress of maintaining or controlling the entertainment. You see, that's why the Dhamma is very important, because it is a feel. Rather than using the term understanding Dhamma, if you become Dhamma, like, so it is a transition. Otherwise it will be bit of a difficulty. But if naturally with the listening of Dhamma, if naturally there is a feel of transition, and you see unnecessary this need for that and this, and those things are not arising, and then it is the less vitakka. Less vitakka in the sense, then each and every moment it is the present moment. Because there's no fire, like it is cool, it is calm, because even though some sensation arises, that will not carry it away, like, then it is naturally vibrate, because your system is hunger, your system have a thirsty for satisfying that and this. So as long as that is there, it's quite difficult. At least you will leave something and try to search nibbana. That's also can happen. So that's why we need to understand this. We are doing something with the mind. So therefore, don't take this too light also. Don't take this whole process and the Dhamma as too tightly also. because this has to happen in a natural transformation. So therefore it will happen. So you have to continuously have this vidarshana meditation in some balanced form. So then automatically you see the reality of things will start to feel much better, because when the system, because it is the system drives the mind power, it is the system drives need for that and these things like that. It is the system wants the entertainment, and if the system change, then you are liberated. Until such time, you are trapped in the system. In the sense, you're trapped in this speed, nothing else, this speed of illusion. So here I think R.N. Vahanse explained about the Paticca Samuppada. So whole Dhamma is this cause and effect, dependent origination. So this is the gem of Buddhism. This is the gem. Because all these years, it was the karma bhumi, karma was discussed, giving much prominence. Actually, very less talks about this dependent origination, that is the cause and effect dhamma. Actually, Buddha saw the cause and the effect. So the cause is the vibration. You see, actually it is the speed, and the effect is this vibration. So this vibration is the cause, and then the effect is the life field, some existent field, so which is not true. So that is the Dhamma basically. And if let's take for example a chair. So when that chair become real means that is the Paticca Samuppada. So simply as that. So you do not want very deep that line by line explanation, right? So chair real means that is the dependent origination. The chair has become real in the system. But once you understand the cause and effect means, then it is the liberation. That's why. When you see how the things formed, how your life will start to form, then it is, when you see the reality, there is no point of back again be blindly, you see, no point to have a further blindness. So then it is the liberation. That's why the Samudaya Attagam, one who sees the formation will experience the cessation. But if you are still in the ignorance, still blind by the this thickness of things, that is the thickness of your thought. But when the thought understood, that thickness of the thought will drop. Then the thought can't, because the spark, the level of spark drops. When that spark drops, that carried away in the film is the one stop. Then you are very cool. Then very cool. So I think we talk a lot. Let me see. Yeah, I think we have a few friends today. Do you have any views of yourself? Just feel free to unmute yourself and talk. We have Justine and Kema. Yes? your idea or how you understand this and what do you experience? Is there any change you experience with the Dhamma? So you can unmute yourself and talk. Yeah, Teruvan Saranai, Justine, are you in a position to talk?
Teruvan Sarana.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Teruvan.
yeah. What you explained is just the beginning of the world. When I consciousness starts means the world begins. Where when the sparks happens, you get the sensation of the light. Then with the help of mind consciousness, the clear picture, you get something outside there. That is, there's a house. I see a house. So that means you are in the world. When at the moment you see the house, at the other corner, the witness is there, me, I. So this is where the world begins. That is the dependent origination. If someone gets this idea clearly, so everything is solved. But to understand this, the most important concept is, most important thing is to understand the spark. That is, this is not real. This is get created at that moment. Momentarily it sparks and it fades away. So when it diminish, the thought still, the process is going on. And with the mind consciousness, we get what we felt earlier. The house is still remains. So there the illusion begins. Then at the beginning, it is just an object. With the help of the eye, we get a picture, some kind of image. Then at the second phase, the mind sensor, the mind consciousness starts, and they are also in the rapid vibration, manipulation of speedy vibrations. We feel some kind of feeling is there. That is the feeling sensation that I am alive. I feel it. I witness this. This is what I see. So I am here, and the world is there. So existence is established. So this is the process of the mundane world. The ordinary people, the ordinary man, the layman, they think the world is there. I am here. The life goes on until his clinical death. So he doesn't know that every time the birth and the death is occurring in the mind. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, thank you, Justin. Yeah, Thiruvan Saranai. So as you very correctly pointed out, the mundane guys really stuck in the illusion. So they do not understand this mind is not true. Otherwise, it is the feel of transition has not taken place to the reality. So, but everything is a spark. Actually, I mean, there is one spark here. That is this mind power. That is this so-called things. So it is not, I mean, when you take finally one vibration. So what is this vibration? So as you explain, first what happens is this Ruppanaya. Ruppantiko also Rupam. So that is this series of sparks give rise to some form. So that is a completely vibrational phenomena, continuous spark. So that spark give rise to some form. We say rupa. But you see that Ruppanaya start to felt. That is, each spark carry a power. So when series of power start to felt means what? That is that nama. So that start to felt. So felt as something, you see. So that's why this some then either mother or the signal of the mother means the reading. So that Ruppanaya, that form, it is an internally generated form in the present moment. And so this reading comes, you see, reading comes in the sense, reading is another telepathy of resonance of another layer of vibration. So everything, since everything is occurring in the present moment, that past vibration now start to resonate. That's why past signal of the mother now appear. And but you are experiencing a past mother in this system. You have no chance of experiencing anyway the present mother. So Ruppanaya is happening in all the senses, and that Ruppanaya is felt. You see, so that's what we say, the new signal in the system is this Ruppanaya. But new signal doesn't end. The another layer of resonance start to occur. That is vibration. So with that, the old mother perception now start to feel here. That's what happened. But all this is a vibration. So finally, where is your birth? Your birth is really the final end. That is the point that mother perception start to feel. That is, the perception is now feel like real in the system. But there is two rounds here. First round and the second round, even though we explain like this. First round is the sensory level round. Second round is the this mind consciousness level round. So so that's why I think we have this Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana even for the light. So light is also a process. Light is a process. So Ruppanaya is this light, you see these sparks which is happening, the color forming process, but then that color give rise to some power, sensation in the system is the Vedana, and then Vedana is a reflection, Sanya is a reflection of Vedana. So Vedana, Sanya comes together. So Sanya is the light signal, light perception in the system. And when this process coming again and again is the Sankara, is the speed of the process. And the result is the light consciousness, that is Chakku Vijnana. So that's how all the sensory organs, Chakku Vijnana, Sota Vijnana, so all that happens, light consciousness, sound consciousness, taste consciousness, all that is a process. So process means it is not an existing thing. Everything creates in the present moment. In this moment, the color world occur and the you see the everything occur. The things become real, everything occur in the present moment. So when this consciousness, you see, start to feel together, gives a totally different thing. That's why. then it is not the color, sound, or taste or touch. Now directly from the system, totally different one come. My sun, you see the sun, moon, all this film comes. So that's why the thing means actually these perceptions, they really do not carry a meaning. But where your birth is there. If there is no perception world, you can die even today, isn't it? But if the perception will start to feel stronger, you see, then it gives the feel like something, things real and the existence of things, the itta sanya, and then like the two sides of the same coin, the atma sanya. So it's all same. So finally, it is the one vibration here. The vibration is the one transforming like into different ways, and finally it's a totally different one here. That is this itta sanya and the atma sanya. So the existent field. So that is the one we try to understand here. Yes, Justin, okay, you all can add. Yes, Justin, anything else you like to add here?
Actually, the itta sanya and the other one,
Yeah.
satta sanya,
Yes.
these two, the feeling, the sensation happens at the same time. In the process, it happens so instantly, so quickly, rapidly. So we can't distinguish it so neatly. But this can be done only through Abhijna Desana, the person who actually the noble friend only reveals it. So what we have to understand is about how it happens, the process, how the process is going on. Actually, as you said, we start from one point. We see with the help of the eye, that is our vision, we see some object outside. Outside means you experience something. That is a spark. There's actually a spark. Nothing but spark. It get created then and there. It vanishes. And the ultimate result is I am existing. Uh, there is a witness. I exist. There is Lord Buddha always asks from his disciples, uh, is this I permanent? Then the disciple says, no. Then Lord Buddha asks the second question, what about the soul? Is the soul exist? They also the answer is negative. So actually, the first experience, that is the sensation, is the some kind of spark. As a result of a spark, something get created, but ultimately the self is there. That is not someone else doing, but it is the part and parcel of that process. So the feeling happens due to the speedy vibration. So they are we can't understand, but with the help of the noble friend only, we can clarify it. We can get it clarified. Yes.
Yes, Justin, as you very correctly pointed out, actually it is the Aryan Vahansa revealed this Dhamma to the world, because I don't think on ourselves can you see understand this kind of a thing, because we certainly did not had any abhijna. or like super awareness like, but it is through the journey that Aryan Mahansa took, like doing meditations for very long period from the childhood, and going into this asanya tala, where there is no perception, nothingness stage. You see, practicing this very difficult, practicing the meditation techniques to a very extreme end, I would say. So that's going into a deep end and experiencing every level of this result of the meditations. So then, and also its inner transformation, like inner from the, if you listen to Aryan Mahansa's life experiences from the childhood, the reading which went in the heart, and the, you see, heart was different. Aryan Mahansa, as I understand from the childhood, was a very feel-oriented guy, not a mind-oriented, because mind-oriented people are very much, you see, controlling the mind, and they will have a very one single pattern of journey. So, but this field-oriented, it's quite different. I like come or go nature is also there, and trying to experience the dead end is another way. Like so, and also given up nature. Given up nature, I don't think every one of us has. Given up in the sense, even at the very early stage of the path, like the life, Aryan Mahansa has given up his life and approach this. So somehow it will, because it has searching this with that kind of approach. So that is more field side. I think field side is very strong. So that is one reason why this third eye, like this abhinya or this super awareness starts to feel, because it will feel reality is not this, reality is this life. When it start to feel, you see, naturally what it talks or what it sees, the world is different. So now even we can understand. So anusote means everything start to become real, and everything real, and you are in thoughts, and with the thoughts you try to do something, controlling the thoughts and so on. But you are doing so many good things also, but still you can't happy. You are struggling. You see, you can't die. So all this, why? And you are in the future life, either in the past thought burden or future thought burden. So it is very insane. And then you try to protect yourself from everything else. You see, you try to maintain relations, you try to maintain friends, because you want to satisfy that inside so-called soul. So that is the kind of insane nature, and so much of struggle to satisfy the other people, to maintain people, to maintain things like. But you see, when it comes to this Dhamma, it's quite different, because once you start to feel the truth, naturally you are liberated. Now you have a lot of friends maybe, but you are liberated. You do not carry that strong stress of maintaining them, because you understand this insight is the one you find in outside. So it is not any outside thing is coming and satisfying or fulfilling any inside. It is the inside. So if your inside is very calm, pure, tranquility is there, then that is what you see in outside. So basically, actually, once you understand this Dhamma, will really feel that what do you call that happiness everywhere. But this experience is not like a soul happiness. Happiness is not the good word. So sukha is the word in Pali. So sukha means it's a liberation. Liberation means like it is not falling into any happiness or unhappiness like. Then that is not caught up in the speed. When the level of speed is the mind power, the speed is the endless thoughts. The speed is the endless film. But when the speed is low means it is the calm and quietness in whole body and also the mind. So it's actually there is nothing called mind then. Because mind is the one which start to feel like real. You see every incident, you feel like real. You feel people like real. You feel value of that and this. All that is the mind. But when this mind drops in the sense, even the thought comes, thought in the sense, it is a name we give, no? It is a signal. That signal will not carry the power. That is the liberation. So that is really what is happening here. Yes, Justin, or even Kema, we like to hear. Yes, yes, Justin, Teruvan Saranai.
Peruan Sarnai. Yeah, as you said, it is not the mind, but the feel is the most important thing. From the beginning, from the childhood, what we our brain, our mind is, so the brain is filled with all the factors, all the cognitive things. So we are conditioned to think and act and react in that way. That is the nature of this world, the mundane world. But if we go, as you said, as our noble friend followed, the feel, if you follow the feel, actually there is the freedom. You can find the freedom very easily. So when you come to understand this Dhamma, the challenging part is understand the terms. The terms that is in Dhamma, true Dhamma. I mean, when you say the sukha, when you say sukha, the meaning there is the word is given to a feel there. That feel is not felt with the mundane people, in mundane people. So we associate a relatively close word in this mundane world. That is not the exact meaning, actually. Exact meaning. So therefore, the people, most of the people, and especially the Western countries, the people in the Western countries think the happiness. Buddhism says the happiness, and what we say the happiness is the same thing. Actually, that is totally different. So this Dhamma cannot be explained actually only with the help of the words, with the lexical items and the language, linguistic things. It must be felt, because then only you find your transformation and your liberation of from your mind. Therefore, it is very important. Any person who is interested in this Dhamma, true Dhamma, try to understand those words in that context. You have actually the Western world and we'll take Germany, for example. Germany, if you take Germany, the people there, they experience happiness in some other way. In the Dhamma, we say the happiness or the tranquility or whatever it is, the word that is a different meaning. But we don't have English words. I mean, other than the Pali word to give that exact meaning. But that particular word in that Pali, I mean, when you as an example take sukha, when you say sukha, it is a totally different, because that is a felt thing, and that is not in the ordinary or the mundane world. When we, it is the most challenging part in everybody in this forum. I mean, it's very challenging, actually challenging, because we are going to express something to the Western countries and the other people, the mundane world, the people in the mundane world.
Justin, can you speak louder? You are very
Yeah,
interesting. Please
yeah,
talk. Yeah.
The people in the, I mean, the Western countries, they when they say happiness, that happiness and the sukha, we explained sukha in this our true Dhamma is totally different. I said that part
Yeah. That's true.
because that is a felt thing that must be understood after listening to true Dhamma, and plus practical approach, a true practical approach. Then you yourself, one can experience purely this, what this feeling is. As you said, the feeling cannot be expressed totally. You can express totally by putting into words. Whenever you put into words, that is something else, because we still it comes to the mundane world word. That is the challenging part. That is the challenging part. When we use our mother tongue, Sinhalese, that is okay. Similarly, the words are some kind of similarities. We can see the Pali and Sinhala also. But when we spread this message to the Western world, Western countries, and the other people, that is we have to be very careful, because that idea cannot be expressed with the help of those words they are using in their own language. Take for example nibbana. If you are going to explain that word with the help of the language, it is impossible, because it is felt. That is why Lord Buddha say it exists, the words pada ikmola yanawa kiyala in Sinhala we say.
Yes. Yeah.
So that is the most challenging part in this forum. In this forum, we have to be very, tactful, skillful to put that idea into words. But it is we can't do it always. But that is the challenge. That is the challenge. I always emphasize that we have to use the same word that Buddha says. It is sukha is sukha. Now we are not going to explain that into translate into English. Why? Because sukha is not the happiness they say. They are totally different. So then that's another problem arises. What is that? How are I going to express that? So you define that word sukha. The sukha, what is sukha? Sukha is this and this and this and this. So you can define it. You can't give an equivalent. I mean equivalent. Sukha and happiness. Oh, the same thing. They say we get it from from our religion also, our philosophies. Happiness. Even listening to a music, we get happiness. So this is also happiness. So what is it? That is how I feel.
Yeah, yeah. That's very, very interesting. Yeah. Yes. That's really worth actually. Yeah. I think Kema is also have some ideas. Yeah, Kema. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. Caravan, Saranai. Yes, Justin, I agree. The language is really important. And the Buddha said, ordinary people don't know what true happiness is. And, but Buddha's teachings are pointing to how to find true happiness. And so it's not based on external conditions. And that's what the Western world is, and most ordinary people are believe that it comes from external things, and that is not what the Buddha's teaching. So it takes a lot of
Then Saranai, my dear listeners. As usual, we have gathered once again like this way to hear another session of Buddothpada sermons. So I think we have been listening these sermons in English language for about more than 1 year or two. So every time in Buddothpada sermons, one thing, one main fact is also highlighted, is always highlighted. What is that? That is the fact that there is no so-called living being here. So that is the exact message what Lord Buddha delivered into the world. In Pali terms, it is known as Nisatto Nijjivo Sunyo. There is no so-called living being. There is no so-called animal. There is no so-called. Only there is a state of nothingness. So the state of nothingness is not what we usually call in ordinary day-to-day life. So nothingness we usually refer to a state where nothing is there. So it gives us a mental picture of emptiness, empty feeling. But here, the nothingness is referred to a certain state where everything is there. But amidst everything, there is certain kind of a loneliness. It is a certain kind of a absolute feeling a loneliness or solitude or isolation. So those words can be used to express that particular moment, that particular state. It says, it discusses about a state where presence of everything and experience of certain solitude. Uh, so, so it is difficult to take it with the mind actually. So mind always tries to give. Mind always tries to give certain kind of a mental picture for that. So once you tell the word shunyatave or the emptiness, so the mind has a certain picture for that. So it it is a place. It is just like something where a place with no one, nothing is there, the absolute empty place. So this is not, this kind of a mental projection is not actually true for this so-called sunnitave. In that sunnitave, in that emptiness, everything would be there. Everything is there. Your father, mother, relationships, uh, responsibilities, social interactions, everything will remain same. But still, there's a certain feeling of isolation or certain feeling of a solitude or yes, loneliness. So that is how you should explain this shunyatavya in this Buddhist doctrine. So it is a certain kind of a feeling. So that so we get a certain notion that as soon as we tell that it is a certain kind of a feeling, we get, in order to feel such a feeling, there should be a person. No, that is wrong. That's why it is called Nissatto Nijjiva Sunyo. There is no person to perceive that solitude, this isolation, this loneliness. Without a person, there is a feel of emptiness amidst everything. Without a living being, there's a feel of loneliness amidst everything. It is not a state of a boring kind of a thing. There you get certain a blissful feeling, happy feeling. But there's no, you can't declare any kind of ownership for that particular blissful nature. So the word enlightenment is not the very appropriate word to express that particular moment, that particular state. To express that particular state, Buddha used the word Buddha. The word Buddha is referred to that certain state. So this is little bit difficult for us to take it from a thought because it is something to be felt. It's not easy. It is not very hard either. There's certain steps to follow, and we are pretty sure that everybody can attain that particular state. In other words, that state is known as supreme bliss of nibbana. So it is a so-called non-vibratory state. So you know by now, mind is a vibration. How this vibration took place initially, the vibrations happen in the senses. So they project certain perceptions. These perceptions come together to form a thought. So thought also includes that same vibration. So this, as a result of this vibration, a certain internal feel due to the developed energy will be there. That feeling will be converted to give a feel of the existence. The making the particular object to feel alive or feel existence indirectly helps to establish a self kind of a feeling spontaneously, involuntarily. So during this process, no one has involved in it, not either by you. It is the system that, it is the way how nature behaves. So nature wants to make these things moving. That's why nature creates so many things. And that's why nature keeps on creating or generating the thoughts. So due to the rapid occurrence of the thoughts, we tend to feel that existing kind of a living being within us. Actually, if you were able to see this Dhamma, so it is not very hard to understand. It is not very difficult to understand. This happens into a certain system, certain rhythm. As a result of this so-called causes and effects, the ultimate result is a creation of a self, a creation of a soul, a creation of a existence field. For that brings about, that existence field brings about this suffering. So from the day that you have been born, that is the day that you were born. That is the moment that you were born. So unless there is no so-called a living kind of a feel, can you ever say that you are a, you are born? No. So where you get this birth? If you analyze very carefully, you will understand your birth is happening in each and every thought. In each and every thought. So we take the most simplest example here to describe how it happens. So we take the chair. Chair is the thought. So as soon as you call the name chair, you get a certain underlying idea of its existence as well. So even you say there is no such a chair, the word chair per se gives a notion of its existence. It proves, it makes you to feel something is existing. What is that? That is the chair. So whatever the thought you have, they will bring this kind of a existence feel along with them. So we'll say, your great grandfather. So we'll take this example and see. Definitely, your great grandfather would be not alive in this very moment, right? But in that particular word, as soon as I tell this word, you get a certain notion that he had lived. He had lived long before, somewhere in some time before. So you get a certain feeling of its existence. So great grandfather was alive in certain period of time, but I was not born at that time. I was not there. But I came to know, or I understand that there should be a great grandfather for me. So that will give us a certain feeling of its existence as well. So even though this thought is not valid for today, we know. But by telling this word, the words reflects some kind of an existence feel along with them. So if you analyze each and every word one by one, even now, the words what I am telling right now even, they also carry the certain feeling of their existence, that that we get to know certain kind of a feel that these words are real, like the real words. Someone is speaking, and that's why I'm hearing. Likewise, in every color that you see, in every kind of taste that you taste, so every sort of any sort of smell that you feel, so any kind of perception that you perceive through your skin, you have certain kind of an underlying idea of their existence. They are real, they are existing. So after combining all these things, what will happen? The perceptions, those they are arising from those initial perceptions, will also contain the same sort of existence feel. That's why as soon as you see your computer, as soon as you see yourself through the mirror, you get a feel like, wow, this is real. So once you feel it unknowingly, there will be a self who perceives that particular feeling will also get created. That is the way how you or self-identity get formed. So now you know how each and every thought contributes to develop yourself. So that is the reason why through Buddothpada sermons we tell that each and every thought, your birth will happen. Your birth will be happening. Your birth is happening in this very particular thought. Thought in the sense it may be a sound, it may be a light, or it may be a certain kind of projection like chair that comes into the mind. So as soon as this chair become a real thing, that is the moment that you have been born. So due to the speedy occurrence of this formation of thoughts, you don't feel like in separate instances. You tend to feel like I'm existing throughout. So from that you get the notion of the past, present, and the future. So but what you have to understand it is, even you think about past, it is a thought in this very present moment. Even you think about your future, it is another thought in this very moment. For if this very moment is not real, so there is no way of giving birth to yourself. There's no chance for you to be born in that particular thought at this very moment. So that is known as Buddhakshane. That is the so-called Buddhakshane that is revealed by Lord Buddha. The ability to see the non-existence nature of this very particular moment. That is the Buddhakshane. That is the skill that you have to develop. In other words, it is the merit. It is the kusala that you gain. So how this kusala or how this skill you achieve? By seeing the truth. So in the Paticcasamuppada, in the dependent origination Dhamma, it is very well explained how these senses create its projections, create its perceptions, how the light is produced, how the vision is produced, how the sound is produced. By that, how your hearing takes place, the way how your taste buds get stimulated, and how what is this so-called taste? It is just a projection. It is just a perception. So these perceptions then aggregate together, combine together to form another brand new kind of a perception. That is the fruit that you are eating right now. That may be that may be an apple. It is another kind of a perception. But as long as you think the light is real, the sound is real, the taste that you tasted is real, the apple becoming a real thing, becoming as a real thing is unpreventable. It happens because you took the projections of your own senses as real things. You felt them as real things. So ultimately, you tend to feel you felt the apple as a real thing. At the same time, at the very same moment, the apple, in order to feel the apple as a real existing object, there should be a person who should feel that particular feeling of the apple, existent feeling of the apple. So that is you. So likewise, that is the way how you get formed. You yourself is formed in each and every thought. But that particular thing you have to, the ability to seeing through this process should be understood very clearly. So it should be thorough for you. It should be very perfectly understood. And if it is iti rupang samudaya, that means how this existing kind of object is formed. Iti rupang samudaya. So it has to be very clear for you. So if it becomes, the process becomes the clear for you, becomes more clear for you, that will help you to understand the unrealistic nature of it. So because you know it's just a current, the projections of the initial current is referred to as we referred it to as an apple. It is just projection. So it is a fabrication. So that is why this is known as the mental fabrication, manifestation. It is not real. So if you know the way it has been built, that eventually makes you to feel. That understanding makes you to feel the unrealistic nature of this particular perception. So that will drop down. That will help to dissolve this particular existence field of this particular object. Because with the understanding, you get to know there is no such a so-called apple here. The apple had been no longer there from the beginning. So at the same way, the notion of you that has been created due to the existence of the apple, you get to know you have never been born. You have never been born person. Born, you have not been born yet. Yet means at any time you are not born. So if you have no such a birth, so-called birth, so will it be there a person to die? No. So if you are able to see through this particular thought, through your skill, through your ability, through your wisdom, that is the point where you lose your birth as well as the death. That is the point where you excel the world. That means Upata Marana Jayagat. In Sinhala, we call it Upata Marana Jayagat Mohata. The moment where you excel the world. You excel both birth and your death. So this comes only through the understanding the Dhamma, the mechanism, how the self got created. Now you know it is only a projection that is not true, and you have been living in such an illusion so far. Now your senses are no longer be able to cheat you any further, because you know there's no person here. So that is the moment where your Sakkaya Ditthi, the notion of the self, drops. From that point onward, anything which comes as a thought, you tend to see them as not real. Yes, your mind keeps on creating thoughts again and again. That is the functionality of your mind. That's all right. As long as your eyelids eyelids are kept open,
So you can't prevent seeing. So like in same manner, as long as your mind keeps on functioning, it produces more and more thoughts. So what? So whatever the thoughts, in which way it comes, it won't affect your internal kind of understanding, because you know for sure there is no, they are not real. The thoughts are belongs, the every thought is a created, a sankata. Sankata means in Pali, it has been created. It gives a version, it has been created. It is not original. So created by what? Through the inputs from the senses. So as it keeps on coming again and again, so these are the volitional formation. So it makes us to feel like it is real. So that feeling will start to fade, because you know this entire mechanism is not true, not real. So that is the, you understand the nature, the way it forms. So then it cannot cheat you anymore. So you will automatically get freed from, get liberated from your own thoughts, in the sense from your own mind. So that is the Cheto Vimukti state. Cheto means mind. Vimukti means liberation. So that is the state of becoming to the state of Cheto Vimukti state, liberation from the mind. In that particular point, there is no suppression of your thoughts. There is no suppression of your senses. So they keep functioning as usual. The thoughts are coming. The impulses, the stimulations that are happening through the senses will take place. You feel the taste of the fruits. You feel that disgusting feeling, disgusting smells that comes through your nose. That's all right. Then you create, the mind keeps on creating the thoughts, or good thoughts, maybe bad thought, doesn't matter. Any thought is, a sankata. Any thought has the same kind of characteristics. So you know these thoughts are not real. You feel the unrealistic nature of each and every thought. So now you start to get detached from your mind. So mind can't any longer affect your understanding and your silence, your stillness. You are turning, you are transforming, you are changing internally, not externally. Internally, you are changing, because the mind can't anymore influence your stillness. But you can still see this entire functionality very well. That is the awareness that you have, that you gain awareness. So, how much you become detached from your thoughts, from your mind, that much your awareness will arise within you, start to arise within you. So, that is known as Adhigata Samadhi in Pali, Adhigata Samadhi. So, it brings about a certain kind of stillness to you. So you are whatever the things happens around you, they can't influence your internal uh, stillness. It comes through the in comes with along with the awareness, so-called super awareness. So all these things happening with the internal transformation. So that's why I initially talked about this emptiness. So this emptiness, the so-called emptiness that is taught in the Buddha's doctrine, is not the usual emptiness that we refer to. This emptiness has everything, feelings, thoughts, everything will be there, but the stillness will remain unshaken. You can't, anything cannot shake, influence the internal stillness of yours. So in that point, you can not declare a self there. There's no your ownership for that particular stillness. There is no such a person who got the transformation. There will be no person who achieved the state of non-vibration. There will be no person who achieved the state of supreme bliss of nibbana. But the blissful nature would be there. But you can declare certain ownership for that, the blissful feeling. So everything becomes equal. So that is the so-called state of Buddha. So as you know, as you get to know, this state is achieved in this very moment. We have been talking, we have been discussing about a thought during these few minutes, during this entire explanation. We have been talking about a thought. And ultimately, what has happened? The state of nibbana had been achieved through that one single thought. That's why Lord Buddha said, this is not a state that you achieve after the birth, after death. This can be achieved in this very particular moment itself. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. So, anybody irrespective of your culture, irrespective of the religion, irrespective of your beliefs or myths or whatsoever. Just leave them for a short while. Just keep them aside. Don't, you should not be a Buddhist to listen this Dhamma. So start this noble research. No, just start this research from the state where you are now, in your same position. Don't give up anything. So if you are a engineer, if you are a scavenger, if you are a laborer, it doesn't matter. So if you are a Hindu, if you are a Catholic, if you are a Buddhist, doesn't matter. So you can start this noble research from the position you are this at this moment even. So it will bring about the certain kind of non-existent state. So it comes only through the understanding this Dhamma. So this Dhamma this Dhamma does not belong to only to the Buddhist. It is the truth. That's why it is a call, not a philosophy or religion. This explains the truth, that state of vibration, starting from the vibration, moving towards the state of non-vibration. It is the entire thing happening in this world. The world is the vibration, the liberation is the non-vibration state. Due to the ignorance that you are having, you are still suffering in the vibration. But once you start to understand, realize this Dhamma, your ignorance will fade away little by little. That means that you will be moving towards the state of non-vibration little by little. So if you are able to see that there is no birth and there is no death, that is the point that you are becoming a Buddha. That is the point that you can be referred to as a Buddhist, because you know that birth is happening in the every thought. So if you are able to see the unrealistic nature of the thought, that is the point that you excel your birth, or you come about from your birth. You get to know there is no such a birth here. So that is the point where you turning into a Buddhist. So Buddhist is not a religion. Becoming a Buddhist is not something is taught in a religion. It is the Dhamma. So what your starting point might be from a certain religion. Maybe you are starting as a Catholic. Maybe you are starting as a Hindu. But if you see this truth, if you are able to see this truth, eventually you will become a Buddhist. Buddhist is a state of an understanding. If you are able to understand this truth, that implicitly means that you have become a Buddhist. You have turned into a Buddhist. Even though your religion is Buddhism, that is stated in your birth certificate, you won't be a Buddhist unless you won't see this truth. Even you might be a Buddhist from your birth, as stated in your birth certificate, but if you are not able to see this truth, you can't be a Buddhist. That also should be known. It is very beautiful Dhamma. It is very, very methodical, very logical. Anyone who has some sort of a thinking capacity or figuring out capacity, he might see this truth. The state of Buddha is not so difficult, but not so easy as well. Becoming to state this internal transformation is happening only through the understanding. That's why keeping doing this concentration meditation for any longer period, that won't help you to understand this state. That's why Lord Buddha didn't encourage to do those kind of meditations. But unfortunately, nowadays, what we see as Buddhism is the concentration meditation. But everything has been messed up in this present era, in this present moment. But now, through the Buddothpada sermons, the clear pathway is shown, and how this transformation happens is very well explained through these Buddothpada sermons. Please listen to them and try to figure out. So we do not say to renounce anything. So if you are a musician, so keep doing those things, but spare some time to look at this. What Buddothpada sermon says. Look what. Please spare few minutes from your day to understand this truth. So being a human is such a great opportunity that you have already to see this Dhamma. So see this truth. So please be courageous. Please join hand with us and try to figure it out. You will not lose anything. You will not lose anything. But still, if you don't feel after even you after you put some effort even for some time, so if you don't feel, just forget it. Just forget it. That is up to you. But if you have some kind of inquisitive mind, I'm pretty sure that anybody will understand this truth. This is the truth. You won't find anything from anywhere. Only through this Buddothpada sermon in these days. Right? So, with that invitation, I'd like to conclude today's explanation, so we can talk further tomorrow. So until then, Triple Gem bless you and thank you for listening. And Theruvan Saranai to all of you. Good night.
Noble Triple Gem bless you all. Welcome to the evening Buddothpada Dhamma talk. First of all, let's all pay our homage at Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse's feet, our noble friend, for his selfless service to share this beautiful message of true Dhamma with the entire mankind to end the sufferings. So, this is the reawakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. This is the time to enter the path to attain Nibbana. Nibbana was really a dream for us because couple of years ago, maybe 10-15 years ago, we never thought that it is possible for us to attain Nibbana in this life. But it is because of the reawakening of true Buddhist philosophy that we are very confident that we can end the sufferings in this life itself. So every day, all these Dhamma talks are guided and initiated by Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse, especially this 24-hour English Zoom is the novel venture with the aim of helping the people who do not understand Sinhala language, because most of the sermons are done in Sinhala language, but since this message should be passed over to everybody, all humans, now we are here with this English Dhamma talks. So today, let's look at how this self-view has formed, or how the self-view is formed. Because Lord Buddha himself said, Nisatto Nisjivo Shunyo. It means that only natural phenomena exist. There is no sentient being in this body, physical body, or the mind. The process of power generation, when a stimulus arises and accelerated mental activity, can be compared to how a dynamo generates power when the wheels rotate to charge a battery. This power, which is taken to be the soul or self-view, actually it is formed as a result of the mechanism of the 6 sense bases. So it is a big mistake that we take this power or this current generated in thought formation, or when the vibrations of similar frequencies come together or interact, it is natural to produce some power. Now, if we take a battery, the positive and negative terminals, when they interact, some power is generated. So this power gives the feeling that we are alive and something or all the other things around us exist. So that we have to untangle this knot. How? Because even though we say the external world is not real, or there is no self in the body, it is so hard to believe so, because we feel that. We feel as if everything happens to us, and as if we live, we experience them. So let's further delve into this aspect to understand the truth of it. So when as I mentioned earlier, it is just the mechanism of the six sense bases or 6 sense faculties: eye, ear, nose, tongue, body or the skin, and the mind. So when the eye perceives a stimulus, the eye sensitivity or chakku prasada sparks. That is the interaction of vibrations of similar frequencies, and the arising of visual form occurs billions of times per second. It's so continuous, so fast, So it is not just one wave coming, but it's a flow of millions of billions of waves. So unending power is generated. I mean, continuously this power generation happens. So that's why we feel that there is something, or we get the feeling of becoming or power. So the reason for the eye sensitivity is the workings of Kamma, Chitta, Ritu, Ahara. So Lord Buddha himself has disclosed that each the tiniest particle of any entity is made up of 54 Rupa Kalapas or material groups. That is the smallest particle of any entity. So just as a mirror gains its shine when mercury is applied, these Rupa Kalapas or material groups as a natural phenomenon generates or creates eye sensitivity. So the reflection that falls on the mirror was not made by the person himself nor by someone else. It's a natural phenomenon. Now, if there is a mirror or a camera, let's think about a camera. So the camera captures certain images, but there is no ownership. The camera doesn't say that I saw this, or since no one else does it. It's a natural phenomenon due to the mercury that shine. The reflection falls on the mirror. In the camera, that's not the procedure. So similarly, the human eye also captures in the sense everything is made up of vibrations. So eye vibration tallies with whatever the vibrations that are present externally. So they interact, and that is how this power gets generated. So according to Lord Buddha, this seeing, hearing, smelling, body sensation and thinking are not done by that person or someone externally. It happens as a natural phenomenon when certain conditions and factors are present. It happens automatically. That is said in Pali in Lord Buddha's very words, Hetum paticca sambhuta hetu bhanga nirujjati. That is, conditioned by causes, things arise. When the causes cease, they cease. Causes here means matching vibrations interact. It's a natural phenomenon. Now just take how the windows shake when there is a thunderclap in the sky, but the doors, probably the furniture, other furniture, walls do not shake, but some window panes may shake. Why? The vibrations of the window pane matches with the sound vibration of the thunderclap. Despite the distance, they interact, respond actually. That is the same phenomenon. So nobody is doing it. It's a natural phenomenon. The vibrations of similar frequencies always interact. So due to the speed of vibration of the eye faculty, the sense of light arises. The eye faculty does not refer to the physical organ called the eye. That is a very important point that we should understand when we actually listen to Dhamma. When we talk about these sense faculties, if we take that physical eye as the eye faculty, that is wrong. Actually, in true Buddhist philosophy, eye is the process of seeing, ear is the process of hearing, nose is the process of smelling, tongue is the process of tasting, skin or the body or body sensation or kaya prasada is the process of feeling or tactility, how we experience the tactile sensation, and then mind is the thought or the stimulus. So a newborn, actually it is very important to understand the function of the radiant mind or the newborn sense faculties, how they function. A newborn experiences color, sound, smell, taste and touch, but they do not give rise to taints or defilements. Actually, taints, of course, are the dormant form of defilements. In these sermons, it is beautifully exemplified that when the sperm and the ovum forms into the zygote, this vibration telepathizes into certain vibration telepathizes into that zygote, and that is the taints, of course. Taints in the sense the sansaric vibration, some glueness, some tendency to attach to, tendency for aversion, actually in simple language we can say taints are the dormant or the latent form of defilements. So in the radiant mind, the newborn, although the newborn hears sounds, sees light, smells, tastes and touches, they do not give rise to defilements, because such a child does not have a big mind, previous data. Such a child does not have previous data or previous perceptions, only the fresh sense experiences. So there is no way for the defilements to arise. However, they possess the taints, the mental taints, that hidden, what I told, that vibration that telepathized into the zygote, that cause attachment to stimuli. So that taints causes some attachment. You have seen now small babies who are in the cots, even when somebody gives the phone, the child grabs it. Somebody gives a finger, even the child grabs it. That glue kind of, that tendency to get attached to things is there at dormant level. But the child doesn't understand that it is the phone or the finger or mother or whatever, but there is a certain tendency to get attached to. That happens due to these taints, which actually that vibration that telepathized into the zygote. So then when a child attends preschool, what happens? Actually, the teacher introduces them to various stimuli, showing diverse pictures and producing corresponding sounds. For example, showing the flashcard of the apple, teacher repeats apple, apple, apple. Showing the flashcard of the orange, the teacher repeats orange, orange. So that way a lot of vocabulary items are being introduced. But you should not misunderstand that this thought formation happens in the Montessori or the preschool only. No, at home also adults always introduce things, toys, family members. So thought formation happens even before going to the preschool, right? But for that introduction along with the picture, image and the sound, both of them coming together at the same time is important. Then only they get entangled in such a way that you cannot detach them. It's very difficult. Actually, that's what we are trying to do right now. So Gautama Buddharajanan Vansi gives a very beautiful example for this. He says once milk is converted to ghee, you cannot make milk out of ghee. Once the thought is formed, so as I mentioned, now when this sound and color combination occurs, these visual and auditory inputs arise through the six sense bases and create countless moments of sensory contact, sparking billions of vibrations per second. So this is the process of thought formation, the sound color combination. Now the teacher introduces colors. Red showing the shape, the color, the name is given to the ear. Red, blue, white, orange. So gradually thought formation happens and the child gets lot of data in the sense all the perceptions are there. So next time when the sound is heard, red, the color appears in the mind, and blue, the blue appears in the mind. Same way, when the shape appears in the eye, naturally the sound is heard. So this sound and form combination is the natural phenomenon Lord Buddha explained as law of mind or chitta niyama. When these two, sound and color, come together, it is called a thought or chitta. However, because these vibrations occur at such an incredibly rapid speed, they cannot be distinctly perceived by the ordinary sensory organs. Instead, the mind experiences all of it as a single unified impression. That is referred to as Sakaya, the notion of a compact solid self or identity. Lord Buddha explains the individual sensory processes and the subsequent collective interplay of the six sensory faculties as Vattam Vattate. This thought formation happens in 2 rounds. First, the individual sense faculty, maybe eye, maybe ear, nose, mouth or tongue, body, mind, whatever one sense faculty functions. When the stimulus is an image, in the first round, eye consciousness arises. It is the eye that functions. This means that the image in front of the eye is merely sensed. This initial contact is known as, actually in Pali, it is known as Patighasampassa, the physical contact between the eye and the visible form. Similarly, so in this first round, what happens is one sense faculty functions. So if it is the eye, seeing is experienced. Just the contact of the formation, the visual form and the eye sensitivity. No identification is there. Similarly, ear perceives sounds, just sounds, the original sense experience. The tongue, the taste, nose, the smell, body, the tactility. So mind, the thought. But the identification does not arise. In the second round, a thought arises and the image is identified or named. This is called Adivachana Sampassa. So individual sense experience is Patighasampassa. That collective interplay of all sense faculties, Ditta Sutta Mutta, that is seeing, hearing and felt or sensed coming together, and rising of mind consciousness, that happens in the second round. And according to Lord Buddha, it is the adivachana sampassa. For example, when someone says durian, the sound of the word triggers a response where the image, smell, taste and tactile sensation of durian come together to form a mental image. So when the word durian is heard, certain image arises, and not just the image and the sound. In that image, the smell of durian, the tactility, the hardness of durian or softness of durian, that texture, and the smell and the taste, all are included in that thought. That is why we feel as if some solid entity exists as durian. Otherwise, it's just a mental construct. So, these individual sensory impressions spark rapidly, and in the second round, these vibrations converge and give rise to thoughts, that is, thoughts or mental objects. As the sensory faculties are sparking billions of times, as I told before, per second, feeling arises. Feeling is Vedana, the word given in Pali. The depiction of the feeling, whether as light, sound, taste, smell or touch, is known as perception, Sanya. The high speed activity is also what we refer to as mental formation, Sankara. Recognizing that all of these experiences arise together due to rapid vibrations is what we understand as consciousness. So, manasancha paticca dhammesu uppacchati manoviññānaṁ means when thoughts come into contact with the mind, mind consciousness arises. This process continues to spark due to its incredible speed. So speed is the speedy occurrence of vibration is the cause. Effect is the subtle feeling of existence. From the moment breathing begins until it ends, this arising of mind consciousness happens continuously and without pause. It is just like the illusion of a ring of fire created when a fireball is spun rapidly. So, what happens is when a fireball or a fire band is rotated rapidly, spun rapidly, someone who doesn't know about the fireball sees a ring of fire. So similarly, since we are unaware of this interaction of vibrations of similar frequencies, when they occur continuously, we see an existing image. Otherwise, it actually, what happens is every millisecond it appears and disappears, appears and disappears. But that rising, of course, we see, but that ceasing of formation we cannot see. The human eye or human sense system cannot capture that ceasing part. So we feel, due to this speed, we feel as if things exist around us. So, in the same way, when objects like tables, chairs, and beds are perceived, they appear to exist as fixed and solid entities. But this is a mental construct, a compact view formed from the rapid succession of sense impressions and thoughts. So there is a power underlying every vibration. As I explained before, the vibrations of positive and negative charges interact to generate power. It's a natural phenomenon. So whenever two opposing waves come into contact, they generate energy. This energy gives rise to the thingness within, that there is a thing, something to be experienced. That kind of feeling is there. The same particle can produce light, heat, or sound depending on how it vibrates. Matter is nothing but projections that occur due to the speed of vibrations. So, from a scientific perspective, now the smallest particle of matter, it's nothing but vibrations. In a hydroelectric power station, we generate light, heat, and sound using the electricity produced by the dynamo, which operates through the speed and force of water vibrations. Similarly, when the sound and color come into contact, they generate objects like tables, chairs, beds, so on and so forth. These are perceived as the material world. When these perceptions appear as real, excitement arises. That is excitation. So Lord Buddha explained this as Abhinandati Abhivati. Ayosaya Tittati. Ajosaya Tittati. Yarupe Nandi Nandi means the binding force. From this comes clinging, birth, decay, death, and so on. The feeling of the existence is a thing. Actually, the feeling of the existence of a thing is called bhava or becoming. Things arise because of rupana or manifestation of form. But we do not see them as the four great elements or as 8 pure elements or mere sounds and colors. What we perceive are walls, windows, tables, tangible objects, because as I explained before, the sound and form once connected. Now, with the child with the radiant mind didn't have any data, any label, any name. So gradually the child got exposure to them in the preschool, at home. So now they perceive them as tables, chairs, fathers, mothers, so on and so forth. So the becoming of power and the mental formations, sankhara, they are mere thoughts, mental constructs. The accumulations we have built up are these mental formations. When these arise repeatedly, clinging takes hold, clinging happens. As a result, the notion of the 3 time periods also arise. When we, have this false belief of existence, false view of existence, we cannot liberate from the 3 existence of the 3 time periods. We believe these things existed in the past, exist in the present, and will exist in the future too. So even perception itself undergoes viparinama, change or transformation. So no one can stop seeing, hearing, or occurrence of thought. But it is through the mind that we identify what is seen, heard, or felt. So in doing so, we entangle these experiences with the sense of self, believing I saw. That is the biggest problem. If there is a thing found out there, there is the self also. The observer is also there. I heard, I felt. Perceiving objects like tables, chairs, or even children as things tied to me is the foundation of the self or soul concept. The value you give to your own child is not given to other children. This sense of self is not something inherent in the objects or people. It is the value or meaning the mind attaches to sensory input through attachment or aversion. So this value attribution happens due to ignorance. Over a long period of time, as we have been going with the current, or according to Buddhist philosophy, Anusota, we have developed a certain view tied to self-perception. This view also includes the belief that people and things truly exist. But in reality, this is only a view, drushti. There are not actual mango trees, ironwood trees, walls, chairs or tables in any absolute sense. So we are lost in a mental condition only. So this is the biggest challenge, that we have to understand how this mind consciousness creates magic or illusion for us to take us in this cycle of life and death. So from infancy, we have mistakenly assumed that everything we perceive truly exists out there. But what is actually happening is a process of abhisankarana. It's a system of reinforcement of perceptions. So rupan rupataya sankatang abhisankaranam. Those are Lord Buddha's very words. Form is fabricated into formness. Due to this abhisankarana, fabricating of perception, self-perception also arises as a solid and convincing reality. When the same thought occurs repeatedly, we feel that it exists. It existed in the past, it exists right now, and it would exist in the future. And on the other side, I existed to experience it in the past. Now I experience it, and in future I will experience it. So that is the total ignorance. So that is why we feel as if there are real separate things in the world. When the sound mother resonates, the infant perceives mother as a fusion of sound and color. It's a unified stimulus that gives rise to meaning. Trillions of sensory impressions converge to actualize the world for the infant. These are bursts of sound and color vibrations, a constant stream of energetic pulses. A current is generated, sparking continuously. It becomes clear that the rapid vibrations of sound, color, smell, taste, and touch are what give rise to the very feeling of existence. So, actually the cause is sound and color, but the effect is the sense of a soul or self. So, Lord Buddha taught that the cause never belongs to the effect. That is, the effect does not contain or become the cause, nor does the cause remain within the effect. It's beautiful. To explain this, Lord Buddha gave a metaphor. Monks, although ghee is made from milk, you can never convert ghee back into milk. In the same way, although the sense of a soul or self arises depending on sound, color, and other sensory vibrations, it cannot be reversed back into those elements. What arises is conditioned, impermanent, and without self. The illusion of self is a refined product of causes. But like ghee, it carries no traceable identity with its origin. The effect does not belong to the causes. Yet we become deceived by the effect. The self in truth is not an entity but an illusion. It's a thought only. It's the combination of sound and color, or name and form. Now, for example, when we were small, if somebody didn't show us this shape in the mirror and didn't introduce it to be you, there won't be this entanglement, the feeling, but still we would feel the existence and the self-existence, those should be there. But since they introduced this image and told that it's you, it got strengthened. So hence it is said, Chittena niyati loko. The world is led by the mind. The world is not something solid or external. It is a fabrication of mental formations or perceptions. A world born of conditions. So everything we perceive arises due to causes. But what arises is not the cause itself. That is a different entity. The Lord Buddha clarified this when he said, Salayatana loko salayatana samudayo loko samudayo salayatana nirodho loko nirodho. So monks, the world is just the six sense bases. With their arising, the world arises. With their cessation, the world ceases. The thing is, human system cannot capture this speedy occurrence of stimuli. The rising can at least be identified, but ceasing cannot be, and we feel the existence as if things exist with the self. The so-called world is merely the eye and forms, ear and sounds, mind and thoughts, tongue and tastes, body and touch sensations, nose and smells. So it is through the involvement of these sense faculties that we talk about the existing world. Books, chairs, tables, beds, identities and names. Those are identities and names. These seem external, but in truth they are mental constructs. We feel as if they are out there, but they are just thoughts. We think that it is a table. We think that it is the mother. We think that it is the phone. To see the consequence is to understand that these phenomena are not independently existing things, but arise and fall within perception. Actually, if the eye functions, the visual formations arise. If ear functions, sound will arise. It is due to ignorance we believe that we hear existing sounds, we see existing images. That is the myth, or that is the biggest illusion that we have to figure out. So liberation from this illusion comes through the realization that nothing truly exists external. So that actually what we take to be the world is merely a projection, a mental interpretation. This insight is the liberation from thought, the ending of mental fabrication, and the seeing of things as they truly are. That is why the Lord Buddha declared Aloko Udapadi Chakkung Udapadi, meaning light arose, vision arose. The rising of the Dhamma eye or Dhamma Chakku, actually the eye that sees beyond the physical into the true nature of reality. So when we investigate practically how the sense of self arises, we come to realize a profound truth. Seeing is merely seeing. There is no one who sees. There is no subject behind the experience. Only the process of seeing, hearing, sensing, thinking, non-self in its clearest expression. So this is the outcome of listening to Dhamma and practicing it. So the duality is eradicated. The problem is we feel that we see, we hear, we taste, we touch, we think. So always there is duality. Here they are observer, observed. But actually what happens is seeing is the me, or there aren't two sides actually. Only the process of seeing happens. That power I mentioned at the beginning is taken to be the self. That notion of self or the feeling arises due to that power. So if we feel a taste, it is just a taste. How can we tie that to I or me? Now eating happens, so food goes into the stomach and then passes out. So how can I eat? When we say I ate, it is simply a mistaken view or a drushti. The bringing in I into these processes is the ignorance. We mistakenly believe that this body is I, but actually the body is not me. Even when breathing stops, the body remains. As long as there is breathing, there is also a spark of life. So when inhaling and exhaling comes to an end, the inner system shuts down. We call this death. But it is not truly the body that dies, it is the mind that becomes absent. So when the mind is absent, thought formation is not there, body is just like a log. So Lord Buddha's words, Chittena niyati loko, Chittena parikassati. This life is thought after thought or stimulus after stimulus. What we call mind is simply seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, and thinking. Thought is just the result of sensory activity, a kind of current or signal. There is no real person behind it. There is only process. So, one who doesn't know the Dhamma experiences a sense of self, because that existence feel is there. Even though the view is not there, that self-perception, it's there. He perceives everything as if happening to me and grows with self-perception without clear understanding of the truth. So one believes in something as I, and the sense of self becomes evident accordingly. As one matures in the Dhamma, this self-perception naturally dissolves. The strength of the self-perception depends on the level of self-view. When one becomes an arahant, stimuli no longer gives rise or sustain a self-perception. When all mental formations are seen merely as conditioned phenomena, there is nothing to be taken as a thing. This state is similar to the functioning of a robot, purely mechanical, without identification. One should clearly know through direct insight that form, sound, smell, taste, and touch are not things, not entities to be grasped. Hence, when eating, if one thinks, I eat, the view of self is imposed through that very thought. Thinking it is I who drinks, it is I who walks, or it is I who do this, is an expression or self-view, sakkaya drishti. Actually, nowhere can I be found. When burning sensation arises in the stomach, it is labeled as hunger, a name learned in the childhood. So that feeling arises in the mind, food is given through the mouth, it enters into the stomach and later passes out. So did the mind eat food? Can the mind eat food? Yet the thought arises, I ate. This is merely a thought rooted in self-view. Because of identification, one believes I eat. From the moment hunger is felt until eating is complete. What truly unfolds is a dynamic interplay of consciousness, body consciousness, mind consciousness, and gustatory consciousness, arising and causing in succession. These processes are not orchestrated by a permanent self, but are conditioned phenomena arising due to causes. So externally, nothing functions independently. All is mediated through the mind. Yet upon deep investigation, even this mind is seen not as a fixed entity, but as a flow of impersonal mental events, moments of knowing arising and passing away. There is no enduring agent behind the process. Through mindful observation of this unfolding, seeing clearly the arising and ceasing of sensations, thoughts, and perceptions, one directly experiences the non-self nature of all phenomena. So there is no other way. One should have the mindful observation. Then only he or she will be able to unfold this. Myth. This insight is not theatrical but experiential. In that very moment of clear seeing, free from grasping, there is a taste of nibbana. Nibbana is not a state to be attained after death. It is realized here and now, in this very moment of non-clinging, in the midst of a single stimulus, such as hunger and its satisfaction. One who is fully mindful may realize the unconditioned, the cessation of craving, the freedom of Nibbana. When Siddhartha Prince or Bodhisattva attained Buddhahood, Mara asked him, Monk, are you happy now? So Lord Buddha answered, for gaining what, Mara? Then Mara asked, then are you sad, monk? Lord Buddha replied, for losing what, Mara? Then Lord Buddha further said, if something is lost, it is only the thought that there is someone and something. When one dispels sakkaya drushti or self-view and fully realizes that there is no self within the body, such a person is liberated from the suffering of the flood of continued existence. But the mundane person believes there is no meaning in life without a soul. He thinks we should enjoy, we should satisfy the self, and thus generates a force in thought. This is called mental delight or nandiya. Thoughts then arise as I live, I eat, I am, etc. Such thoughts undergo mental fabrication and grow increasingly powerful. When the thought becomes strong, it cannot exist without the idea of a soul or self. This arises from the system itself. In the functional mind, there is a non-conscious nature. There is no soul or self, but within the body system, there is consciousness. Just as a force is generated by the spinning of a spindle, or when a whirlpool spins, thoughts too become powerful. This is the current that runs through the nervous system to maintain the body. Now, when you, like, if you have seen the whirlpool, when it gets created somewhere in the river, it spins fast and then it moves from one place to another. That power is generated through that particular whirlpool itself, through the speedy rotation of water. Similarly, thoughts also generates more and more power. The thought power grows. So that is the fabrication or abhisankarana. So it is not something done by a person, but it originates from the system itself. This vibration does not end there due to telepathization. This vibration also occurs elsewhere. When sperm and ovum come together to form the zygote, a vibration of existence also arises. This telepathization is referred to as Okkanti Gabbanti Gabbaseya. Those are Lord Buddha's very words. So when one is liberated from worldly perceptions and attains the non-returner stage, he experiences a common vibration or common existence vibration. Otherwise, this existent vibration is not common to all. Just as people have different mobile numbers, the frequencies are dissimilar. It is only this that telepathizes. This is the cause of samsara yoga. When one realizes the Dhamma, this power gradually dissolves. So, to understand the true nature of the mechanism behind six sense faculties, we need to use the six sense faculties themselves. So, when we perceive the truth within these faculties, we realize that there is nothing substantial in vibrations. Gradually, vibrations gives way to stillness. The sense of existence is itself a form of vibration. light, sound, smell, taste, and touch come together to create a thought. And that thought is a vibration. So I repeat, it becomes a thing and form. This arises self-perception. When the sense of existence collapses, the sense of self automatically collapses. At this point, the diminishing of desire, aversion, delusion becomes evident. There are various forms of the existence field. Due to the rapid vibrations of the sensory faculties, we perceive light, sound, smell as being real. But in truth, there is no self within them. However, when sound, color, smell, taste, and touch converge, forms such as tables, chairs appear. It is in these formations that the illusion of a soul becomes evident. So that is why Aryan Mahansi always explains, if there is a chair, there is you. There is burning. So external stimulus, once the external stimulus is accepted as real, rest happens naturally. The arising of the self, the burning, the value attribution, the existence, everything is there. So only way to liberate from this is to understand how this thought was created, the composition of the thought, how the sensory faculties create this magic. So that is the Buddhist philosophy. It is the never heard before Dhamma Lord Buddha preached to end the sufferings of the people all around the world, actually entire mankind. That's why he is, even after 2600 years after his philosophy or this Dhamma introduced to the world, disclosed to the world, it still remains. And the people actually who have worked hard with perseverance to involve in penetrative insight have rediscovered it. Now Buddothpada Aryan Mahansi is doing a selfless service. We do not have words to express our gratitude to him for sharing this message with us and taking every step to share it with the entire mankind. So gradually we have come to the end of the Dhamma talk today. So here is the opportunity for you to end the sufferings by understanding the truth. Truth is that there was never a self, there is no self, there won't be a self. So that is the tranquility, that is the perfect tranquility one would experience when this becomes self-evident to you. Now, as knowledge, we know the story, we know the mechanism, but we should experience it by listening to more sermons and involving in the practical meditation programs. So, may